This is Grandstand AFL.
That was incredible bravery.
Oh, I closed my eyes, so I thought he's dead.
He doesn't look like he's got a lot of talent, but he's got a lot of heart.
When he's going full steam ahead, he's practically unstoppable.
Gives it the kitchen sink. It's long, it's long, it's long enough. When the moment came, he was able to seize it. And that is what separates the gods from the mortals.
Rioli's got him cold. Rioli pitches the pill near the boundary line. Oh, what a goal!
Chance for Cox, I reckon he's held on to, but he controlled it beautifully. Handballs to Lacroix, and on one step he kicks the goal. Dean Cox, you're a genius.
Oh, darting one way, then the other, and again he's milled. He wants the goal, and he gets the goal. That was spectacular.
Goods, he's toe pokes it to himself, gathers the footy, he's 45 out and kicks a special goal.
Taken by Sidebottom. He hoists it high towards the goal line. Unbelievable! A phenomenal kick.
Canonita mark, Bartel against two. The pack collapses. It's on at the back. Mooney, hand pass, goal for Melbourne. The Cats hit the front with 20 seconds left.
This is Grandstand AFL.
It's one of the game's great matchups, and the esteem we hold it rises even more when they meet in a final, and that's what Carlton and Essendon are doing today for the 20th time at the MCG as they try and stay alive in the premiership race for 2011. For either the Blues and the Bombers, nothing is sweeter than eliminating the other, and nothing is better than seeing them two battle in a do-or-die struggle in front of a full house at the MCG. Dan Lonigan, Drew Morford, Stan Elves, Matthew Knights and Tim Hodges with you. Between now and the big game, we'll hear from the Carlton camp with Mark Riley, injured Bomber Jason Winderlich, former Bomber and Blue. He also played at Essendon and also played at Richmond and Fitzroy, Peter Francis, who had much to do with the development of the rising star Dyson Heppel. And we'll catch up with former Crow and current Norwood coach in the SANFL, Nathan Bassett. It's a cool day, but it's fine. Crowd is building, as you would expect. Essendon taking on Carlton. And one man is very excited. Great to have him with us. Drew Morford. G'day, Drew.
Yes, Dan. Well, the crowd's not big yet because they're all reserved seats, so you don't have to come that early, but there's a few barbecues going on outside. Essendon and Carlton. I know I'm going to sound like an old-timer here, but I can remember some absolute crackerjacks. And we've just seen on the big scoreboard Fraser Brown's tackle on Dean Wallace in the so-called unlosable game for the Bombers. I saw a game at Princes Park when Neil Danaher kicked 3 goals in time on. Mike Fitzpatrick, this is a time long ago where they actually took the ball off Fitzpatrick for wasting time. They don't do it anymore, or very rarely. And Neil Danaher kicked 3 in time on to seal the game. There have been some ripping games between these two. They played a draw earlier this season, so let's hope that we get a game like that.
Well, we were just making a comment before when Justin Murphy had the last possession in that 99 prelim. He took forever, didn't he? Put the ball down, I reckon pulled the socks up about 5 times, took about 25 seconds. They didn't take the ball off him, and Carlton hung on by a point. So we hope we get a close one today, because as we said, there is no tomorrow for the loser of this match between Essendon and Carlton. Matthew Knights, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dan. After a marvellous win by the Swans last night, to come here at the MCG today, the ground is impeccable. 2 superb and great rivals, and it should be a massively stimulating, invigorating football match. I think we're all looking forward to it. They are really different the way they play their football. They've both got their strengths, they've both got their vulnerabilities, and I think that's what makes the game so interesting and intriguing. And who are we going to see today in the highlight reel? Who is going to take this game on? Who is going to sit on someone's head? Because I think we're going to see a few highlights today.
Well, Andrew Walker took perhaps the mark of the year earlier on against Essendon. Eddie Betts kicked 8 the last time they met, so there's a few possibilities.
Yeah, there is, and Essendon have had their way with Carlton over the last 3 or 4 years as well, so there is a good form line for Essendon. It gives them a little bit of a breed of confidence, even though the last game was a toweling. Very different dynamic today. Watson in, Hocking in, 2 of the most vital midfielders for the Dons, so that brings it closer together.
Stan Elves is with us as well after being on the Sunday Inquisition. G'day, Stanley. No doubt you can't wait for this.
Well, Danny, I can't wait, and the reason I can't wait is when I got up during the middle of the night and it was raining, it was hailing, the wind was howling, and I got up this morning, it was still raining. I thought, it's going to be a slugfest. I've come to the MCG. I look out there now. Fair dinkum, you can play carpet bowls on this on the MCG. Yeah. It just looks as if nobody's played a game on it for about 6 months. It's absolutely fantastic. There's more blue sky than there's cloud, and I tell you what, it just sets itself up because both these sides, I'm sure, this is how they like to play their best footy. It's fantastic. Another little equation in that one that you're just talking about to me is the effect of the bye. Now, will Essendon, have they really regenerated from that, rejuvenated, I mean to say, or are they gone in a little bit underdone because of it? I think that's a $64 question, and you can't go away from the fact that, and I'm going to throw some oil on the fire. The Brett Ratton factor, the what ifs, the pressure that seems to have been put on him. Isn't it hard? He's got this side, had quite an outstanding performance throughout the year. They're playing finals football, and now the fact is that they're saying if they don't win today, he may go.
Yep. Well, he got him into the finals the last 2 years. Last year they lost by 5 points to the Swans. The year before by 7 to the Brisbane Lions. So they've been mighty close to winning a final. Can he break through? And of course, this is their first final in Melbourne for about 10 years. So the whole world is watching.
And does it mean anything, the fact that he's lost arguably his best big man cruiser, who doesn't come up? Does it mean nothing that his most effective forward who the forward line revolves around, won't be there? I'm going to tell you, forget that. That all means absolutely nothing when they have a look at the win, because at the end of this day, let me tell you, everybody will be cock-a-hoop about the side that wins, but the side that doesn't, it's the old feather duster.
I think what else will play a part today, Stan, is the swirlingness of the MCG, and it does swirl up, and I think goal kicking will be vital. The team that takes its opportunities today and hits the scoreboard and kicks with good accuracy, I think might end up winning this football game, because we've seen Carlton a number of occasions dominate in general play, but they kicked 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, and they did the same against the Saints here last game. They were 3-5 to 1 goal, but they left the door ajar, and they are a team, the Blues, that can spray them, and yet their general field kicking is immaculate, and yet when they get in front of goal they can spray them around, whereas I think Essendon have been steadier in front of goal this year. So I think whichever team takes their opportunities in front of goal today might come away with this victory.
And we've already seen on the weekend. I mean, you're talking about final sides. You're talking about sides that's worked to get there. So, you're talking about the best sides. And what we know is that at some stage, one side will control the game. It happens. You just can't control it. It's what you do in that period of time. And even though Geelong was sensational the other night, in that first quarter, Hawthorn dominated them, but didn't hurt them on the scoreboard and allowed the Cats to come back in a short period of time. I thought last night, and in much better pristine conditions under the roof, there's no doubt about it, but St Kilda, again, probably the first 20 minutes control the game, but not hurt you on the scoreboard. Just opens the door.
And there were times yesterday when the Eagles put the frighteners on Collingwood.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So it's been a great final series so far. 3 terrific games. Hopefully this is as good.
Yep.
One of the big issues, Matthew, and we touched on it last night, Carlton's pace up front, if they get a lot of it. I mean, you did say you're a bit concerned that Essendon does lack leg speed in regard to the defensive smalls that they have.
Well, probably from 24 months ago, I think it's switched around. I always felt that a competitive advantage Essendon have over Carlton over the last 3-4 years has been leg speed, and we probably link that to Reamers, Lovett, Davey, Jetta, players of that ilk. But what Carlton have done with their list is they've added so much leg speed to their list, and even guys like Armfield are super quick, Simpson, Betts, Garlett, Chris Sharon, Kane Lucas. So what they've done is they've added, and Tui, the Irishman, he's got good leg power and leg speed, so they have a competitive advantage now over Essendon. Where Essendon might be a bit sturdier is the contested ball. They've got some stronger bodies in Howlett and Hocking and guys like that, and Watson, that if they can win the ball in close Essendon and Watson can send the runners on their way, they could cause some damage in periods today.
Bombers missing their leading goal kicker, Cramery. Have they got enough scoring power?
Yeah, he's a big out, Drew. I mean, I think he's an undeniable force in the air, and he gets out the back of defences because he's got such speed and power. And I think he is a missing link, a factor here today. And up the other end there's weight, so they probably cancel each other out. that Waite and Crammy, as those third, fourth tall forwards that cause trouble in the air as well as on the ground, are both out for their respective teams, so that probably cancels out.
We haven't got the team sheets through yet.
Not yet.
Because I'm interested to see whether Jamison does come up. I think that's one that sort of, I think every Blues supporter would be just waiting on that. Has he come up? They've given him heaps amount of time. But I think that's where it tells you where you're at too, when you're starting to play blokes are a little bit there, because you just know it's the last roll of the dice.
Did you see some vision last night of him training yesterday with the Blues?
No, I didn't.
He hobbled about.
Yeah.
No, he didn't look as though he's moving well at all.
Well, and it's so difficult. I mean, it's difficult, and Matthew would know better than me because more recent, but to take players who are undone into any game, but finals, everybody will tell you, finals just goes up another cog. You just got to look at the intensity of how these games have been played, over the weekend so far, and you just know that to be able to play there, and the fact now that you've got the substitute there, if somebody was to come out and go down very early, and you've got to bring your sub on, it just, and the way sides rotate and bring numbers against you
too early.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I think Collingwood didn't use the sub till about 7 or 8 minutes to go. Yes,
he had a roll for
Solo.
Solo should have
he got the chills for Solo.
Yeah,
sitting on the bench.
Because they were worried that somebody in their back line was going to go down, that they were all so underdone. That's why Mick was ecstatic that he got through, and nearly didn't, because we had the situation where Tarrant was a bit of a concern. But I'm sure they went in there thinking, is Leon Davis's hamstring going to get through? Will Maxwell be able to go the full distance? And surely you wouldn't have thought that Shaw could have got through that distance and not blown up. So it's a big roll of the dice.
And what a huge thing it is for a sub to come on with fresh legs. For Solo's kick after the siren kept on going. It went 65 metres. It was a phenomenal kick. Nobody else was kicking that far at that stage.
Yeah, well, I was sitting on the other side of the ground, and when he got it, there was no question mark that he was going to have a shot. So he obviously had faith in his length off the boot, and it just sailed through. And I'm a little bit different to a lot of the pundits over the last 24 hours after Collingwood's victory. I think it was a sterling victory, and I think the final series is a journey, and the teams that have to play next week will go to war and belt each other up, and I think Collingwood are now sitting nice and pretty. There's concerns potentially, I heard Stan over the week off, and that will be concerns for their players that need the run, not so much their Warriors that have played every game like Sidebottom and Pendlebury and guys like that. They will probably earn the rest, but I actually think it sets Collingwood up wonderfully well. I like some of the signs yesterday, particularly with their backline. I thought their backline played beautifully yesterday. I thought O'Brien was
outstanding.
Yeah, so I think it was a good tonic for them to win with
the other end of the ground.
Yep.
I'm a bit worried. Just the drop-off in form of Cloak probably more than anything. We knew Dawes was going to struggle to come back, but that's the real concern, isn't it, for them?
Well, it was probably a good hit out for Dawes because he had glass all over him. So he's not going to play against much better in the final series, so that was a good test for him.
Well, our first guest is ready on Grandstand AFL. Tim Hodges is looking after us on the boundary today. Great to have him with us, and he's with Carlton assistant coach Mark Riley. Tim, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Dan, and to you boys. We'll talk footy in a sec, Mark, but what about this weather? We've just had a shower. It's blowing an absolute gale. It's going to be a really tough day at the office for the boys today, isn't it?
Well, the pressure will go up because it's a final and it's a bit swirly down here, so those who make the least critical errors and play a hard brand generally get the chockies at finals time.
All right, footy, the big question, Michael Jamison, is he going to play today?
Yeah, he's right. Team lists are out. He's in.
We watched him train yesterday. He didn't do much and he looked proppy. He's not 100% clearly. What would you say he is?
I'm not into maths. He's right to play, so he's right to play. Look, a lot of clubs on Fridays or their last day before training, a lot of guys don't do a lot. No, he's fine. Look, you saw last week we lost structure when we didn't have tools, and we've got to have tools in our team up the front end, and Jamo might allow someone to be released down,
How's the feeling in the group, the confidence levels?
It's exciting. We're in finals. 10 teams or 11 teams, whatever it is, are on the drink, and we're in finals. And if you keep making finals and keep pressing to go further in finals, you give yourself a chance.
We've got Stan Elves and Matthew Knights upstairs, boys.
Mark, look, that's not beat around the bush. What do you need to do to win? I mean, we can go and talk about this, that and the other thing, but from a Blues perspective, sitting in the coach's box, if you were to say, we hit that mark, and that's why we won, what would you be looking for?
Stan, when we win the hard ball, and it's called contested footy now, and when we tackle, we're a very hard footy team to beat. And our most competitive performances this season, which has been quite a consistent season for us, when we haven't been beaten in those two areas, we generally win, mate. So I think with the pressure also going up, you've got to make the least amount of critical errors. You know, critical errors in finals, like kicking the ball to non-dangerous areas, taking your opportunities when they come, those sort of things, you know. So it might sound a bit simple, but I watched a lot of finals footy and been involved in a few finals over the years, and the team that wins the hard ball and the team that puts the most pressure on generally comes away with a good result.
Mark, Matthew Knights, just with Dustin Fletcher back in this lineup, obviously he presents a defensive mechanism but also an offensive one. Is a fair bit of planning gone into him today, maybe a touch more than other players in the Essendon lineup?
Well, you've done us over a few times, Knightsy, when you were coaching Essendon with Fletcher having had a incredible ability to sort of free himself up and start counter-attack off half-back and get in the way when you're mounting a good attack. So, yes, we've put a fair bit of time into planning for him. He has only played one game in a month, I think. But, that you're on the money there.
And, Mark, just the other one. I think over the last 24 months or even longer, you've added some real bite and leg speed to all parts of the ground. Is that something that is probably coincidental with even a better season this year?
Well, you've got, chasing and tackling is one thing, but you've got to have leg speed to actually catch them, don't you? So, those quick forwards, they do light the joint up when they kick those unbelievable goals and that, but as far as a team defence and a team structure, I know that our backs and our mids, when the boys are running, like cut cats and chasing down and putting pump on, you can really set up a good team defence behind the ball, and when that goes out the window and you allow the opposition to counter-attack freely, it makes it hard playing as a backman.
And just the other one, the final one, Mitch Robinson, I watched him the last month, and he's just the type of player that he looks like he will play great finals footy for probably the reasons you mentioned in Stan's question. Do you believe that?
He's got the ingredients, hasn't he? I guess he's a very hard young man. He cracks in, he tackles hard, so yep, and he has on his side that one role that he did on Dustin that time and did a very good role, quelled him and kicked the goal. So he's a chance to do that, but that might be robbing Paul to pay Peter because he's a very hard ball winner in our midfield.
And Mark, after that round 18 match when Eddie kicked 8 against the Bombers, he'd be walking on air ready for this, wouldn't he, today?
We sort of live in the moment. Is that Drew?
Yeah, it is, mate.
No, we live in the moment, mate. Not much point looking back. Yeah, well, that's it. That's history, It's what you do next, not what you've done before.
Was Matthew Cruiser close, Mark, at all? And Jared Wade, any chance today?
No.
No chance whatsoever?
No.
And if you lose today, win today, I mean, obviously you know what happens if you lose today, they have big chances next week?
Oh, of course, there'll be a massive chance.
Mark, thanks for joining us. Good luck today.
Thanks for having me.
Mark Riley, assistant coach at Carlton. Colourful turn of phrase, and great to have him part of the Blues hierarchy. Of course, he coached Melbourne there for a few weeks.
Well, the sad thing for him is if by some chance the Blues lose today, they'll be on the drink tomorrow.
That's exactly right. It should be a terrific match. He brought up some interesting points, Stan, about obviously their pace. We'll get to Stan in a second, but obviously Dustin Fletcher, Matthew, you concentrating very hard on that as to whether that'll be an area that they'll be making sure that they can restrict today.
Yeah, it's the reason I asked that is probably on the back of some history that Dustin had his way with the Carlton forward line on 2 or 3 occasions, and then a game last year, Mitch Robinson went to him and did a defensive forward role and really agitated Dustin and got under his skin, and it didn't work for Dustin or the team on that day. Dustin, they didn't go with that earlier in the year. Dustin plays a conventional backline against Carlton, and I wouldn't be even surprised. I know it may sound weird and left of centre, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dustin went to Eddie Betts for periods of today, because Eddie is as good on the lead as he is on the ground, and he plays like virtually another full forward, Eddie Betts. So I wouldn't be surprised, because Carlton aren't big anymore without Cruiser. So therefore it might release Dustin to go and play on an Eddie Betts.
And I think that's a really good point, because of the fact that we can rattle off the fact that Betts kicked goals and did that, but I think Betts and also
Garlick,
they're under enormous criticism that they don't really fire in the big games. and so everybody will have that on. So if you felt that way, and guess what, the kid would read that, those kids would read that in the paper, would see it all the time. People would be talking about it, regardless of what you want to say. And so there, from a tactical point of view, if he was to go to Betts, for example, and stop him, and Eddie not to get kicks early on, that would be a massive blow to Carlton and a great win for Essendon.
And if he doesn't fire up in a final, next move, backline. Like Leon Davis. He's turned him around.
Some of Leon's ground balls yesterday, where he actually gathered the ground ball and curled and turned as he was gathering, was just absolutely spectacular.
And his ability to jump up to a height and then take the footy but be first at the ground, just like a cat, bow, bow, and he's onto it. Just absolutely sensational.
That was a fair noise, Dan. You could get the cartoons job with some of that. You've done a ripping job with that.
I've actually been moonlighting. You didn't know. Can I just say this, Nida? No, Nida, I've got to give myself up. This is what happens when you go to a 4-year-old's birthday party yesterday.
That's right.
I'm still living in the moment.
No, exactly. Yeah, you feel fair. We've all been through that.
Now, Nida, you talk about the matchup between, say, Fletcher and Betts might sound like a mismatch. One tall, one short. But the fact is that Fletcher's quick, isn't he? He's lightning fast.
Well, Fletcher's 2.84 over 20 metres, 2.84 seconds over 20, which is not far behind players like Winderlich, Davey, Jetta and Dyson at Essendon. They were about 2.80, 2.78, whereas Fletcher's about 6th fastest at Essendon, over 20 metres. So once he gets those long pegs going, he can cover ground, as we saw early in the year with his tackle on Jeff Garlett.
Yeah, ran Garlett down from behind.
Garlett down off a stand step, and if Fletcher's got momentum, the change in direction's a bit different with the big fella, because he's played a lot of footy and he's had some management knees. But if he's just running in a straight line, he's as quick as any.
He's a freak. I mean, you coached him for 3 years. When you went to Essendon as coach, could you believe the flexibility, believe the durability of him? I mean, you'd probably seen it from afar, but you got a chance to look at it closer.
Yeah, and I guess when I was appointed, I was given Dustin the role that at times he would play on the best opposition forward, but at times, for the development of hooker and pairs, he would play as a third tall to let them experience playing on good forwards. And what he did wonderfully well was embrace that and take that on. So he was happy to play whatever role you wanted him to. But I think that's allowed him to play a long period of time, that he's happy to roll with the system and the progress and what the coach wants, and that's all you can ask from a footballer. And he's very diverse, very flexible, and people forget about his kicking. Like, his kicking, he'll get it at times today from 10 metres out from opposition goal, and he'll hit the wing with players leading. So that's really tough to guard against. So I think we forget how good he is with his kicking as well.
So if you put actually a defensive Carlton bloke goes back on him and keeps him close to the defensive goal, a little bit like what Osborne did on Friday night with Scarlett, kept Scarlett out of the game. If St Kilda had done that a couple of years ago in a grand final, Scarlett wouldn't have toe-poked the ball in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, and you've got to keep him in a central area, Dustin. You can't play him wide because he'll play the angles on you. He's too smart. So you've got to play him in the V, 30-40 out, and lead in a very central position. Otherwise, if you're playing him wide, a bit like the Stokes-Hodge example in that grand final, Stokes sat wide, Hodge stayed in the middle, he just dictated terms. So you're better off playing in the central area, a bit like what you do with Sam Fisher against the Saints.
Offensive forwards, they've really become part of the game, haven't they?
Well, there's probably one, nearly got to the stage where there's one in every team that is happy to play that role. And Osborne did it the other night for the Hawks. Angus Monfries does it for Essendon. Carlton, they'll have a mix of players that will do it.
Well, last night I think that one of the real reasons, one of the major contributing reasons to Sydney being, is that O'Keefe played a defensive role on Goddard. But it's not just to stop him, it's to hurt him. And so that's the real key, isn't it? You're not allow them to do the things that would make them good, but at the same time to hurt them the other way. And so it used to be, we'll stop them, and we'd give a pat on the back and saying, oh, well, he didn't run off, he didn't do anything. But now, not only that, we're saying, but he also kicked 2 or 3 against him. And that just becomes such a weapon.
Yeah, he was amazing last night, O'Keefe. You would think Monfries would get Yaron, Matthew?
No, I'm not necessarily.
Because he doesn't quite have the pace?
Yeah, I think Monfries could hurt him on the hit-up, on the lead.
Yeah.
And they'll go after Monfries with 30-40 metre passes. I don't think Angus would have the pace to go with him if the ball turns over. I think they will look at someone quicker, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Jetta or Davey, that they will just let that match-up happen and give Jetta and Davey the artillery to say, listen, when Carlton gets the ball, you have to stop Yaron getting on his bike. And because Yaron won't be perturbed by Monfries' chase, whereas he will be perturbed by Davey or Jetta's pace.
I'd prefer Jetta.
Yeah.
I think that Davey loses effectiveness the more up the ground, but Jetta I think can run harder, and in so many games I've seen Jetta still put pressure on, but then all of a sudden get you out the back. It's like, gee, how did he get out there? And then he'll just go in. So again, it's just some fascinating things. The other thing, if we come back to say a Carlton perspective, to me is how they're going to play. We've talked about Betts could go there and do that, but at the same time you don't only want Betts to do that, but Betts has become quite pivotal to how they're played, and their best football with weight in there. They had multiple leaders. That was the whole thing, and you alluded to this, because Betts was almost a forward heat-up leader, and that was why they're good. So Waite might come up the ground if he wasn't used. He'd whip around the back, and as he opened the space, in had come Betts, and he'd lead up. And if he wasn't used, well, somebody else would come in. It could be Garlett or something like that. And so that's important. So if I don't know today, if it's Thornton who's going to go there, is he going to do that role? Because what you can't do is just have somebody come in but dismantle the way you structure and how you play the game.
Plenty to talk about on Grandstand AFL, and up next we're going to talk about the rising star of 2011 who's in action today, Dyson Heppel, and Peter Francis, the regional manager of the Gippsland Power, will join us next.
This is Sunday Footy on ABC Local Radio.
And despite a little bit of rain early on, the sun is shining, but this is Melbourne. We expect that. It's spring. We're at the MCG. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Dan Lonigan, Drew Morford, Matthew Knight, Stan Elves, and also Tim Hodges for the elimination final. Carlton and Essendon just before Peter Francis. Drew, you've got the all-important team sheets.
Well, there have been no porky-pies told. The team's as selected, so the emergencies will be the emergencies. The sub for Essendon is Collier, and the sub for Carlton is Davies, and the team's as selected. So might be a few blokes going in with injuries.
Very good sub, Collier, after what he did against Port Adelaide a couple of weeks ago.
No, terrible. Terrible. Well, the poor kid's resigned himself to being the sub all the time. That's the biggest problem. You played too well, they just pigeonholed you. I mean, if you played, would you rather be the sub or in the starting group?
Well, if he does it against that, he might spend a lot of years with his tracksuit on.
Right, exactly.
He's absolutely fantastic. Now, Peter Francis joins us. He's the regional manager of the Gippsland Power, former Carlton Premiership player. He played at Essendon, he played at Richmond and Fitzroy, and I know the Power have got a match in the under-18 competition a little bit later this afternoon, but he's been good enough to join us before that game. Peter, welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Good morning, welcome, thank you.
Well, Dyson Heppel was one of your charges. He did a great job in winning the Rising Star this year. Did you always think he had an outstanding AFL career in him, Peter?
Oh, look, I guess so. He come right through our program as an under-15 and under-16, and you know, he's always been I guess an outstanding player within our group along the way. But I think more importantly, and first and foremost, he's an outstanding individual as a person as well. And you know, I think he's certainly got leadership written all over him, and he's also been, I guess, outstanding in that area too. You know, he nearly single-handedly last year in our last two finals before the grand final, virtually single-handedly took Gippsland Power into the final series. And I guess one of the preliminary final against the Oakley Chargers, where we were given no chance. I think Dyson, just about as I said, single-handedly took us through to the grand final. It was one of the best performances I've seen from a young player in the TAC Cup.
He seems to have so much time, Peter. Is that his greatest attribute?
I think it is. I think his X factor is his time and space, and certainly his decision making. You know, he's a beautiful user of the ball also, and I guess similar to Scott Pendlebury, he has a basketball background, and so that time and space, they don't look super quick, but they are a little bit quicker than you think, and certainly someone like a Pendlebury has that basketball background certainly seems to help him. And I was talking to a young fellow the other day, and just on Scotty, he has a wingspan of someone that's 6'8", and they were saying, he used to go up against Paddy Mills, who's now in the NBA, and just come back home again, and Pendlebury had more than had Paddy Mills' measure. So, Pendlebury could have been a superstar in the US at basketball as well, and Dyson certainly got that background as well. Certainly played a lot more football than Scott did too, but he is an elite basketball.
Well, Pete, is that the future of recruiting? Look at basketball teams.
Oh, look, there's no doubt there's going to be ones there. And, Brogan, who just retired from Port Adelaide, has got 2 premiership medals, one in basketball and one in football. And there's certainly, there would be kids out there that I've got no doubt could cross across to football quite easily. But, I don't know whether I go and get my recruiters to stand at the basketball stadiums and try and pick them off.
Well, a footballer might have to swap some stamps in his passport for the money that's going around these days.
That's right, true. That's for sure.
Pete, Stan here. How are you going?
Hi, Stan. How are you?
Excellent, thank you, pal. Now, he's a great young player. I'm going to put you on the spot, though. We've seen a lot of kids come in. They can take it by storm. I'm really interested in the upside in the boy. Can you tell us about his work ethic, his willingness to learn, his preparation, do that? Because, some kids come in, they've got talent and ability, and they just get by on that. But is this boy going to actually get the maximum out of himself?
Oh, there's no doubt about that, Stan. I think that's one of his big upsides is his work ethic and his preparation. He certainly was a role model. Last year, to all our players, he was our captain. He won the Morris Medal. He was All-Australian at the Nationals. But he has a magnificent work ethic. He did have a little bit of groin problems over the summer months, and was, his pre-season was put back somewhat because of that, but he just made sure that he was really, really well prepared for the season. And also what he is, he's a very grounded and very humble person as well, and he's great support, I guess, from his parents, and they are exactly the same way as Dyson, very grounded and very humble people, and so he's just an absolute ripper, Stan. There's no doubt that I think one day he will captain the Essendon Football Club. He just has leadership written all over him, and he's just an absolute ripper. As I said, don't worry about the football side of things. He's certainly a talented footballer, but more importantly, he's just an absolute ripper as a person, and I think that's the important part.
Peter, Matthew Knights, just I'd like to know your thoughts on his evolution of potentially moving into the midfield. Will that take another 12 months to 2 years, or do you think he can do it sooner than that?
Look, I think he probably could, Matthew, do it a little bit sooner. Certainly Pendlebury moved into the midfield virtually straight away. Pendlebury played on a wing with us, whereas Dyson, he started as an under-17 on the back flank, and this year again, last year as an under-18 top-age boy, he started off at half-back and slowly moved into the midfield and just got better and better. And I think that's what he'll do in the future. There's no doubt about that. He'll definitely be a midfielder, and very much, and I know I use Pendlebury, but very much in the Pendlebury mould, I would think, and look, as I said before, his leadership skills are outstanding, and we've had some terrific players through in Pendlebury, Thomas, Goddard, Rob Murphy, Roughhead, Lee Brown, Jason Winderlich, David Wojcinski, just to name a few, and he is right up there with those boys as far as leadership goes.
And as much a touch off the Heppel scenario, you must be just as pleased with someone like Blair from Collingwood, what he's done with his AFL career so far.
Oh, look, we're just ecstatic with Jared Blair. He's one of the boys that we really, I guess, couldn't sell. And I remember coming back from Bairnsdale. We had squad training down at Bairnsdale, and I come back with our coach Damien Carroll, and I was on the phone to Noel Judkins for an hour and a half trying to convince him to take him as a rookie. And obviously I finally did, and he had an enormous amount of upside too, because he was quick and hard and tough, a great leadership ability again, and he's just one of those little fellas that you knew could play league footy, and probably back in Stan's day and my day and things like that, there's no doubt he would have played, but because of the size and things like that now, they really are a little bit wary. But he's been able to prove all the knockers wrong, and I'm just over the moon with Jared Blair.
You threw some names in there, Peter. It'd be a pretty tough team to beat, the best of Gippsland Power, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah. Look, over the last, say 10 or so years, we've had some outstanding, boys come through the program. There's no doubt about that. And Last year we had 11 players play in the AFL Grand Final, so we had 6 in the Premiership side at Collingwood and 5 in the St Kilda side that were runners-up. So, we're really proud of our boys that go to the AFL and make a really big contribution, obviously, but we're also proud of the boys that go into the AFL, into the VFL also, and the ones that go back to local level football and make magnificent contributions there. We're really proud of them as well.
Pete, I'm just on that. I'm interested because I'm interested on the impact that these young fellas are actually having on local footy, because without betraying too much of confidence, I do know that early days you had one tough job to convince people to come and leave their clubs and play for Gippsland Power. I know you got that tyranny of distance and things like that, but I was just hoping that there's a positive thought coming through now, that because players such as he and the ones you've mentioned and Daisy Thomas and things like that, that the Gippsland people will actually be proud of the fact that they've got kids coming through the system and now playing at the elite level.
Look, I think you're right, Stan. I think that's one of the things that's really happened. Gippsland Power now have got a really good name because of we've been through the last 4, I think, and on 7 or 8 occasions and been in 3 grand finals in the last 10 years. So, we've been able to perform really well, and Gippslanders are really proud of their boys and the ones that they produce. And when I say that, it doesn't matter. Rob Murphy comes from Warragul, but he's a Gippslander, and it seems to be that way down in Gippsland, that they're really just proud that they are Gippslanders and that they're making a real mark on AFL football. So that's, I think, really important. But the ones I'm talking about going back, you've got a Josh Jennings who was All-Australian AIS Academy player and captain Gippsland Power and those sort of things. He's taken Tyrrell into a grand final this weekend. You also got someone like Steve O'Brien, who captained our 2005 Premiership side that contained Thomas and Pendlebury and Goldsack and Hansen and a number of other players. I think there were 10 drafted out of that team. Steve O'Brien captained Kilcunda Bash yesterday, captain coach Kilcunda Bash yesterday to a grand final. So there's a lot of those boys now going back making big contributions, I guess, to Gippsland football, and I think that's a real credit to our program.
Stan talked about the tyranny of distance. It must be pretty hard to manage it and get them to actually train together.
It is true. There's no doubt about that. It's one of the things we do is we only train one night a week on a Wednesday night. Our biggest enemy is the travel component. We go from Officer to Mallacoota. So Mallacoota, we train at Maul, and we go up to Omeo, Swifts Creek, those sort of places as well, out to Phillip Island. So it's a massive distance, and the boys cover that whole area where they come from. So, we run buses from Bairnsdale, one from Pakenham and one from Phillip Island. They pick the boys up and take them home again on Wednesday nights. But we only get that one night against the city teams who are able to train the 3 nights a week. So our coaches and particularly our boys, we think they do just an absolutely magnificent job. But the important thing is they get the opportunity to go up there against their city counterparts, and that's the important thing. And we've got a record of 4 players drafted per year. So that, I think, it's not a win at all cost competition, and the main thing, our grand final is draft day, and hopefully this year we can get another 4 or 5, 6 players drafted.
You got a couple that really stand out in regard to those you think might get drafted?
Yeah, I think we have. I think, there's no doubt Clay Smith, who will miss today with injury. Unfortunately, he hurt his knee last week. He'll miss today, but he'll be a first-round choice. He was All-Australian at National Carnival. Very much in the mould of Kieran Jack from the Sydney Swans. Tough and hard and just a terrific player. Very, very quick and big motor. Runs a 16 beat, but goes under 3 seconds for 20 metres as well. And there's no doubt that he'll be a very high choice. Sam Doherty from and Clay's from Bairnsdale. Sam Doherty's a Phillip Island boy who plays up back but can go through the midfield as well. He's around about the 6'2" mark, I think. But he's come in this year and made a real big impact, and again was a very, very, very good player for big country. So they're just 2 off the top of my head that I'm pretty sure will go in that first round.
There's a bloke hot on everyone's lips, John Butcher from Port Adelaide, who's just signed on again. He's a Maffra boy. Tell us something about him.
Yeah, John Butcher is one of the most prodigious talents we've had through our program. And it's only been injury that's really kept him out over the last couple of years, and he did have some problems with us. He's 199 centimetres. He had that dreaded hip problem that some seemed to have a couple of years ago and had to have an operation on that with us, with Port Adelaide as well. But he is an enormous talent, and it didn't surprise me what he did when he come in. And I remember at our presentation night in 2009, and I spoke there and said, even though we've had the Goddards and all those people through, a Butcher who was touted early in that season as going in the first 2 or 3, because he had a poor year in 2009 as far as injury-wise with us, he sort of went out to a number 8 pick. But he's just an absolute beauty, and there's no doubt he'll get better and better as his body matures and fills out. His father, Wayne, who was a legend down here with the Maffra Football Club, is one of our assistant coaches, and we've got his younger brother, Danny, who is a real leader at our club, is super quick, super hard, great tackler, and I think, you might find Danny's name read out on draft day as well.
And Peter, just before we let you go, you play with the Blues, you play with the Bombers. Do you want a premiership with the Blues? Is that the team that's still close to your heart?
Oh, look, he's assistant coach at St Kilda.
He was too, yes, he was.
Don't miss that. Right. Gee, Jack should have gone at the top.
Well, as a kid, I used to go to St Kilda, so that was a dream come true for me to be assistant coach to Kenny Sheldon and Stan Elves. But certainly, look, I mean, I had 5 years with Carlton and played in the premiership, and I guess I'll always say true to my heart. But I enjoyed it with all my clubs, and I had a really good time, and I was lucky to have the career I had. I feel so.
You've mixed it with McClure and others at some of these reunions, have you?
I have. They're pretty wild boys, those boys, aren't they?
You did well to survive it, Pete.
I certainly did, being a non-drinker too.
Oh, you've done very well.
I was the only non-drinker, so I was an odd man out.
Peter, great to catch up. Good luck today in your final for Gippsland Power, and thanks for sharing so much time with us, talking about Dyson Heppel and some of the other stars that have come through the Gippsland Power. Well done. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Peter Francis, former Carlton, Richmond, also Fitzroy and Essendon player, St Kilda assistant coach, long-time regional manager of the Gippsland Power, having a chat about Dyson Heppel, who won the Rising Star in 2011 for the Essendon Football Club. About to get down to Jason Winderlich.
More clubs than Jack Nicklaus.
Yeah, great guy. Hector he had 2 nicknames, CBC, because he used to work in the bank, and Hector because he came from Heathcote. Wonderful man.
He's done a great job with Gippsland Power. One man who'd love to be out there for the Bombers today is Jason Winderlich, but he has a knee injury. He's still recovering from that, and Tim Hodges has been good enough to catch up with him. Tim.
Yeah, it's great to catch up with Jason, and mate, I bet there are days like today you would love to be strapping on the boots and getting out there.
Yeah, for sure. This is generally why you do the 3 or 4 months of pre-season leading into these games. But unfortunately, early in the year it all ended.
Drew Morfitt's very big on Twitter. You tweeted the other day, said you're a sneaky chance to return for the finals. You were only joking, but I think the rest of the Essendon community got quite excited.
Yeah, just as a joke, I was sitting with a couple of boys and I thought I'd generate a bit of a laugh, so I tweeted saying that got the all clear from the medicos to start training and try and play VFL last week, so that created a lot of interest, but yeah, like as I said, it's disappointing, but yeah, I'm so thrilled for the boys that they've got here.
So how is the knee?
Yeah, it's going well. As I said to you earlier, I'm running around, kicking the footy now.
You actually rode your bike in today?
Yeah, it's good fun. Thought it was going to be quicker than getting in the car, so I just rode it in from Moonee Ponds, and it's funny just listening to all the banter amongst the supporters as well. As a Essendon supporter as a kid growing up, used to park the car a while away from the ground, you walk in amongst the atmosphere, and that's what I got amongst it today.
You've just walked out of the rooms. What's the feeling in there? Can you gauge just how the boys and how confident the boys are feeling heading into such a massive game?
Yeah, just the same as any other game really. You just everyone's actually probably a little bit more quieter. It's still a while before the game, so it's not really till after the last coaches meeting or Drove speaks to the boys that it starts getting a bit rant and ravey in there.
It's great to catch up with you. We've got your old coach Matthew Knights and Stan Elves upstairs, boys.
Jason, Matthew Knights, how are you?
Good, thanks, Nida.
Mate, we all know about your knee, but having coached you, I certainly understand the other challenges you've been through with your back and the like. How's the rest of the body, mate, going with your rehab with the knee?
Yeah, really good, thanks, mate. It's actually probably probably a little blessing in disguise. It gives everything else a rest, but I sat down and worked it out after I did my knee that at the end of this year I would have played 98 games. I would have missed about 82 or 83 with injury and played about 25 in the VFL. So it's been a tough journey so far, but I'm hoping that once this is done next year and beyond, and can get some smooth sailing there.
And is there a definitive focus while you're out? I saw a picture of you the other day, and you've been in the weight room doing some beach curls. And apart from beach curling, is there another definitive focus on your football or your rehab you're going to look at for the next 4 or 5 months?
Well, before I had back surgery, I was about 86 to 87 kilos, and since then I've only been able to get back up to about 82 at most. So just over the last couple of months, been trying to build back up to about 84, 85 again, because the game's so contested and in tight now. You need those few extra kilos to mix it against the bigger boys like Hawthorn, Collingwood and Geelong, and I think you'll find that over the pre-season this year that'll be a real focus for all the guys to add on a couple of kilos.
And just on today's game, is there one area that you think you would have to do really well, apart from the obvious, which is your contested ball and tackling? Is there one thing that you think you would have to do really well to win today?
It's just basics, Nida. Probably like just with the finals footy, watching it over the first 3 games of the finals so far, just around the ball and just our spread from the stoppages. Like, it's okay to win it in close, but if we don't, we need to spread nice and quickly, because guys like Simpson and Murphy can really burst out quite quickly and be very damaging. So I think if we can nullify them on the outside as well, we'd be doing okay.
Jason, in every game though, battle of midfields, the class that's in there we just know is pivotal, and the Blues would I would generally believe that they have to win in that area and get a true ascendancy to get over the Bombers. What can we expect from the Bombers? Any sort of matchups or the way we need to go about the game?
I actually haven't been involved in any of the meetings at the club this week. I've just been floating in and out doing my own rehab, but I dare say obviously someone will probably go to Judd. I'm not sure about Murphy, but there'll be times, the way the modern game is now, guys are going to have to spend time on many different players through the midfield. So just as long as once they're on, if they have to take Judd or Murphy or even Gibbs through there at some stage, that they play their role for the team.
And just come back to your own situation when you go through the problems you've just talked about, and more importantly that injury, which is obviously be shattering, and then there's the realisation to come back and you've got to get in the rehab. But I'm interested in you now watching the footy. Is there something that's, when you're watching the footy, that you've set in your mind and said to yourself, we're not going to come back, that's an area that I'm really going to work on to improve myself?
Yeah, like obviously I feel personally you learn a lot more from watching the game than you do playing it, as many supporters probably find that when you sit on the second or third tier you just see the game unfold before it's going to happen. And there's just little things that you want to put into your game. Like obviously offensively I've always been pretty strong, but defensively I'll need to improve my running patterns, the way that we play our game style now. I'll have to improve on that, but also just the main thing is just my body. Just get my body right will be the key, and then I think everything will take care of itself.
We just had Peter Francis on before you, with plenty to do with Gippsland. You came from Thorpedale down in Gippsland. Yep. What was it like making the journey from down there to Moonee Ponds and becoming a league footballer?
Yeah, it was a different journey to a lot of other guys that I play footy with now. I've played, used to play senior football at Thorpedale there. I used to play under 16s, under 18s, have a break during the reserves, and then play seniors in the afternoon. So there was one game there I played 50 games in the 1 year, which was I was pretty stuffed by the end of that. But then I moved from there over to Gippsland Power for 2 years, and I had Darren Buick as my coach straight from the Bombers. He played in the 2000 Premiership and then come and coach there for 01 and 02, and that was the 2 years I was there. So once I came to Essendon, all the training drills, all the running stuff I'd already done for 2 years, so it was like a 2-year development before I got to the football club. But it was great. Pete Francis has done a tremendous job back there with the Gippsland boys. We saw there was a lot of them running around last night for St Kilda and Goddard and Dempster and Graham. They were guys I played with back home, but also country boys that I play with Vic Country. I love watching and watch them develop as well.
50 games in a season, that's maybe why you miss so much footy recently. Get burnt out.
Yeah, probably.
We spoke too about Dyson Hempel with Peter Francis. Jason, he was a first round draft pick, so obviously everyone thought he could play, but has he done better than you thought he'd do this year?
Oh, he's been sensational. I went and watched a few of the finals games because I still follow Gippsland Power quite closely, and I went and watched a couple of the finals last year, and he just stood out. Everything he does is just pure class, just does the simple things right, and that's one thing that Simon Goodwin has brought to the football club, is he just wants guys to do the simple things brilliantly, and that's what he does, whether it's offensively or defensively. He's been terrific, and for such a young guy to come in, I think the coach has said this week they wanted to rest him, but he's just such an important player for us, and hopefully he continues that on today.
So Simon Goodwin's a senior coach in waiting, you think, Jason?
Oh, for sure. I think he's been terrific. He's obviously learning off Bomber and Brendan McCartney. Also, I can't believe that Brendan McCartney hasn't coached yet. I think he's like one of the great teachers going around. So I dare say it. Then one day, Goody in the next, hopefully not till I finish, or be try and sneak a flag in the next few years. But hopefully he stays around. But I dare say someone will try and come and pinch him, and because he'll be terrific.
Boys, we just have to wrap things up. Jason, can I just ask you a last one? We're standing down here. If people are watching on telly, it's a nice looking day, blue skies, but it is blowing a gale, very swirling. You've played at the G in conditions like this. How difficult will it be for the guys today? Yeah, it's very tough. Like, as I was speaking earlier, at different parts of the ground, there's different pockets where the wind will be just swirling around, and definitely having set shots, it's very tricky as well, because you're not sure where to aim at from spot to spot. So, I dare say you'll probably see a few skill errors on TV, but also because there'll be immense pressure on the ball carrier. Thanks very much for your time. Good luck. Thanks very much.
Jason Winderlich with Tim Hodges in the lead up to the big game between the Bombers and the Blues. One of the big hard luck stories, Drew in footy, and he was able to tell you, I suppose players can't they, the number of games they've played, the number of games they've missed, and his pace is something that would have been very handy for the Bombers. And Matthew, you certainly coached him, and I think he might have had one of his best years last year under you.
Yeah, no, he was, when I first coached Bendigo, he was just not quite in the senior team yet, and we got him in. He can still remember him kicking 5 goals at Windy Hill one day, playing midfield forward with Bendigo, and once he got a taste of his senior footing, got his body right, he was an extremely valuable player, because he's very skillful. He doesn't miss many targets, and he's got good leg speed when he gets the ball. So, it was a real disappointment for Essendon when he went out. It's a big challenge for him. I don't think we can underestimate. He's had really bad back problems. It's now a knee, so you can't underestimate how tough the next 12 months is going to be for him.
In any way related?
Well, you just don't know, Drew. I mean, you would think not, but conversely, it's hard to say, and he's going to have a real challenge over the next 12 months, but particularly him and Dempsey, the players that rely on that change of direction and take off to get their confidence back in their knee does take a while. So I think even though both will have long rehabs having done their knees really early in the season, which is a good tonic, they'll still take the while to get their feet and their traction next year.
I thought the other interesting thing, and I hope some of the young kids out there who love our game were listening to that, and he talked about he's been watching and learning that he may have to change his running patterns, because it's terribly important in this game, because what can happen is that you can spend a lot of time running for no reason whatsoever, and you can run to the wrong spots, and you can spend all day burning up energy just chasing, and it doesn't necessarily mean running flat out. It just means timing your run, Matt, doesn't it, and knowing where to run and to be in the right spot, to be an offensive unit, but at the same time not to put all your eggs in one basket, because if there's a turnover, you've got to be in a situation where you can actually go and play a role for the team defensively.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing with players like Jason and Dempsey and Jetta, is just understanding when to go, when not to go, because they have such great speed that sometimes if they go early, they get so far past it that it's hard to get back. So with those guys with the extra speed, they can afford to wait back a bit further and then accelerate through the contest and still get to the other side of it.
The Wallabies World Cup rugby campaign is underway in New Zealand today, playing Italy in their first round match. Midway through the first quarter, penalty goal, Australia 3 lead Italy 0. Keep you up to date during the day.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Because some players can just get a very bad run with injuries. Winderlich is obviously an example of that. But look at Adam Goodes, Matthew. I mean, he's missed 8 games in 13 seasons of senior footy, and I was talking to Drew about it before we came on air. He looked fresh as a daisy in the last 5 minutes last night.
I've got a little bit of a theory that the longer you can go without an injury in career, the better it is for durability. I think those that get injuries early in their career tend to compound, they tend to jump on. And Scott Gumbleton's a great example.
Yeah.
Had so many injuries, Winderlich's another example. Tate Pears has had a fair bit. And there's a number of examples from other clubs as well where they just never get the motor started. Whereas someone like Goods probably went for a long period without an injury, has been able to then get his body right, get pre-seasons, get training under his belt, and it just holds him in such great stead. And you nailed it. Last night, in that last 5 or 10 minutes, and I sensed Fisher was in trouble early because he just couldn't go with him at all when Goods put the turbo on. But in the last 5 minutes, Goods was just... He was on top of the ground like he was a 100-metre sprint, just warming up for the next event. He was just, I'm on top of the ground, I'm on my toes. Just give me another 2 quarters.
And he's got an X factor, and that X factor is how you hear people say, he can run a certain time and do that sort of stuff. But he has the ability to actually just run slightly off the line, and he'll run past people, and you won't even know how he got past them. He almost does a little shuffle. He does almost that little high goose step, and he can get away and do those other different things. And what it is it's so different to everybody else, because everybody else gets the ball and runs straight ahead and they're easy to tackle, but he doesn't. He has a little bit of a shimmy. He's a bit like a guy at St Kilda I had, Robert Harvey. Robert Harvey wasn't super quick, but seemed to be able to get away from people. You thought, how did he get through there? They can just change direction. They just have this... he can't coach it. It's something that's just born in them, and he's just got that. I mean, he's something special. I know we're talking about it, but Fennick, if his form's not as good as the years that he's won at Brownlow, I know I'm not counting last night, you can't get any votes for last night, but he's been playing like that for the second half of the season.
And if he wins his third, he'll be in elite company. He'll deserve to be there.
And he will be too, because I'm going to tell you, put his highlight package together and you've got... Just don't put the kettle on, because you've got a couple of hours to spend.
Looking forward to that. He is just an absolute delight to watch, Adam Goods, and he's in action again next week with Sydney taking on Hawthorn. The winner of this will travel to Perth next Saturday night to do battle against West Coast. Both Carlton and Essendon are out on the ground in the sunshine getting ready for the match, and after the news we'll talk more footy, including Nathan Bassett, former Crow, to join us on the program on Grandstand AFL.
ABC News with Jackie Munn. The Foreign Minister Kevin Rudd says Australia needs to maintain its vigilance against the possibility of terrorist attacks. Mr Rudd has marked the anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attacks with the French Foreign Minister at a ceremony at the War Memorial in Canberra. He says the September 11 attacks could easily have happened in any major capital city. Mr Rudd says the threat has not gone away.
It could still happen, which is why the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. In France, Australia, our common ally, the United States, we continue to maintain our vigilance.
Virginia Bauer lost her husband in the attacks on the World Trade Center. With the opening of the new Ground Zero Memorial, she says she's grateful to have a place where families can mourn collectively.
It's like anything in life. It's almost impossible to believe that it's been 10 years. In some ways it seems so long, in other ways it seems like yesterday. There's just many mixed emotions, and I think the 10th anniversary is just a little bit more poignant than many others.
The Defence Minister, Stephen Smith, has rejected claims that Defence Force members will be forced to take an effective pay cut over the next 3 years. The pay deal on offer for serving members is an increase of 9% over 3 years, which is less than inflation. Defence civilian personnel have also received the same offer. Mr Smith says pay negotiations are underway for civilian members, while the Defence Remuneration Tribunal will meet to discuss the increase in October.
I wouldn't get into the mistake of believing that negotiations and a standard normal process which is underway will be the eventual or the ultimate outcome.
The Tanzanian island of Zanzibar has begun 3 days of official mourning for more than 200 people who were killed when an overloaded ferry sank on Friday night. The authorities say many others are still unaccounted for. The BBC's Will Ross reports from Nairobi.
On this, the first of 3 days of national mourning, the effort to find more survivors will continue. Seeing as the ferry capsized at night, it is somewhat extraordinary that more than 600 people were rescued. Friends and relatives are still identifying the dead. They've been taken to a football ground in the centre of Zanzibar and placed in separate rows of men, women and children. Survivors said it was clear the ferry was extremely overloaded, and realising this, some passengers had even disembarked before it set off.
The National Transitional Council in Libya has been recognised by the International Monetary Fund, paving the way for the country's fledgling new administration to receive financial help. It comes as the leader of the interim government, Mustafa Abdul Jalil, flew to Tripoli for the first time since anti-Gaddafi forces captured the capital. Mr Jalil's arrival in Tripoli is aimed at sending a message about his authority across the country. The Deputy Mayor of Tripoli, Usama Al-Abad, was among the cheering, flag-waving crowds welcoming the new leadership to the city.
It's a joyful moment. It's a historical moment for the whole country, not only the citizens of Tripoli. Everybody is very happy, and I think a new chapter has just been opened here in the capital of Libya.
The Oscar-winning actor Cliff Robertson, who won Hollywood's top honour for his portrayal of a mentally disabled man in the 1968 film Charlie, has died in New York of natural causes. He was 88. In the course of his career, Robertson appeared in some 60 movies, more recently playing Uncle Ben Parker in the Spider-Man films. This year's Venice Film Festival is wrapped up with the top prize being awarded to a Russian film. The coveted Golden Lion Award for Best Picture went to Faust, which is loosely based on the classic German text by Goethe. And in sport, Australian Samantha Stosur will meet American Serena Williams in the final of the US Open. Stosur became the first Australian tennis player in 34 years to reach the women's US single finals when she beat German Angelique Kerber in 3 sets. Williams overcame number 1 seed Caroline Wozniacki in 2 sets to progress to the final. The men's final will see Novak Djokovic taking on Rafael Nadal. Now to the weather, and Sydney tomorrow, possible morning shower 18, Melbourne partly cloudy 17, Brisbane fine 22 degrees, Perth sunny and 26, Adelaide morning shower 17, Hobart partly cloudy and 15, Canberra mostly sunny 16, Darwin sunny dry, a top tomorrow of 32. ABC News.
This is Grandstand AFL.
That was incredible bravery.
Oh, I closed my eyes, so I thought he's dead.
He doesn't look like he's got a lot of talent, but he's got a lot of heart.
When he's going full steam ahead, he's practically unstoppable.
Gives at the kitchen sink. It's long, it's long, it's long enough! When the moment came, he was able to seize it. And that is what separates the gods from the mortals.
Rioli's got him cold. Rioli pitches the pill near the boundary line. Oh, what a goal!
Chance for Cox, I reckon he was held on to, but he controlled it beautifully. Handballs to Lacroix, and off one step he kicks the goal. Dean Cox, you're a genius.
Oh, darting one way, then the other, and again is Milne. He wants a goal, and he gets the goal. That was spectacular.
Goods, he's toe pokes it to himself, gathers the footy, he's 45 out and kicks a special goal.
Taken by Sidebottom. He hoists it high towards the goal line. Unbelievable! A phenomenal kick.
Cananita mark, Bartel against 2. The pack collapses, it's on at the back. Mooney, hand pass, goal for Melbourne. The Cats hit the front with 20 seconds left.
This is Grandstand AFL.
And we're at the MCG. It's the first elimination final, and 2 of the heavyweights of the competition doing battle in their 20th final, their first final since the preliminary final in 2000 when the Bombers won comfortably. And both teams, of course, haven't won a final for a while because they've been going through rare rough trots. Carlton and Essendon, Dan Lonigan, Drew Morford, Stan Elves, Matthew Knights and Tim Hodges with you at the MCG. The sun is shining, the crowd is building, a lot of pre-sold tickets, so people just making their way in casually over the next half an hour or so, and we are looking forward to it. It should be a ripper.
Now, Danny, as I watch out there, I'm going to ask Matthew Knights in a minute when he swallows his little bit of tucker. We're watching boys go around. I'm just fascinated. We look at them and we say, oh, there's the Essendon team and there's the Carlton team, but it's made of individuals. And I'm just wondering, Matt, if you can just share some insight into some of the Essendon boys, the makeup. You know, there are some, the sort of preparations, some who get nerves too, some are just quite lackadaisical. Give us a bit of an insight into some of the makeup of these kids.
Yeah, well, I think if I start in the back line, I think Pears is a really down-to-earth, measured young man. He would be really quite relaxed in the rooms before the game, quite quiet. He's a very sort of amicable person, so we'll be discussing different things with players and coaches. And David Myers is more on the nervous side. It's a really big test for David, I think, today. Being, I think, his first final, he's really nervous and gets really uptight about his football. However, really wants to do well. It's on the back of that. So, you know, he's a bit different again. Someone like Ben Howlett just will, as laconic and as relaxed as you'll ever see. He'll leave his business to when he hits the ground stand. Really hard contested ball player, really unflappable. And the different mechanics in the Essendon rooms is probably to a degree with Lovett Murray, Davey, Ryder and Jeddah, the Indigenous lads. They stay pretty calm and collected in the rooms. They're really laid back. They enjoy each other's company. They, might have an odd joke if it's an hour and a half, but they do zone in late. They do zone in late, the last 10 or 15 minutes before they run out, and that's probably a good thing because you don't really want to play the game before you get out there. Whereas Heath Hocking, really intense. Well, we like the hitting bags in the room and pumping out handballs and drop punts and catching torpedoes and kicking a rough torpedo and knocking someone's scone. And if you're unlucky enough to be walking through, or a media guy's got a microphone there, he's happy to take out there. So he's got a bit of left edge nastiness about him, Heath, which has to be because he's an inside mid who plays on the opposition's best mids. So there's a little bit of a rundown of different players.
Sounds a bit like Mitch Robinson.
Yeah, well, I think that's an important factor. I just say that because too often we just look at them and just think that they're all just the same and they're part of a team, but they are individuals. And I dare say that, Matthew, it was so critical for you to know that because it's how you deal with them. Because there are times where, I can remember early days where everybody felt you had to run and sing and shout and do that, because if you didn't, everybody thought, he's not on. But the bottom line is not everybody pairs that way.
Yeah, and Watson's from a captain's point of view, he's really very measured. He can take an information match day really well, but that last sort of minute or two, he does get up and about, and a bit of fire and brimstone, and it's not exactly Job's character, but he does get himself into that zone for the group, and I think that's more for the rest of the group rather than himself, and it's pleasing to see him be able to be diverse enough to understand that some players might need a little bit of a rev up before a game.
You touched on a couple of things with Heath Hocking. Is he so intense? Is that because of the fact that he's been a rookie, it's taken him a while to get an opportunity, and he's just determined to make every post a winner?
Well, I think it goes back to what he does in November and December, and the hard yards he puts in on the training track, whether it be a skill session, a weight session, or a grueling running session. He puts himself on the line every time he steps out on the grass, and every training session is like a final for him, and that's probably one of the reasons he's got to where he has, and full credit to him, to his dedication. And I watched a documentary on the Dallas Cowboys recently, and it was about Michael Irvin, who's a wide receiver, and they said he used to drive everyone nuts on training day because it was like every day was the Super Bowl, and he used to take catches and celebrate, drive his teammates mad. But it's probably not a bad ethos to have, to try and get into that zone where you think there's something hinging on everything.
Well, I can tell you that one time with my playing group at St Kilda, that I got some people who just sort of helped me and work out the characteristics, and one of the things I was told was to be very, very careful on match day about how much information you give, because you can come along and give too much, and with one person they said, whatever you do, don't even talk to this guy on match day. And I said, why? They said, information overload. One bit and you'll just confuse him. And I said, well, what do we do in team meetings? And I need to say this because it's true. This person said, look, if you're having a team meeting, the best way you can handle this guy is to give him a phantom comic and send him to the dunny. That's what they said. So I went and spoke to the player and said, this is what I've been told. And he said, thank God. I said, why? He said, I sit in those meetings, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Wow. because on the day, but let me tell you, once they hit the ground, just such a clear thinker, everything was just so sensational. But that person would just get themselves so uptight in that situation if you come, and you just had to just leave them alone.
I can't wait to ask you off air who.
You're not going to tell us on here, are you?
Well, of course I'm not. Okay. This is player-coach situation, and I won't give him up because that would be a terrible thing to do. But it's just stating a fact to just tell you that sometimes you've got to understand. Because people go out and say, "How come he missed that?" or "What happened there?" Let me tell you, they're going through all the emotions and emotions that the average person could not comprehend in a million years. And it's that situation, it's the ability to be able to work through that, work with those people, and just to make sure that you come up with the best way to enable them to play.
One of the beauties of this competition is seeing so many mature age players get an opportunity and take their opportunity. Two such players that have stood out this year and are playing in finals, Paul Puopolo at Hawthorn and Nick Duigan at Carlton today. They had a great year last year for Norwood in the SANFL, who made the grand final, coached by Nathan Bassett, former Adelaide player, and he's been good enough to join us. Nathan, welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Thanks for having me.
You must get great delight, Nathan, watching players that were under your control last year, as I mentioned, like Paul Puopolo and Nick Duigan, get their opportunity and take their opportunity.
Yeah, a couple of guys have had really good seasons, and it's interesting to see how people adapt from our competition and jump into a different one and succeed.
Did you think they'd make it?
Paulie, I definitely thought was worth a chance. He had some limitations to, I guess, as a footballer. Mainly, a big part of it is his height, but a couple of other things. But I thought in an AFL environment he could certainly improve and get better, and I think he's done that this year. His Dyke, he had a couple of standout characteristics. He's very quick, and his leadership is exceptional. So, it's been great to see him do well.
Well, he's also done very well, of course, off the field, having done a degree, and he's a well-rounded character, Nick Duigan, isn't he?
Yeah, he was off travelling this year, so either way he wasn't going to play for Norwood, so it was great to see him get drafted, and, he's going to play in front of a huge crowd today for Carlton, and I think some of the opportunities for his work off the field, it's really valuable for him to be in the AFL system for a few years.
And Nathan, are there a lot of players like that in the SANFL that sort of have been a little bit untouched, that are maybe starting to show a bit of talent now in their early 20s and maybe deserve a crack at AFL level?
Yeah, I think people mature at different times. I mean, the thing about Paulie and Dykes is they've both got standout speed, which is unusual in our competition. So there'll be a couple more guys, I think, this year that will get drafted. Maybe not as ready to jump straight in to a senior side, but probably the early 20s sort of players. We have a couple of at the moment that I can certainly see playing AFL next year and becoming good players.
Now, your name's been thrown up as a possibility when people are talking about coaching positions coming up. Do you harbour an ambition to get to the big stage and coach in the AFL?
Yeah, I mean, I've spent a lot of, a long time in the AFL system as a player, and that's where the majority of coaching jobs are, and we get to work with the best talent. So, down the track, I'd certainly be interested in coaching in the AFL right now. I've got a youngish family, and it's pretty handy staying in South Australia and helping there.
Had any phone calls or meetings yet?
I've spoken to a few people along the line, but I've committed to coaching Norwood again next year, we'll see what happens after that.
Nathan, I'm interested because so often the career path seems to be where people will come out of football and go in to become assistant coaches, but you've gone where you've actually become a coach in your own right, coaching Norwood, which is at a really elite level. Do you think that that's really benefited you? I mean, you're talking about situations now, but should the opportunity present it, do you think that being a coach in your own right and having to handle a team, being the man who's had to call the shots, would be beneficial?
Yeah, I think it certainly helps from a management position. As an assistant coach, development coach, you learn a lot of technical skills. But, probably the things about managing boards, managing staff, other coaches, you don't get as much of as an assistant or a development coach. So certainly being exposed to that and working with lots of people, across a reasonably broad area of the football club certainly helps.
Nathan, Matthew Knights, just with your knowledge of Adelaide and Port Adelaide, just probably if you give an insight on what both clubs need from more playing personnel to get better in the competition, because it's obviously been a really tough year for Adelaide football generally. Maybe just a quick snapshot of what you think both clubs need just to improve. It might be just at a surface level.
Yeah, Adelaide probably need a key defender. They've lost 3 or 4, Nathan Bassett, Scott Stevens, Phil Davis in a real short time, and so key defender would certainly help, and probably another midfielder that can move well. It doesn't have to be just an outsider, but sort of an inside-outside midfielder, to give Scott Thompson a bit more support. I think that's probably their main area of support that they need. They've got some pretty good talent elsewhere. Port probably got a bit more work to do on their list. They're going to go through probably some bigger list management issues into this year, so they just need more good players.
And do you think, Nathan, that Adelaide may need to look outside the square and get a coach not from South Australia, or do you think they're happy to keep going down that path and nurture the homegrown talent in regard to a coach?
I think they'll look for the best coach they can get, and if that guy's in Adelaide, if he's living in Melbourne, if he's living in Iceland, they'll go and get the best coach they can, and it's more about who wants to come and work at Adelaide. It is a good organisation. It doesn't have probably some of the board and management issues of some other clubs and coaching jobs going around, so you've got it's a reasonably secure and sensible organisation.
And before we let you go, you've got bigger fish to fry. Norwood into the finals again. They've got the double chance. You got a taste of it last year. There's a saying going around that sometimes you have to lose one to know how to win one. Do you think losing narrowly to Centrals last year has really given the team experience to go all the way this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, our team's changed so much. So we lost probably 5 experienced players in the draft. And then, we've picked up probably another 5, and then there's a few other younger guys that have come in, a few guys retire, so a third of the team will be different. We're not been great the last couple of weeks, but I think we've got enough talent to do well in the finals, hopefully very well.
Nathan, thanks for joining us, and good luck to Norwood in the SANFL finals over the next few weeks and your future endeavours in coaching.
Thank you very much.
Nathan Bassett, coach of Norwood, former Adelaide defender, played over 200 games, joining us in Grandstand AFL, and predominantly talking about a couple of guys who've done really well, who was with Norwood last year, Paul Puopolo and Nick Dygan, who we'll see this afternoon, has been a terrific player for Carlton.
And Dan, the Wallabies' start in the Rugby World Cup has been less than auspicious. Half-time against Italy. All the scores have been penalty goals, 6-all, Australia and Italy. Come on, lads. 40 minutes to go.
The performance hasn't matched the hype over there, has it?
Correct.
Early days, I suppose, though. Matt, can I just ask you, look, I went down that line and question I put to Nathan was in terms of the fact that he's coach in his own right. And you've done that. See, I've got to be honest with you, I'm a firm believer that if you haven't coached in your own right, and you've been an assistant, when you step into the hot seat, you're really going to take 2 or 3 years to actually really understand what it's all about. Because as an assistant, you work on the skills, you work on the technique, but the other side of coaching is far, far more onerous and demanding than that.
Yeah, no, definitely, Stan. I think if you could have a pathway where you did coach your own team, I think it's definitely helpful. Not only match day in the box and feeling comfortable sitting there driving the ship, but also during the week, whether you're speaking to a player that's been left out, and you've got to sit down with someone and say, listen, young man, you've missed out this week. These are the reasons why. And you know what it's like, Stan. You never want to do that to a player. You get to the Thursday and you think, it's easy to tell them they're in. This is you're in your role, you've got a big smile, they're jumping for joy. But the ones that miss out, particularly at AFL level, because their careers flash in front of their eyes for some of these boys, because sometimes they've been in and out already and they think, not again. And I nearly got to the stage that you're better off having a good discussion with them, not then, but when they actually cool off a bit, or they're just a little bit more reflective, and you might get them back later that day or the next day just to have a talk about what you need them to do in the VFL. So there's a number of aspects, staff, how you communicate with staff, making sure you've got good staff, and working with those staff match day. So I think Bassett coaching Norwood is good for him. I think that will set him up nicely. Whether to go in an assistant role, his next step is probably to an assistant coaching role, and then maybe a shot later on down the track.
Bendigo Bombers, a good experience for you as a stepping stone into Essendon? Oh, no doubt about that. It was a fabulous experience. There was also a little bit of a tyranny of distance there. We were, an hour and a half, 2 hours. The mechanics of bringing two groups together from 2 hours away, which required management not only during the week but match day. But it was a wonderful experience, and met some wonderful people in Bendigo itself. That wonderful community, big football community, and still to this day I've got great friends in Bendigo that I speak to regularly, and when I go back there I catch up with them for a coffee or a beer and the like. So it was a great experience.
They love their footy up there, don't they? I mean, it's a reasonably good comp, the Bendigo League, isn't it? It's been a good comp for a long time.
Yeah, and they obviously ran through a really tumultuous time with their VFL team early on with the Diggers. They had a standalone team, didn't quite work out. They went with the Bombers. That's been talked about as going in separate ways at some stage, and whether that's this year or next year, we're not sure. But the Bendigo footy is in an interesting stage.
Hey, talking about fronting a bloke face to face and saying, look, you're not on the side this week. What about fronting someone and saying, sorry mate, we're going to move you on, it's career over? And apparently overnight St Kilda have had 4 players retire, and 2 of them have come out today and said, hang on, I haven't retired at all. There's a sticky situation there, surely.
Drew, this is a big one for me. I think, and I probably pride myself on doing this well, I've had some great chats with discussions with players like Ben Johnny, Courtney Johns, Mark Bolton, magnificent people, and to sit there with them. But if you do it properly, a week, 2 weeks later, you feel good about that. If you don't do it properly, okay, it'll probably stay with you forever. But if you do it well, you do it properly, you look them in the eye, explain the reasons. You usually sometimes have someone else in the room with you to help the conversation go along if that player's getting down, or he's to assist with the questions from the player. So if you do it well, Drew, I think the player respects it long term, as does the coach. Go away with a good
I just try to add to that. Our little point that you made earlier too is that you've got to understand that sometimes you've got to do the follow-up, because you're talking about somebody's life. It's not just playing a game of football, and quite often they won't hear you. They're almost in a fog, and they don't even know, and the penny won't even drop. And I come to understand in one way. It seems a bit funny, isn't it? But I come to understand just how much it can mean to people, because I had to tell a player this once, and got him in my office and sat with him, just chairs side to side, and just went through and started to talk about it. And what happened was that I was probably speaking to him for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden he just stopped and he said, "Are you telling me that I'm gone?" It took him that long, and I said, "Yes, I am." And he went whack and belted me, punched me.
Is that right?
Yeah, he did. And I'm not critical of it, but that's how much it meant to him. It wasn't till it actually sunk in. And so what we had to do is that we would do that, and then we'd tee up a meeting later on with other people to then talk about it and about where we're going to go now, because it's not just the fact that you're telling them. You have a duty of care. What's it to be somewhere in this person next stage of their life? But to me, that just hit home, just how much it meant to this person. Firstly, 5 minutes, didn't hear a word I said, was in a fog, it was probably almost in denial. And then when the penny dropped, that was his reaction.
Yeah, that's another reason why you'd have somebody else in the room. You'd want to have evidence gathered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a tumultuous time for the players in question, and what you don't understand at times, and you've got to get yourself in their shoes, is they've then got to go and tell their friends and their family,
exactly,
which is a really traumatic time for those players. So most important to do it well. Back onto today.
It's almost game time.
The conditions are holding beautifully, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's still wonderful out there, even though it's swirly. And Winderlich mentioned this, that their technique's going to have to be good with their skills. They're going to have to stay over the footy as the Bombers run out in the ground, led by Joe Watson.
Yeah, it's a massive moment for them. A lot of them playing in their first final. Dustin Fletcher, though, playing in his 23rd. Mark McVeigh, the second most experienced, in final number 11. They burst through. Dustin sort of just walks through laconically as he wants, and the last one to go through as well. But they're ready to go, and we know it's going to be a big crowd. 85, 90, Drew, what do you think?
I think it'll be well into the 80s today.
Yeah.
They are sitting in the very last row of the Great Southern Stand, and it's just a huge crowd. It could be in the 90s today, as a matter of fact. What about Dustin Fletcher? He's played with Tim Watson, and now he's playing with his son. Covering a generation. That's fantastic.
He played a lot of footy with both of them, too.
Keep this up, we would play with the grandson. Age shall not weary him.
Well, they reckon he'll definitely go around again. He needs just a few more for 350. But why not? He's still in very good form. So the Blues not far away, and both teams as selected, and all eyes stand will definitely be on how Michael Jamieson is going to go, considering all the injuries he's had and the fact he's played, I think, one game in 9 weeks.
Well, it's a massive gamble, but I think it illustrates just how high the stakes are. They would know. We can speculate about everything. They would know where he's at. They know that there's a risk taken, but the stakes are just so high. And I think we got an insight when we spoke to Mark Riley, and he virtually said that next week there's no doubt that Cruiser and Waite they'll come up. So they've got to get through this day, though. So that's how important it is for them. But I think, look, you can go through and you can have a whole range of matchups, and I'll leave those to Matthew. But to me, this is going to be, I keep saying it, this is about taking your chances. This is about taking your chances. It's about when it's your turn and you've got the footy in your hand, hurting the opposition. That's by not turning it over. And more importantly, when you get it in the forward line, you've got to nail your opportunity. You cannot be a 2-bob millionaire and just think you can just get away with it. And the other thing that I think is going to stand out to me is just work ethic. We talk about the hardness of the footy. We know that's going to happen, but I think equally as important, I'm going to look for bravery today. And bravery to me is the ability to actually run when your lungs are screaming, when you absolutely don't think you can go one little bit more, but you push across to be an extra number for a teammate. Because in these conditions, when it is a bit windy, it will be fluky and somebody will get clean bowled. The ball will bounce one way or the other. What we won't notice, though, is if you get there and back up the teammate, that will just cover a multitude of sins. But if you don't, if you wait back and that teammate's got to go and the opposition pushes numbers across and burn him, you're in real trouble. So this is a day for, I said, it's easy to talk about running hard the footy and stuff like that. I think they'll do that, but bravery comes in so many other ways, and that's what I'm going to be looking for today.
And Essendon having the bye last week, an advantage or disadvantage, Matthew?
No, I think it might have been a little bit of an advantage for Essendon because they'd played a lot of games as the Blues run out onto the ground, Dan, to the rapturous applause of their supporters behind the goal at that end.
As Drew touched on it before, Matthew, first home final for Carlton since 2001 when they got beaten by Richmond.
Actually, if they need anyone else to come on, that mascot was pretty impressive. His approach to the banner there, he looks nice and strong and tough, Dan, doesn't he? Those back cartwheels he's doing.
Yes, going beautifully. As the Blues congregate together, ready to burst through the banner, led by Chris Judd. And they're away and looking for a big performance to move into a first semi-final against the West Coast Eagles in Perth next Saturday night.
Start of the game about 10 minutes away, and if you've missed it, no team changes as selected. The sub for Carlton will be Marcus Davies, and the sub for the Bombers, Travis Collier, who's been a bit of a specialist in the role, and recently when he's played it, he's been a pearler there.
Sure has. As you were, Matthew.
Carlton, just look at the characteristics of both teams. Defensively, Carlton are going to press in their forward half of the ground really diligently. In the back half of the ground, they tend to fold back and protect that sort of 0 to 30 metre zone. However, from an Essendon point of view, that leaves open the short pass about 40 metres out. Usually for rucks and mids to drift into, and it's been used effectively against Carlton before. On the offensive side, Carlton, their short kick and their uncontested marks is great. And what you can't do is overcommit on one of those uncontested marks, because if they step you and get around you, they usually cause great overlap, and that's when they can get the run and carry and virtually take it the whole way. It'd be interesting to see whether Essendon plays more man-on-man defence today, because I think one of the ways to beat Carlton is make them kick to a contest earlier. Don't let their first kick to be a contest 0 to 30. Make them kick to a contest on the wing and see if you can win that contest and counter-attack and make Murphy and Gibbs and Judd chase that ball and chase the opposition players. So that's a little bit about Carlton. I think their inside 50 players, Walker, Betts and Garlett, are the hit-up option rather than the crumbing front and square. So So the Essendon defenders have to be really mindful that they're going to hit up and lead up at the ball. From an Essendon point of view, go after the ball carriers. Get in Judd's face, get in Gibbs' face, make them give it up, make the other players beat you with lesser skills. Make Armfield beat you, make Carrazzo beat you. Make those players beat you with their skill. Fletcher's the one at the back that assists his other defenders, so Carlton, as we spoke to Mark Riley earlier, may have done some work there, Stan. It seemed like there's been a little bit of diligence go in there. And from an Essendon point of view, the longer the ball can be inside 50, the better, because they press well there. The wild card for me in the whole game for both sides is Yaron for Carlton. What role can he play down back? I wouldn't be even surprised if he spent some time in the forward line and they push Garland up to a wing. And the wild card for Essendon is Patrick Ryder. What game is he going to bring today? Because if Patrick Ryder brings one of his specials, it really brings Essendon into this game.
Yeah, I'll go. Just listening to you there, I thought, yeah, spot on with what my thinking, and that last bit comes back to a couple of areas. I think Essendon's real chance to win this game is Hill and Ryder, and not just their centre bounce work. I understand that, but it's the around the ground. We know what Ryder can do when he's on his game, but I think also Hill. I mean, they are potent forward weapons, and the ability to actually run forward, and especially on a Warnock, if they can get Warnock and get him chasing, and he's got to run for them, we can see how good. Well, we know that Ryder's an athlete, but Hill's ability to actually go forward when he's on his game and all of a sudden become an extra, go the centre bounce, run forward, he's the target, and they go to. The big fella can do that. So I think that's really important for them. And whereas I think they've got to do that, because if you look at just the midfields, you've got to say the actual spread of talent. If they were get on top, I think Carlton's got an edge here. There's no doubt Judd, Murphy, Gibbs. And I'm going to put Simpson in there. I'm going to put Scotland in there. Carrazzo, Ballman. If they're able to just get free rein and get hold of the footy, they're just going to cause an enormous amount of trouble. Watson's a magnificent player. I think Hocking's got to have a big game, but I think they also they're going to need a lift from players like Stanton. He's got to get to one of his best games, and to do that, to get it in the forward line in that situation. But look, I've got to tell you, these games throw up something. I mean, these are sudden death. These throw up something. You just find out things in this game about people. There'll be players today, I'll guarantee you, there'll be players who will come away from this and we'll just go up in our estimation, because on the big stage they've really lifted to this next level. There are other guys who might struggle with it in terms of that. Now, if that's the case, it still comes down to the factors: who's going to work for each other, what are going to be the numbers. You know, look, Judd's a great player, but if he's got 3 or 4 blokes swarming to him and other blokes are peeling off waiting for him to get it to him, they're going to be in awful trouble. So everybody's got to stand up in this game. I can go through and say this bloke's good and everything like that, but just as important, they're going to come down to saying, well, yeah, but Monfrey's game today, what's he going to do? Reimer's ability, what's he going to do? Zarakis, can you give us more than just little 15-minute bursts? Can you really turn it on and be a really good player for the rest of the day? The role of Henderson down the back line. Can Henderson stand up down the back line and things like that? Can they get that run from Yaron? From Yaron's situation, and we've talked about this, Matt, can he find that balance between running and bouncing, but also picking the best option, not running into trouble, and not buggering up his forwards who've made 4 or 5 leads and had to go backwards and inside out and stuff like that. So, look, it's just wonderful. All I'll just say is that I'm honoured to be here. I'm honoured that the crowd's turned up. The supporters from both sides are fantastic for this arena. It's just a super day ready for footy, and may the best team win.
Tim, go on, Drew.
Just quickly, news in other sport of the Test match in Sri Lanka. Australia declaring at the overnight score 7 for 411, and Sri Lanka batting a second time, no wicket for 18.
And it's still 6-all in the rugby between Australia and Italy. Australia's first match of the Rugby Union World Cup in New Zealand. The umpires today, Rosebery, Stevic and also Meredith. And Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Tim, how windy is it? I mean, you've been talking about it the last hour or so. Is it likely to play a real factor?
Absolutely, Dan. Look, such a buzz down here, an awesome atmosphere. It's very grand final-like. The bars are packed and there's still thousands outside. Such a great vibe, especially with thousands heading to the Storm game next door as well. The MCC expecting a crowd of 90,000 plus, but it is the conditions that are the big talking point. They're going to be tough. There's no rain, but it is windy. It's swirling on ground level, and as Jason Winderlich said pre-match, it will be brutal, especially for those guys having set shots. And despite the rain in the past 48 hours, the ground is holding up. It's in great nick. Just repeating, no late change. Michael Jamieson, he is playing. He looked really proper yesterday at training, but he looks okay in that warm-up. And just getting ready for the national anthem. I'll throw back to you, Dan. I'll come back with the benches.
Thanks, Tim. Craig Willis, of course, our master of ceremonies, as this massive crowd waits in expectation.
Welcome you to the first elimination final here at the MCG. Would you now please join with the coaches, players and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem.
There's nothing better. Absolutely fantastic. And when you get two of the big clubs of the competition going hammer and tong in a cutthroat final, this is what it's all about. Carlton and Essendon. And Drew, during the national anthem, I was spying around this wonderful arena. There's a few spare seats right up in the nosebleeds, up in the top deck at the western end of the ground, but I can't see too many others, and maybe a few of the members haven't quite arrived up also on the top deck, but other than that, just about jam-packed. Fantastic.
Well, Dan, it's better than grand final day because too many freebies and people who are unattached get in.
Footy people are here, Drewy, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's two Melbourne clubs. It's a bit like Anzac Day, but instead of being Essendon-Collingwood, this is Essendon-Carlton, which is every bit as good. This is massive. A try to the Australians in the World Cup. Ben Alexander over for the Wallabies, 11-6.
Toss of the coin, Tim.
A victory for the Blues. Dan, Chris Judd has just won the toss. The Blues kicking to the city end, but honestly, with this wind, it will make conditions so difficult no matter which end you're kicking at. Look, the MCC get a lot of criticism for their members not turning up, but they have turned up today. It is almost chockers in the members. I think we are well on track for 90,000 plus here today. Just an awesome atmosphere. It's fantastic to be down here on the boundary. The benches for the match for the Blues: Bryce Gibbs, Dennis Armfield and David Allard starting on the pine. Marcus Davies is the Blues sub. For the Bombers, Jake Melksham, Kyle Reimers and Nathan Lovett-Murray starting on the bench. Travis Collier, their sub. Look, guys, an interesting one. If the Bombers do win today, I tell you, a lot of players will be heading to their travel agent tomorrow. Many have flights booked to Las Vegas for the end-of-season trip this coming Thursday. So that is an interesting curveball for the Bombers should they get up today. Have a good call, boys. This is awesome.
Obviously didn't expect to get this.
We just had on the big screen, we just had two super shots of the skippers just talking to their players and just the expression on their faces. Look, if people have been involved in this game, and Matthew has, this is just a special time. I mean, this is just the expectation just before the first bounce, that the nerves are tingling and jangling. It's just something special.
And it's really Essendon have gone with Hill, Carlisle and Hurley in the forward line to really stretch the Carlton defence, which means Laidler has to play on a tall, either Carlisle or Hurley. So they're going to look to stretch the Carlton defence and go. I think this means they're going to have to go after the long high ball. And I wouldn't be surprised if Essendon just smashes it in there time and time again.
Hurley playing with a broken foot as well. Let's see how he goes. Drew Morford to get us underway on Grandstand AFL. The crowd is fever pitch.
Robinson's trying to go to Fletcher in the same role as he did 12 months ago.
Fletcher's trying to get Thornton.
And Paddy Ryder in the starting ruck for the Bombers, up against Warnock. Ryder gets hands to the ball. It's still in the middle. It's taken by Murphy of the Blues. Hand pass to Dygan. He's knocked off his kick. Ball comes to Stanton. He goes back with his hand pass, which is well delivered. And the kick forward for the Bombers by Myers up towards the 50. A tackle laid. Ball, say the crowd. The umpire says, give it to me, and I'm going to ball it up. The umpires today are Brett Rosebery, Matt Stevick and Simon Meredith. Warnock wins in the ruck, but he knocks it straight into a nest of players. That's not going anywhere, and the umpire will bounce again.
Myers on Walker as well.
Out in the sunshine, a beautiful day, although there's a really crisp southwest breeze. The bounce, Warnock. The rider goes over the top of him, wins the hit out, comes to Dygan, he can't handle. Joseph spins out of trouble and kicks the Blues out of defence over half-back flank. Mark blocked here by the Bombers. It comes to Eddie Betts. He puts them out in the open. Mitch Robinson runs onto the ball at half-forward for Carlton. In the shadows of the grandstand, he turns inboard, delivers not a great kick. Sits up well for O'Halton. Hand pass to Betts and kept on going. Eddie has a flying shot for goal and misses with his first attempt up behind to the right-hand side. The Blues are behind, Essendon yet to score.
Just a little note there, Jet has gone to Yarran to try and chop down his run.
McVeigh kicks to the outer side, but he's turned it over. Simpson takes the mark, plays on a hand pass to Murphy inside 50. O'Halton all on his own takes the mark in the left forward pocket at the city end. Loose marking by the Bombers. They were nowhere to be found, their defenders.
But it's not a soda. It's 25 out, but it's swirling. And O'Halton, this is the area. He has no issue in getting the football and finding the football. And it was a beautiful set-up kick by Murphy. But look, this is the part, Stan.
Yeah, except I might say, I watched them earlier. If the closer you are into that grandstand, the wind's not going to get a chance. If you can just kick it low. I mean, it's a massive big stand. We get carried away. It'll get swirled a little bit further out. But if he can actually punch through the ball, he should be okay.
Kick 4 last week. 25 out. Santana O'Halton did stab at it. He missed to the right-hand side.
Didn't kick through it. Worried by it.
2 behinds, Carlton, Essendon yet to score.
That's talked about missing opportunities. Now, there are 2 ripper opportunities, none more so than that, and they've failed to nail them. It's just not valuing your possessions.
Fletcher kicks to himself and then kicks it long, well outside the 50. Punch comes to the back to Joseph. He's taken to ground in a good tackle. Monfrey's got him cold. And this is going to be another ball up. We've had a few around the ground already in the first 3 minutes.
And that's the thing with Carlton. They often miss opportunities that are gettable early in games that come back to root.
Warnock and Ryder. Won by Warnock. Judd runs onto the ball at 100 miles an hour. Has a bounce. Gets to 50. Chris Judd for goal. It's hit the post. It looked like curling in. It just nicked the inside of the post. And that's 3 misses for the Blues.
All over them early, though.
The city end has been the scoring end all weekend, hasn't it? It seems like it has been the end where goals have been easy to kick.
Low kick by Fletcher, worried out of it by Yarran. He's 30 out. Can he finish it? No, he can't. He misses to the left-hand side. A mongrel punt by
4 misses.
Yep. 4 zip.
2 sodas.
Yep. And we spoke about it earlier.
Yep.
They are missing, and it's not a new thing for Carlton.
Fletcher getting plenty of practice at kicking in. This time he kicks into Myers, and they keep on going. Darting out in the middle. Oh, he's run down from behind. Davey caught from behind.
Free kick.
Ball still alive now. The whistle's gone. It is a free.
There's a super chase by Murphy. As a mid, chasing down a small forward like Davey.
Well, they look like going from one end to the other in about 10 seconds. Just as well for Murphy, who takes the free, goes across the ground. Jamison takes the mark. Hand pass to Laidler. He kicks up towards centre wing. Great Southern stand side in the direction of O'Halton. He keeps it alive just inside the boundary line. Dygan lays a good tackle. No prior opportunity, and the ump will bounce again. Carlton 4 behinds in 4 minutes. Essendon yet to score.
Carlton just slightly attacking side of the wing. Great Southern stand side. Ryder keeps it alive. Lovett Murray collects. Handballs to Ryder close to the boundary. Can't control it. Carazzo's there. He overruns it. That's taken out of bounds. Boundary throw in by Gibbs. Still Carlton just between wing and half forward.
Judd went to the bench, Hocking straight with him.
Yes, been minding him all day. Won by Watson from the ruck contest. Hurry boots the ball straight though to Dygan for Carlton on the wing. Dygan will kick down the Great Southern stand side. That kick was partially smothered by Carlisle. Slips to the back to Garlett. Handballs now to Carazzo. kicks off the edge of the boot, inside 50. No one can mark. A ground level, a hand pass came out from Robinson. Still alive, 25 from Carlton's goal. Tears a hand pass, no good. Chopped off Robinson. Right foot, snap. Has it got the carry? He does, but it misses to the right-hand side as he scrambled it around the corner. 5 behinds for the Blues. Bombers still yet to score.
And Myers marks the kick in and finds Monfries at half-back flank. Bombers need to settle. It's been all Carlton, but no goals. The kick towards centre wing, and Hill in front takes an excellent mark. On the logo broadcast side, hand pass back to Heppel, the rising star. Steers a pass for Hurley, who can't take the mark under pressure. He was out, the ball was in, or the boundary umpire said no, he took the ball over the boundary line. He had a good view of it, and it's going to be thrown in at half forward for the Bombers. Carlton 5 behinds. Essendon yet to score.
Need a positive forward move, the Dons. Two-handing it down Ryder. Follows Lovett Murray. Handball's out to Watson. Hacked by Lovett Murray. Inside 50. Lucks the fortune. Carlisle's in front for the Dons. Tim Hodges.
An early blow for the Bombers here, Dan. David Zaharakis straight off the ground and straight down the race into the rooms. I didn't catch what was wrong with him, but he went down with the dock straight down into the rooms.
Playing in front, young Carlisle in his 10th game. Reaping the benefits. Slightly left of centre half forward, heading to the punt road end in the sunshine. A few spare seats there.
This could hurt.
Could hurt badly, Stan. 45 out. He has kicked straight. Can you believe it? The Bombers in front. Carlton have done all the attacking, 5 behinds. Essendon go forward. They kick a goal there, 1 straight 6 on Grandstand AFL, 7 played in the opening term.
It's ironic, isn't it? 5 behinds. And yet Essendon go down 1 set shot from Jake Carlisle, and that's the difference. Jake Carlisle, technically sound, in front of goal, kicked through the ball. O'Halpin with his set shot was a slightly easier shot, but guided it. Tried to baby it, didn't get it through. As Stan said, the wind's not a factor close in, drive through the ball. And this is a great answer by Essendon after 4 or 5 minutes of domination by Carlton.
In the Rugby World Cup, Australia have got going. The Wallabies leading Italy 18-6 during the second half. Bounce in the middle, tap won by Ryder, shark by Murphy of Carlton. He's dispossessed. They stack in for the ball and we get a restart. Tim Hodges.
A fiery stoush between Andrew Carazzo and Jobe Watson. They were mouthing off as they came to the bench, and Jobe Watson, I think, copped one via Carazzo. He's having his bloodied nose worked on at the moment. David Zaharakis back from the bench. His left knee taped. He's okay, boys.
Lovett Murray, third man up for the Bombers. He hit it about 20 metres, chopped off by Scotland. Now to Murphy, now to Ellard. He goes to ground. Did he get one on the back? Play on, says the umpire, and now a ball up. Not holding it, not in the back. No decision by the ump. Maybe that's finals umpiring. It's Essendon a goal. Carlton 5 behinds. 1 scoring shot to 5, and the Bombers lead by a point.
They're at half forward, Essendon. Right of the tap. It's shark by Melsham. Kicks hurriedly inside 50. Jamison though outmarks Carlisle just outside the goal square. Quick hand pass to Yaron. Confronted by Remus. Has to change direction. Back pocket, Great Southern stand side to Laidler. For the Blues, who trail by a point. On the left, kicks towards the half-back flank. Judd can't take the mark. Ryder attacks it hard. Handballs to Stanton, now to Heppel in short. Cleverly, Remus marks. Well played, Dons. 45 out directly in front.
Isn't it amazing? He hasn't kicked the goal yet, but all at sea, Essendon, they kicked the first goal. Now the momentum swing. They got the tail up, and all of a sudden they are controlling possessions.
He attacked the loose ball hard then, Ryder. Set that up. So Cole Remus is there to kick goals. He's kicked 25 this year. 49 out. He's kicked 26 now. Dons have a couple. And they're away at the MCG in the elimination final. 2 straight 12. Carlton 5 behinds, 10 travel.
Well, just the 2 shots on goal, and they valued their kicks. That's great. But also, I just like the work of the young Heppel. Just received the ball in there. It's just so easy in an early game. You can imagine, massive crowd, numbers everywhere. You get the footy, you're about 60 metres out. Sometimes you might have the blinkers on, but that kid's vision was absolutely superb. And he just did a beautiful little chip pass. It went
Remus could run onto it. No way known a defender could get anywhere near it, and he went back and rewarded his teammate by putting it through. 2 goals. All of a sudden, guess what? 2 shots on goal. Now they're controlling it, and the Blues will be saying, oh no, we've squandered a couple again.
Warnock comes over the top and wins it, but Howlett sharks it for the Bombers. His kick doesn't go very far. Grabbed by Armfield, who kicks out wide. High bouncing ball taken by Murphy. Great Southern stand wing. Around the corner he goes and kicks, and the mark has been taken by Ellard. Just forward of the wing. Out in the sunshine. Kicked by Ellard. Deep inside the 50. No mark. Knocked away by Myers. Howlett. Hocking. Essendon out of trouble. To midfield. Head pitches. Remus, the goal kicker, comes in. He's taken the ground in a split second. Spills to McVeigh of the Bombers. Round the corner with his kick. Awkward one, and not taken cleanly by Carlisle. Murphy's been prominent. Taken the ground. He was legs at the umpire. Free kick Murphy. In Auckland, the Wallabies lead 25-6 over Italy, midway through the second half after it had been 6-all at half-time.
Murphy a hand pass to Yaron, who was going via the Cape, and he's put it out of bounds on the full on the Great Southern wing.
He knew he'd got a bad kick. He tried to stage. He tried to pretend he'd been knocked after he covered the ball's kick. He just knew it was a poor kick.
Pears back into play and short to Melksham. Still on the wing. In fact, it's Zaharakis back on. Tim mentioned earlier. Kicks down the Great Southern stand side. Henderson's in front of Ryder. No penetration on the kick. Handballs to Yaron. Wasn't quite ready. Now he takes it. Explodes away from Ryder. Oh, Ryder mowed him down from behind. I thought he was no chance of getting near him. Paddy Ryder inspired. Handballs to Myers. Kicks inside 50. No mark taken. But it's roved to the front by Monfrees. Left foot snap. They have their third. Paddy Ryder, your goal. Bombers 3 straight 18. Carlton 5 behinds at the 12-minute mark.
It has been a counter-attack, and it's been a brilliant one. And I think what the Carlton misses have done, Stan, is they've given belief to Essendon because they believe they've stayed in it. And Yaron hasn't got it right. Yaron has not. He's showboating. Yep. He thinks he can take on everyone, and Remus and Ryder are bringing him down. He has to go back to play conventional football and let the game come to him. Let the opportunities come to him to run rather than every time he gets the ball trying and running.
Exactly, because on 3 occasions now he's run on the wrong side. Just to pinch the kick, when to give it to him, he wasn't in the best position. Obviously the teammates honoured the call because he's been blind, but he's got to just think his way through this.
The underdogs in front, the Bombers going well. Howlett taking the ground in a spinning tackle. It spills Essendon's way. Now it's up for grabs at ground level. Heppel's in over the top of it, and the umpire comes into bounce. Carlton finished 5th, Essendon 8th. The Blues with 3 more wins during the season than the Bombers, and Essendon taking it right up to them with the first 3 goals of the game, and they burst out of the middle with a hurried kick by Howlett towards half forward. Armfield hits it hard for the Blues, gets it going out in front of him, waits for the bounce to come back, and it does at centre wing. Slipped through the hands of Walker up towards half forward, and now the ball out of bounds for a throw in. Essendon 3 goals, Carlton 5 behinds.
Taking side of the wing for the Blues on the MCC members' side. O'Helpman taps it down. Heppel goes without it. Got support from Watson. On the left, he kicks beautifully right around the front. Marks, opposed to Laidler. Looking to play on the MCC members' wing. Nice kick. And Hill marks at left half forward. He'll wheel in. He'll look to play on. He'll kick quickly. He got brought down after he kicked it. And Essendon mark in the pocket anyway. Relay down the ground. Mark taken by Remus. He'll have a shot. Slight angle. 30 out. All going right for the Dons.
And this is what Carlton didn't want. They didn't want Remus getting his tail up early because he is that type of player, Remus. If he gets off early, he carries that with him for the rest of the game, and he's now going to be hard to handle for the rest of this contest. Hill was just too good with his running patterns for O'Helpman. Then O'Helpman lost him in general play.
Laidler bumped him down. Hill. So Remus were right behind this for their 4th goal. He stabs at this, and there was a pretty ordinary effort. Slews right across the face for a behind, and Essendon miss for the first time. 3-1-19 on Grandstand AFL. Carlton 5 behinds, and we've played 15 minutes.
The Wallabies woke up after half-time, 32-6 against Italy after 6-all at half-time. Look at this kick straight up the centre of the ground. It's gone right to the circles. Amazing coverage. Ball taken by Pears. Little hand pass back to Fletcher. He's found a couple of blokes out in the Great Southern stand side. Zaharakis with a hand pass to Watson, who spears a good ball, and the mark taken by Carlisle. He goes with a short pass towards the 50. Hurley in front. It's punched away. Comes down Essendon's way. Melcham back to Carlisle. He centres the ball 30 metres from goal. Danger for the Carlton defence. But they're up to it. Hand pass goes back to Henderson, who kicks him outside the 50. Carlisle there again for Essendon. Puts the hand pass wide to Zaharakis. Took a while to pick it up. Under pressure. They come from everywhere. And we're going to get a stoppage here right on the 50. Essendon back into attack. They lead 3-1-19 to Carlton 5 behinds. And we played 16 minutes of the game.
Doing all the attacking at the moment, Essendon, after Carlton had it for the first 5 minutes or so, but couldn't score a goal. Warnock the tap. Squirts out to half-forward. Watson to his own advantage. Hard on the boundary. Shot a goal by Watson! Just misses behind. He was right on the boundary in the forward pocket at the punt road end.
He's starting to accumulate, though, isn't he?
3-2, 20 to 5
accumulate,
behind.
Watson.
Yep. 5 possessions, Dan.
Murphy with this kick in. Goes towards the Great Southern stand side. Gets it outside 50. Punch comes from the back. And down to the front. Taken by Simpson. Kicks towards centre wing. And with the help of Thornton, the ball taken over the boundary line for a throw-in. Out in the sunshine. 17 minutes played. Carlton haven't goaled yet. They had the first 5 chances for 5 behinds. Essendon 3 goals 2.
Putting a poster from Judd. Chance for the Bombers from the ruck contest. Melcham tried to run away from it. Got held up. There'll be a ball up on the wing within Carazzo.
Carlton playing Gibbs, loose man back. Watson's gone for a rest, but instead of going to interchange bench, he's gone to the forward pocket.
Tapped down by Warnock. Who's to run onto it? Carazzo for Carlton. Under pressure, a handball to Armfield. Now to Scotland. Avoids the tackle. Good hand pass to Yarran in the middle. Hurry, little kick in the space of Betts. Or Garvin it is, if he can control it, he can. Picks it up and kicks into the pocket. Mark not taken by O'Halpin. Pears works hard, pushing and shoving. Close to the boundary. Run over by Myers. Near the behind post of the City end boundary throw-in. Bombers by 15 at the 18-minute mark.
So you think that's unrealistic by Garlett? Go for goal instead of O'Halpin in the pocket.
Here's the throw into a dangerous spot for the Essendon defence, but it's cleared by Melcham, who balks a hand pass and had more time than he really deserved there. The kick wasn't great though. Chopped off by Murphy, who's been prominent. Finds Scotland. Now Joseph. Hand pass back to Judd, but the ball is chopped off by Ryder, who did really well then and knocked the ball over the boundary line, just as Judd thought he was going to get a posse in between wing and half forward.
Blues have got to become basic. They're trying to make things happen.
Throw in. Hill in front, wins the hit out, but it comes to Carazzo. Hand pass away. Warnock's kick towards full forward for Carlton. Here comes Fletcher, the old fella of football.
That's
he gathers
basic.
and kicks rugby style to the boundary line and gains about 40 metres out of play.
Marvellous play by Fletcher. Half back for the Dons. Defending at the City end in front of the members. Absolutely packed it is. To the back by Warnock, running onto it, Carazzo. Can't control it, now he can. A hand pass defensively to Gibbs. Quick kick inside 50. Good attack on the footy by Robinson. Worried out of it by Lovett Murray. Lays a good tackle at centre half forward. Slips to Zaharakis for Essendon. Quick gift to Fletcher. High ball towards the wing. Tracking towards Jeddah. Yarran's with him. Takes them on. Breaks the tackle. Handballs to Walker. Quick give outside to Gibbs. Fancy footwork. Gets around. Kicks inside 50 for the Blues. High kick. Fist away by Pears of the Bombers. Loose ball. 25 out from Essendon's defensive goal. Pears got a hand pass out to Lovett Murray. Fends off a tackle. Fletcher a hurried kick. Can't take it. Ryder. Ken Carazzo. Quick kick to O'Halpin. Marks in the goal square. He should kick it. And I think he has. He played on. It was a bit awkward. He's kicked the goal. They're on the board.
Well, Stan, he didn't want to have a shot from 5 metres.
Exactly
he took a
right.
contested mark 5 metres out the Irishman, and he said, bugger this, I'm not having a shot, I'm playing on. And you know what, Drew? Nearly got smothered.
It did too.
Oh, Stan.
And nearly missed altogether. The goal umpire saw.
Well, and this is the thing. the full forward for Carlton is not confident with set shots.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tough day at the office for them, no matter what happens.
But a good thing for them, though, is that was not through pretty play. I said before they were trying to manufacture and do something. That was just hard grunt work. Getting the ball in. Some great work by Young. Been a bit critical, but his ability to win the footy in the middle of the ground set Gibbs up. The long kick in. Then it was just pressure. And they've got the goal that they desperately needed.
They trail by 9 points.
Ryder with a big leap in the middle. Hocking soccers forward for the Bombers inside the 50. Hurley picks it up with his bootlaces. Does a U-turn and goes for goal. Terrific play by Michael Hurley, but his kick is away to the right and through for a minor score. And just point out that Chris Judd at the moment has had one touch. That was his shot for goal that hit the post.
Good turn of speed by Hurley with a broken foot as Yaron will get ready to inbound. He'll head to the great southern stand side for Carlton. Dropping short, O'Halpin had it fisted away. Hurley's there, collects it, handball to Zaharakis, kicks inside 50, Stanton, can't mark it, controls it though, handball to Davey, hand pass to Watson, and then running forward, Stanton, too much. Picked up by Laidler of Carlton. He hurries a kick towards the wing and might come straight back. Tall Essendon on the great southern stand side. Taken now by Howland. Good shepherding by Pears allows him through. Foot pass all right to Melksham, attacking side of the wing. In short again, and Hocking marks. He's on the edge of the centre square, saying that Simpson had crept over the mark. The umpire said no. Hocking launches towards the pocket. Hill out of it, and Henderson, big fist in front for Carlton, finds the boundary in the forward pocket at the Punt Road end, with the Blues down by 10 points, 22 gone in the opening term.
Another chance here for the Bombers with the throw in the forward pocket. Hill against O'Halpin. Comes to Hurley, who tries to burrow his way through. It spills to Judd, who's caught straight away by Hocking and flung to ground. Flounces the umpire. Comes back to Jamison here. Of Carlton, who kicks it straight out of bounds on the full.
Symptomatic of just the pressure, isn't there? Pressure of a final. No last chances today. And you just got to get yourself back into the game, and they're really in trouble at the moment, the Blues, to work their way out of this.
Pears with the free, and Hurley takes the mark out wide in the forward pocket. Just nudged Henderson under the ball. And Michael Hurley, how he's doing this with the injured foot, not sure, but there might have been a little hand in the back there, which went unnoticed.
Pretty weak effort by Henderson. I mean, it was a bit of a push, but honestly, you've got to be stronger than that playing in the last line of defence.
Distance 35, tight angle. Hurley for goal, misses to the near side, through for a minor score. So Essendon go to 3-4, leading Carlton 1-5. It's 22-11 after 23 minutes.
Yaranu himself heads to the MCC members' side, and the kick will find Joseph. No, he drops the mark. Good hand pass to the running Scotland. Now kicks Carlton into space.
Walker
miles away and taking the mark. Betts. Handballs down to Armfield. 55 out. Armfield kicks long towards full forward. Should be a mark. Is a mark. Walker well spotted. Matthew Knights. Fletcher bowled him over late.
Walker was the one who didn't have a man out the back of the zone, and the Betts drew all the defenders, and it was the handball inside to Armfield that then set up the Walker goal, although Fletcher's done well to put him on a pretty acute angle.
Yes, he's actually, I reckon Fletcher's gained about 4 metres with just a little way he just handled that, pushed him across.
Outside the boundary, not much room to work with, but he's a great goal kicker, Andrew Walker. He slots a very difficult goal, and Carlton within 5 points.
Well, I think what you're seeing, that's what Carlton's capable of. Look, they've been in awful trouble trying to soak up pressure, but the reality is that they've now kicked back goals. Essendon have had some chances. They've squandered theirs at the other end, but on the break, that's where they actually use that leg speed. And as you just heard from the boys, Betts got out the back, sucked everybody up the ground, disorganised the Essendon defence, and Walker right over the back, took the easy chest mark. It was an acute angle, but unlike some of his teammates early on, he really valued that shot on goal, and probably it was their most difficult kick at goal so far, and he's kicked it, whereas they squandered 5 earlier chances.
Just a strategic move. Judd starting at the back of the square and running into the centre bounce. It means Heppel is playing the same role for Essendon at the other end.
Warnock in the middle has a fly hack off the left boot, doesn't get much distance. Heppel is there for the Bombers to hold it up, still inside the centre square, and the umpire will bounce it. Tim Hodges
Joe Watson off for a second time with a bleeding nose, and I think he's going to get the full patch-up work with the tape around the nose just to stop it bleeding.
He's had 6 touches early, Job. From the stoppage, comes to Stanton, and pass to Heppel, into Fletcher. All at half-back for the Bombers. A high kick towards the wing. Camped underneath it. Terrific mark, Monfries. He's a sitting duck, stood his ground. Kick by Monfries, wide to half-forward flank. Hurley, beautiful play. He marks, plays on, kicks towards full forward. Remus caught behind, and Joseph takes the mark. But Hurley proving a handful.
He got tagged late, which forced the kick to be poor.
I reckon that leg might have been a 30, Dan. He's moving all right.
A lot of the Simpson marks on the switch for Carlton. Kicks to the wing. Walker's behind. Has to lay a punch on Lovett Murray. At the slip. Shark by Carazzo. On the left. Kicks them towards the wing. Knocked away by Hardingham. Then he does well to Rover. Down to Zaharakis. Outside set. Then Hardingham threw it while being tackled. Warnock grabs it. He'll get it on the burst. The advantage. Kick to full forward. Goes! Takes the mark. He'll be paid it. Slight angle, he can put the Blues in front on the stroke of quarter time. Here they come.
And Jeff is another one that doesn't usually like to set shots, Dan.
No, he likes to play on.
He should go back and do his routine, get himself in sync, because he'll have some set shots as the day goes on.
Now, I hope the umpires stay with this, though. They're making blokes earn their marks. Early in the season, if you actually rode a bloke into the ground after he marked it, they'd give it against us. But I just think I like this brand of footy that the umpires are allowing them to play. It's not as if anybody's being hurt, but you're just earning your kicks.
30 to 35 degree angle for Garland. And he puts it through. Carlton in front. On Grandstand AFL, close to quarter time. 3-5-23. The Bombers 3-4-22.
Great play, Jeffrey. Super contested mark. McVeigh got caught out with the quick play on from the free kick because Warnock rolled it on, and Jeffrey got his 5 metres. If he gets 5 metres, it's too much. And he finished, which is so important for Garlett's confidence. Started with 5 points, Carlton. They've now kicked 3 consecutive goals, which is great for their goal-kicking confidence. 1 point in it. What a terrific first quarter we've had.
We've just had an early figure on the crowd, which is 90,013, which is the biggest elimination final crowd ever. Phenomenal. Over 90,000 at the MCG. What a game we look like having. Blues by a point. Bounce in the centre. Warnock knocks it down. Ellard roves. The whistle's gone. It's going to be a free kick. Essendon Carlton's way.
Warnock's lifted too, by the way. Warnock was early on struggling, but I think he's done some pivotal things last few minutes.
Free taken by Murphy. And a juggle inside 50.
Push against Gibbs.
There's a free kick here to Heppel. The youngster who's had such a fine season, played every game. Dyson Heppel. Inside defensive 50 for the Bombers, giving it straight up. Henderson marks on his chest, gets the hand pass away to Armfield, who kicks towards the pocket. Oh, what a mark by Garland. Running in the same direction as the ball. He took a slip catch.
He's looking for his mate Eddie.
Well, the Blues lead by a point. Garland is...
You're going to have to tighten up on him, aren't they? They're just I think the zoning off is really helping him, because this big space you can run in on this ground, and he's going to catch you over the back.
Heels in the gutter when he starts his run. Distance 40. Tight angle. Garlett for his second. Pretty good. Oh, magnificent. Well, he kicked one from the right side. That was from the left side. Brilliant. Carlton 4-5, Essendon 3-4.
Well, just magnificent by the Blues. As said, really at about the 20-minute mark, they were in awful trouble. Here we are, the 28-minute mark, and they've kicked the last 4 goals. Garland has been fantastic over the back. I've also liked the work of Dennis Armfield. I think that his attack on the footy, his no-nonsense stuff and just going, has been very, very important. He's using their leg speed. But the Blues have got it on their terms now. They've opened them up. They're creating the big spaces, using that superior leg speed, and more importantly, not allowing the Bombers to get in and under and cramp them.
The runner's just gone to McVeigh, and McVeigh didn't look too pleased with the runner's message. I think it wouldn't have been complimentary. Take off the leg rope and play next to Jeffrey.
Tighten up. Melksham out of the middle. Scrambles it inside 50. Collected over by Jamison for Carlton. A hand pass to Yaron. Under some pressure from Ryder, but he kicks cleverly around the body to allow Daiger to run onto it on the great southern stand side. Has Watson for company. Little kick, not all that good. Oh, helping there. Knocked away. Well played by Hill. Slips out to Pears at half-back. Defensive give to Watson. Another one to Fletcher. But his pass is all right. Finds Hill. Close to the boundary. Great Southern stand side. And then he hits Monfries on the chest. Bombers just needing to slow it down a bit. Carlton have kicked the last 4. The lead by 7 points. Kicks towards half forward. All Carlton. Easy mark. Laidler chipping in at half-back.
Laidler's kick over centre wing. Gibbs. Well, Hill was in the vicinity and Gibbs took a chest mark. Plays on quickly. Gets it to Thornton inside the 50, close to the boundary line. Outside of the boot by Walker. Right to the goal square. Betts lays a good tackle. Essendon struggling at the moment. Oh, ball cleared out of defence by Myers, but straight onto the chest of Gibbs on the 50. And
Myers has got to be better than that. It's a final. Take the extra step to try and at least look where you're kicking. It was just a rush kick with no purpose at all. And Gibbs is standing 45 metres out to take a chest mark. You at least have to go wider than that to try and prevent Gibbs taking an easy mark.
Gibbs started on the bench. He's had 4 touches since coming on and a chance for a goal close to quarter time. Right on the siren as he kicked from 51. Gives it a big hook and missed everything. And no score for Bryce Gibbs. But in keeping with the finals that we've seen earlier this weekend, a ripping first quarter. Carlton missed their first 5 shots at goal and kicked 4 goals in a row. Carlton lead 4-5-29. Essendon 3 goals for 22. The goal kickers for the Blues, Garlett with 2 set shots from the boundary line on either side of the ground. He's got 2. Singles for Walker and O'Halpin. And for Essendon, their goals have come from Monfries, Carlisle and Reimers. It is a 7-point lead to Carlton at quarter time in the elimination final.
And Australia have won the rugby. Terrible first half, 6-all at half time, and they've beaten Italy 32 points to 6. And in the cricket, Sri Lanka starting day 4 pretty well, none for 52. They trailed Australia by 237. They declared overnight at 7 for 411 in their first innings. So Sri Lanka still a lot of work to do, but none for 52. This is Grandstand AFL elimination final day on ABC local radio and also digital radio.
Mobile phones have become one of the fastest spreading technologies in history. Soon, more people will connect to the internet on their mobile and portable devices than from their desktop computers. So how do these devices work and where can you get started? The ABC's Technology Explained website is here to help. It features videos and articles on everything from mobile devices, using social media and more. Head to abc.net.au/techexplained.
Grandstand AFL.
Blows away from Ryder. Oh, Moan's down from behind. I thought he was no chance of getting near him. Paddy Ryder inspired. Drove to the front by Monfries. Left Monsters. They have been burned. Paddy Ryder, your goal. And Carasso quick to go. Marks in the goal square. He should kick it, and I think he has. He played on. It was a bit awkward, but he kicked the goal. They're on the board.
Across.
Outside the boundary, not much room to work with, but he's a great goal kicker, Andrew Walker. He slots a very difficult goal. Carlton within 5 points. Warnock grabs it. He'll get it on the first in front. Kick the full ball. Garland takes the mark. 30 to 35 degree angle for Garland. And Carlton in front.
Grandstand AFL on ABC local radio.
Well, the Blues jumped out of the blocks, but 5 behind. Essendon kicked 3 goals, opened up a handy break, and then Carlton kicked the next 4. And a fantastic performance by the Blues to be in front at quarter time. 4-5-29, Essendon 3-4-22. Matthew Knight.
I've just got a quick eye on the Essendon huddle. Tate Pears is standing outside the group and looks very disillusioned. They've called Collier in, who is warming up as the sub, and he's now getting worked on with his hamstrings and quaddies, getting him warmed up. But Doc Reed is talking to Tate Pears on the edge of the huddle, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's now out of this contest, which would leave them very vulnerable down back. But, you know, they get an extra runner on board with Collier, and, you know, he has played beautifully in the last few weeks. So let's just see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, he's still about a metre behind, Matthew, you're right. So it is not looking too good. We'll keep an eye on that, Stan.
Fascinating quarter of footy. Absolutely fascinating quarter of football, no doubt about it. Carlton just really on top early, monopolised it, but as we've said so often, squandered opportunities. They missed 5 shots, and from those I would suggest 3 were really just sodas, but it wasn't to be. And how often do we see this? 7 minutes in, the first time Essendon goes forward, Carlisle marks, and just then they would get on the roll and they'd kick the next 3, and they were up and running, and I thought there were some good signs. Hocking had really shut down Judd. Judd couldn't get into it. Ryder, magnificent run down on Yaron, which resulted in the Monfries goal. He and Hill were doing fantastic round the ground, and it just looked as if at round about the 12-13 minute mark of the quarter, they really had the Carlton side rattled. Then all of a sudden there was a bit of a lift. I thought Warnock started to work himself back into the game. The Blues got a little bit of the footy around the ground. The ball went forward. They were helping Mark to about 5 metres out. Such is his mindset. He was terrified to go back and have a shot on goal. He's played on, kicked the ball around his body. How it wasn't touched or went through for a goal, you just wouldn't know. But it was to be able to set up, and they would kick the next 3 goals after that. They kicked 4 unanswered goals, and I thought they finished on top. Arnfield giving him run. Yaron started to get it together. Murphy and Garlett just getting over the back time and time again, just caught out the Essendon defence, and it was a really very, very good effort for them to come back into it. Essendon's got to regroup. The boys had just told you, obviously concerned as we look down now. They're already going to be 1 player down, and it's going to be a massive test. But I might say that the biggest concern is they've got to just stop the easy Carlton goals over the back. They're playing up the ground a little bit too much. The long kick, the rebound kick over the back is catching Essendon out time again.
Tim, shocking news for Tate Pears. He just can't get the body right.
Yeah, it's the left hamstring, magnificently spotted, Nida. The left hamstring, so he's applying ice on it now. He has the red vest on, so Travis Collier has been brought into this game. So a huge blow for the Bombers having to make that substitute so early. 57 interchanges in the first term, guys. 30 to the Blues, 27 to the Bombers. More work on the schnoz of Joe Watson at quarter time. More tissue shoved up it. He's still very unhappy with Andrew Carazzo, guys. So maybe if the Blues survive this, he might have a date with the match review panel tomorrow.
Oh, geez, you're nice. You put people in. No, geez, how did he stop him? What a dobber.
7-point lead to the Blues going into the second quarter. Here's the bounce. Warnock hands to the ball. Judd needs to get into the play. Millard goes to ground. Warnock playing the role of rover. Not bad for a bloke who's nearly 7 feet tall. He goes to ground inside the circles. The umpire will start it again. So Collier's been a terrific sub, and he's on at the start of the second quarter.
Nathan Lovett-Murray is the player that's gone back into defence for Essendon. He's matched up with O'Halpin.
Watson, 4th man up. Murphy was excellent in the first quarter. He goes to ground. Hurried kick out of the pack here for the Blues. It comes to Stanton, now Fletcher at halfback. Standing start kick. Gee, gets some distance, but over the head of Melcham. Comes to Yaron. He's thrown to ground. Nothing doing, says the umpire. I think they are umpiring like a final. Ball comes out from Scotland to Yaron. From behind the wing, a very high ball, not much penetration. And over the top, Thornton, about 3rd in line, takes a terrific mark.
Interesting for me as they play on. Yaron's last couple of kicks, he's just got it and kicked it. Hasn't worried about the running bounce.
Spreads it wide to Scotland. He kicks in the direction of Walker. He uses it well, Scotland. Walker too strong for Heppel, marking in the forward pocket. Great southern stand side at the punt road end.
I tell you what, Walker's had one magnificent football season. You know, he hasn't done a lot in his AFL career up to this point for a high draft pick, but take your hat off to him. His contested marking, his work rate has been great, and at that stage he just outdid Dyson Heppel one-on-one. Tough shot, however, from the boundary.
Yeah, right on the boundary. 45 out, 51 goals this year. This will be a great start for the Blues. But he's narrowed the whole way behind. They're 4-6-30, Essendon 3-4-22. And as we mentioned, 1 man down, Pears off, and Collier already in as the super sub. 2 gone, second term.
Fletcher, short pass in, and Myers dives in to take the mark. Still in the back pocket. Hugs the boundary line. Hardingham under pressure from Murphy. Well played by Murphy. It spills to Armfield. A high kick towards the edge of the goal square. O'Halpin up. Can't take the mark, but he recovers and snaps and misses from about 20 metres out. Satanta O'Halpin through for a minor score. He's kicked 1 goal, 2. Carlton 4-6. Essendon 3 goals 4.
David Myers has given that ball too much air. He's got to clean up his skills. He just put his Essendon teammate just under too much pressure there.
No right foot. He'll mark again. Fletcher's kick clear defensive 50. Gets on the left now. That's okay. Finds Hurley. Keeps running. Myers has a bounce around the Great Southern stand side. Kicks inside 50. Jenner nearly took a one-hander. Brings it to ground. Tackled by Yaron. Got him Cole in the forward pocket. 35 out from Essendon's goal. They dive on in. Jenner pushes it out towards the boundary. Arriving is Hurley, but he takes it over the line. 60 from Essendon's goal now at the city end. And they're steadier. They've got the first 3, but Carlton have kicked the next 4. All over them at the moment, leading by 9 points. Ryder leans in, rowed by Judd, just his 3rd possession. Kicks towards the wing, it'll come back to Myers. Hand pass to Heppel. He's cornered by Murphy. Does cleverly on the left to get around, but then he cops it up straight to Gibbs. Gibbs kicks Carlton the half forward. Chance now for Robinson, runs away from Fletcher, picks it up, kicks inside 50. It's an unguarded goal, but it rolls through for yet another behind. Like the first quarter, they got 5 behinds. They've got 3 behinds to start the second quarter, and their lead at 4-8-32 to 3-4-22 is 10 points.
I'd like to think it just wasn't a good kick because he had a mate running into the goal square.
McVeigh's kick in just outside the 50. Ball knocked out of the air by Watson for Monfries. To Lovett Murray is caught front and back.
Yeah.
Drops it red hot, holding the ball.
Yeah, prior opportunity there. That's numbers, isn't it? That's fantastic. 3 blokes laying the tackle. They're getting more numbers to the ball, the Blues.
Carazzo the free. O'Halpin nearly again. Stanton taken to ground. That's high against O'Halpin. And the free kick comes to Stanton, who goes on quickly to Melksham, getting it outside the 50. 32 to 22, a 10-point lead to the Blues. 4.5 played second quarter. Beautiful pass, and the mark taken by Hawking in midfield. Gets on his bike and kicks long to full forward. This is looking good. Jenner is there, takes the chest mark about 15 metres from goal.
Good kick. He's just going to pass it off.
Oh, he went across in front of goal. Well, it worked out okay, and here's Collier. Well, he's a fresh man.
I don't know if Collier was ready. I think Jenner saw him and realised he was in a far better position. But there again, the break and the long kick just catching him out over the back.
Travis Collier on at quarter time, replacing Tate Pears off with a hamstring. Collier in front, 30 out. He's missed it. Jenner would have been a better chance from wide out than that. Gee whiz. Carlton 4 goals 8, lead Essendon 3-5.
Need to make the most of their chances. Haven't been forward that often after their 3-goal burst in that first term. Yaron to himself again. Kicks long to the outer side. Warnock. Too big for Ryder marks. Handballs to Allard. Kicks down the wing. Walker in space. Marks at half forward. Great Southern stand side. Kicks to Robinson.
Oh, the handball's
He's away
on.
from Fletcher. He can get away and go. And he from just outside the goal square. Didn't want a handball stand. He wanted to do it himself, and he does, Big Mitch. Blues out by 15. That's 5 unanswered. 5-8-38. The Bombers in some trouble now on Grandstand AFL. 3-5-23.
Warnock, contested mark over Ryder. That's what set it up. That's what set the chain going. And then once Robinson got out the back of Fletcher on the dead run, it was always tough. Fletcher's speed tried to kick in, but just didn't have enough to close it out. Robinson kicked a lovely banana goal. And again, he's doing the job on Fletcher and starting to win disposals. Warnock having a big game. Just how long can he go against Hill and Ryder with this quality? O'Halpin now gives him a spell.
Well, he's gone to the bench now, Robbie Warnock, but he's had a heap of hit-outs and 6 possessions. 38 to 23, Carlton. Ryder wins in the middle. There was a shepherding free kick, and Ryder will get the free kick against O'Halpin, who is a number 2 ruckman at best.
Oh, nobody wants it.
Off. That ball pitched in green grass, close to goal. Good tackle laid here by Remus, but it was high, set the umpire. Gee, that could be going on either way. Might have been a Remus shot for goal. Instead of that, a free kick taken by Scotland. He goes by hand to Yaron, kicks over half-back flank. Oh, it's an excellent mark taken there for the Blues by Thornton. Murphy through the middle. And now Garlett alongside the circles in the middle of the ground. Garlett kicks to full forward. Walker is there, stays at the back. It comes to Gibbs. The hand pass to Walker near the goal square. It lands. Walker gathers. Under pressure now. Hand pass to Judd. Your turn, Juddy. Back he goes to Simpson. Simpson 40 out. Hand pass to Murphy. 35. Murphy misses.
That's a nothing kick.
Shocking miss to Mark Murphy. And the Blues are 5-9. They're giving the Bombers a chance to get back into this. Essendon 3-5.
And a few nothing kicks.
Common theme for the Blues. They always leave the door ajar with their kicking.
Fletcher to himself. Long kick straight down the middle, but O'Halpin might mark it. No, he can't, Dave. He did well to knock it away, and then Howlett lays a tackle. Comes out to O'Halpin, intercepted by Hill. Rider's head, tried to get it to Hevel, didn't quite reach him. In the middle, there's Jetta. Lays a tackle. Picked up by Henderson. Tackled forever. Should have been holding the ball, but it's taken by Yaron. Simpson's waiting out. Takes it. Steadies at 48. Got met late. Kick didn't find who he was looking for. Murphy runs onto it. Handball's now to Walker, and Walker has a ping from 35 and misses to the left-hand side. Good pressure by the Bombers. Affected some of Carlton's kicks then, but the lead out to 17.
See, if you go around the world in 80 days and you spun 360 in a tackle, I reckon you're just about holding the pill. Kick outside the 50. Ryder drops what he might have taken. It spills to O'Halpin. Underground kick by the Irishman. Clean bowls Heppel. Chance for Simpson. 40 out from goal. A high ball to the goal square. Mark needed for the Blues, and it pitches and goes through for a minor score. So another miss for Carlton. Well, they are peppering away, but haven't set up a match-winning lead by any stretch.
16 shots to 8.
5-11 to 3-5.
Fletcher half distance at a Hocking. A hand pass to Myers. Delivers towards the wing over the head of Reimers. But he was shoved in the back. Made it look worse than it was at a half-back on the Great Southern stand side. Free kick against Latham of the Blues. Reimers in short to Carlisle. Between half-back and wing. Now he finds Zaharakis. Needs to do more. True wing position. That's a nothing kick too, and Hurley easily outbodied by Jamison. Just kicked it comfortably to Jamison's side, and Hurley was no chance of being involved as he spreads it defensively to a more central location into the back pocket to Dygan. Then he delivers to Scotland at half-back on the Great Southern stand side. Carlton by 18 points, 10 gone, second turn.
Dygan ran on and received it back. And kicks towards half-forward to Eddie Betts, who marched just inside the boundary line. In between wing and half-forward. He goes on with it quickly. Thornton on the 50. Marks! Too good for Stanton.
And he realised he had a mismatch, Thornton. He called it in long from Betts. Betts was a fine kick because he just give it some air. Thornton's unsure whether he can go the trip. Nearly has to have a shot now because the 50 is so crowded.
Judd coming to the bench and Hocking tagging him all the way to the pine as Thornton has a shot for the Blues from the paint of 50. At the punt road end. He's got the distance. What a kick! Fantastic goal. For a bloke who hasn't spent his lifetime kicking goals, that's his 19th in 180 games. Brett Thornton, fantastic. The Blues 6-11-47, lead Essendon 3-5-23.
Well, that goal makes a heap of difference because they were squandering opportunities and it was keeping Essendon in the game. But I think there's some significant things happened in this quarter, and especially not only this, but the last half of the first. They are winning the one-on-ones. They are winning the marking contest. They are winning the ball at ground level. Just going to need a real lift in intensity from Essendon because they are just winning. The game is now played on their terms. They win the one-on-one. Carlton, they release the running player. They're playing on quickly. They're getting the ball into an uncontested forward line, and it is suiting the Blues.
12 minutes of the first quarter when Essendon last kicked the goal. Don't look like it at the moment. Ryder got a little tap on it. Watson's gone out of it. Loose ball, and Allard wins it. Beat Watson, drives Carlton back inside 50, pitches for Carlisle, takes it, and then he loses control of it while being dragged down. Betts picks it up, kicks through traffic, cleverly, and Thornton marks. Betts says, thank you, Betts. He goes from the square. The Blues have another goal, and it was. 7:11:53. 3 to Jeffrey. Essendon 3-5-23 at the 12-minute mark on Grandstand AFL.
The concerning thing for Essendon is that Carlton have had 18 inside 50s and have had 18 shots on goal. So every time the ball's going inside 50, they're scored. This is unthinkable. 18 times inside 50 for 18 scoring shots. So the Essendon defence, they have to steal up a bit here, and they have to start winning some one-on-one contests, because it's 23 inside 50 to 18 in Essendon's favour, and yet it's a 30-point margin. The defence of Essendon is just getting sliced up.
And 7 unanswered goals. That's the problem. They've kicked the last 7. They've got to stem the tide, get it down to an arm wrestle.
Warnock wins in the middle. Gibbs roves, misses his first attempt at a kick, but wins with his second attempt. Thornton's been prominent. He crashes in there, and the whistle's gone. It's going to be a free kick Thornton's way. Front edge of the centre square. I would have said too far out to score, but his last kick was massive. This one, out towards the pocket. No mark. Garland is there. Betts is there. I think Eddie headed that ball out of bounds by accident, and it's a throw in alongside the behind post, about 5 metres around. 53 to 23, a 5-goal lead to the Blues.
Deep into attack. Hill trying to clear the area. Judd got a hand pass out to Garland. Tackled, lost control of it. Heppel wins it, a quick give to Monfries. Back pocket, Great Southern stands. Somebody overkicks it. Mark taken.
Push out. Essendon 3.
Pushed out his opponent. I don't stand. And Collier will get the free kick at half-back. They're in trouble again. And plays back inside 50, Carlton. Complete domination here. Essendon at one stage led by nearly 3 goals. Seems a long time ago now as Collier kicks to the wing, Ryder up, can't mark it. Off the spillage to Gibbs. Dragged down from behind, he's gone. Free kick to the Bombers. Play on, Zaharakis ends up with it. Kicks inside 50, Davey running into space, looking to track it. His mate Jedd's with him. Can't control it, Davey in the forward pocket. Jedd's worried out of it as well. Carlton's defence emerged. Jamieson a hand pass to Thornton. Working hard back to Jamieson in short, the MCC member side. Didn't find the target of Robinson. Fletcher received out of bounds from Hill, and it'll be thrown back into play. It was almost in the second deck.
And you're right, literally received the ball out of bounds from Hill. Hill's about 2 metres over the boundary line, and Hill's handballed it to them with sense of humour, David Hill. He was hot, he just wanted to get rid of it.
Throw in at the Bombers half forward. Hawking third man up. It comes to Melcham, who's robbed by Judd. Judd swings out a hand pass to Murphy. Murphy, ankle tap. Oh, umpire, you've got to pay that. There's no whistle on the play. It comes back to Murphy. Davey got him low, gets away with it. Up to half forward. Garland, just inside the boundary line. He centres it just inside the 50. Monfries,
great
magnificent mark. Angus Monfries.
Gee, had to mark it, didn't he? And he did.
30-point lead to the Blues.
He spreads it to the outer side, and Hocking at half-back has to go further wide again to Watson. And the mark Thornton. Making a lot of territory, Thornton, one end to the other for Carlton. Kicks towards the wing Hill. Massive punch by Warnock. At the slip, Collier. Taken over the boundary by Joseph. Boundary throwing.
Oh, he's playing a deliberate. Come on, umpire.
Come on. He had no room to work with, and Joseph was right on him. Free kick to the Blues.
He's backtracked into a tackle.
Oh, I was giving him a pat in the back earlier. They're trying to undo their good work. I mean, let the game. Get a feel for the game, fellas.
Joseph with this free kick, high ball short of the 50, and the ball thumped away back into the crowd. Terrific defence by Hardingham, but Essendon need to get hold of the ball and get a score.
I tell you what, Ryder, Hill and Watson, they've just really got to find something here, especially the two big fellas.
Bombers have scored just 1 point in this second quarter from the stoppage. It comes to Carazzo, back to Simpson, high ball inside the 50, taken by Robinson, scrounges a kick forward, grabbed by Gibbs, cross his body for goal, kicks it. Goal to Bryce Gibbs. Carlton 8-11-59 to Essendon, 3 goals, 5-23.
Well, they're just dominating everywhere. That's 8 unanswered goals, and it's just around the packs, just the numbers. You just keep looking, how come they can have 2 or 3 there, and then the ball comes down, they've got 2 of them, they're just finding space, they're working, they've got clear heads. I think that Essendon, right at this point of time, are rattled. They're unsure what to do, rather than just working together. They've just got to lift up, I think, Essendon, in those little areas. They've just got to get numbers at the ball, put pressure on. Carlton have opened them up with superior skill, but more work ethic, team ethic, and fantastic. Last couple of minutes, work of Simpson around there, just getting the ball. Nothing fancy about it, just belting it in, putting enormous pressure on, and gives a wonderful kick around the body for a goal. Super skills.
Watson just 8 possessions for the Bombers. Gibbs out of the middle again. Long ball inside 50. Big pack. Knock to the front. Walker will run onto it first. Bit of a fumble. Can't take it. Lovett Murray comes the other way. Handballs to Stanton. I thought he was shoved in the back outside. Defensive 50 for Essendon. Back to Walker. Farms a hand pass to Betts. Judd is there. Picks up. Snaps around the body. Hasn't quite got the carry. Carlisle outmarks O'Helpman in the goal square at the punt road end. In short now to Stanton. Have to get something going, Essendon. Getting belted at the moment. Stanton kicks low on the MCC member side to Hill. Can't take it. Warnock can. Murphy a hand pass into no man's land. Stanton will intercept at half back for the Bombers. Bangs towards the wing. Hill up. Lovely fist diving from behind. Well played out of bounds.
Yeah, love that if you're the skipper, would you? No frills. Just picking the right time to do it, Dygan. Just getting in with a beautiful spoil on the big fella.
Throw in right near the interchange gate below the commentary box. All Carlton this game. Warnock palms it beautifully to Murphy. Is out a blinder. The kick up towards half forward. Meeting it, McVeigh has been facing it. Torrent works it up towards Monfries. Hand pass over the top to Stanton. Centre wing. Gets away from Scotland. Not a great kick though. Bumbles up towards half forward and beats Ryder over the boundary line. And we get a throw in. 59-23. It's all the Blues. 4 goals to a point in this quarter. Here's the throw-in. It clears the ruckman. Some sort of a throw-in to clear Warnock. At ground level now. Socket away by Watson. Close to the boundary line. Collier overruns. Watson gathers. 55 out. Puts it out in front of goal. Jenner dives in. Can't quite take the mark. It might spill. Reimers gathers. He spun round in a tackle. The hand pass away. Chopped off by Laidler for Carlton. It's all the Blues. Betts fumbles in the centre of the ground.
Stanton brings it back to Winston Kane. Back inside 50. Ryder there outmarked. Jetta lurking in the pocket. Kept it alive but no one there to take it. Jamieson. Handball to Scotland. Top of the goal square. Hand pass to Armfield. Hand pass to Yaron. Here he goes. He'll set them alight. Runs straight through the corridor. Yaron. 2 bounces. 3 bounces. 4 bounces. He's still going. He gets tackled late. Got held up. Now it's a turnover. Won by Stanton. Good chasing Dons. Kicks the centre half forward. Mark not taken by Watson. Armfield's there. Watson lays the tackle. Essendon putting their bodies on the line to try and drag themselves back. Great chase on Yaron, who was ready to go the length of the field. It'll be throwing up Essendon at half forward just inside the
Someone's get a memo to him that half the field's okay and then he can kick it to his forwards.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do the whole field in one go.
He must have read the article in the paper that had him as the leading bouncer in the competition. He said, I'll just stretch my margin over the rest. He was going to bounce it 7 times to go the whole length of the field.
He did have Walker out the back too if he could have got flight 50.
Here's a bounce at the front edge of the square for Essendon. They haven't been up here too often. Warnock wins in the middle, but Stanton intercepts, kicks to full forward. Ball thumped away by Hurley. It was like a defensive punt from the forward. Comes to Ellard, is taken to ground. I thought he might have dropped it red hot. The umpire comes in and is going to ball it up. Tim Hodges.
I love watching Brett Ratton. I'm sitting just behind him on the bench, and he threw the headset when Yaron was caught bouncing it, and the runner didn't even listen to him, just went straight off to speak to him.
O'Helpman wins this header, but there's a free kick in the ruck to Ryder. So Warnock was halfway off the ground, and as soon as O'Helpman goes into the ruck, he's given away a couple of free kicks. Rucking isn't part of the hurling game in Ireland. It's totally foreign to him. Paddy Ryder right in front.
It's too obvious to say it's an important kick where the Bombers are at this point of time.
No, it's probably the kick stand that will indicate where this game's going.
50 from goal. Ryder at the city end. a hook, a behind.
Still goalless since the 12-minute mark of the first quarter, Essendon. They're 35 points in arrears. Yaron in short now to Carazzo. Court member of this side, a former best and fairest winner in 2007. Back pocket. Great Southern stand side. Launches towards the wing. O'Halpin. Oh, did he mark that? Yes, somehow. Accidentally, I think. 2 or 3 grabs.
Oh,
and
over
then
the back.
Beautifully now. Betts has it around the Great Southern stand side. He's at half forward. He'll kick it towards the pocket. Fletcher gets back. Clears them. It's a goal! No one's touched it! Fletcher didn't give you that goal! All happening for the Blues. Can you believe it, Eddie Betts? 9-11-65. Essendon 3-6-24.
And the great play for Carlton, and the issue for Essendon, and again it was from a kick-in. It's gone the length of the field without Essendon touching it, and it started with O'Halpin's contested mark. Here come Fletcher and Robinson to the bench, and Robinson is there just niggling away. It is a fine role he's playing for the team, Robinson, and doing it wonderfully well. And Essendon haven't worked out a way yet, but a great kick by Eddie Betts. He was actually passing it to either Walker or Robinson at the top of the square. Flew the pack, bounced through from 50 out. Great goal, Eddie Betts.
In the test match, Australia declared overnight. Sri Lanka second innings, none for 62, trailing by 175 overall. The Blues out of the middle. They've come forward time and time again. McVeigh, a little hand pass to Carlisle to Heppel. Howlett gets him out of trouble. Carlisle it was, up short of centre wing. It comes to the front to Hocking. He's not sure what to do. It's going to be a whistle and a free kick to David Hill, just behind the wing. 65 plays 24. The kick by Hill, and he's given it straight up. Duigan takes the mark for the Blues at halfback. Gee, they're in disarray now, the Bombers. Short pass up to Simpson. Has a bounce. Strolling he is. Kicks towards half forward. Thornton's been good down there. It comes off hands to him. Gets the hand pass out wide, and a shot by Ellard is offline to the right-hand side, through for a minor score. A lot of behinds kicked in the game. 9-12 to 3-6.
Thankfully, Essendon says. Thankfully, they haven't nailed all the ones they should have. This game could have been over long gone.
Kick back into play. Monfries takes another fine contested mark. Battling hard at half-back on the MCC members' side. Kicks Essendon towards the wing. Ryder is there. Underneath it. Should do more. Mopped up in the back by Scotland. A hand pass to Judd. Gets away from Hocking. He's done a good job on him. Judd can't control it. Just 7 possessions for Judd. And Watson being well held, only 10. He's averaging 26 a season. Judd 27. Down to be thrown at half forward for Carlton. Right of the tap. The crumb, Howlett, left foot kick, but in the road, Henderson will runs into a Hurley tackle and runs out of it. Got a hand pass to Yaron, hand pass to Carazzo, got cornered, defensive gift to Jamison, all too easy. Breaks the tackle, now Carazzo, well held by Howlett, turnover, Hurley wins it, taken by Jenner at half forward, inside now to Collier, on the left, kick is low, rolling towards an unguarded goal. Henderson, does he get back right on the line? Dive right on the line. And they're still goalless this quarter, the Bombers. 3-7-25, Carlton 9-12-66.
There was better pressure by Essendon in the midfield, though, that turned Carazzo over, and that's what gave them the opportunity. They've got to turn Carlton over and get a couple of easy bonus goals.
Great sprint by Lockie Henderson. Yaron kicks to himself, and then a drop punt outside the 50. Ryder can't take a mark under pressure from Warnock. Spills to Walker. Hand pass to Judd. Is that a quiet one? Gets the hand pass into Joseph. Left-hand handball is okay to Ellard. Dancing past is Walker. Down the Great Southern stand side along the wing. He kicks to Robinson, who takes the mark about 45 from goal. Close to the boundary line.
Scotland's in short.
They just kill them on the break, aren't they? Just bringing that ball out. Just far too quick. No forward pressure by the Bombers.
Well, I'll have to ask you two former coaches whether James Hird in his first final, with the help of Bomber Thompson, can do anything about this. Kick by Robinson to the goal square. No mark. Off hands to Betts. Hand pass back to Gibbs. His hand pass to Carazzo. Back to Gibbs again. Out in front of goal. Well delivered. Or was that a mark? Umpire didn't play it. Still a chance for the Blues. Walker, 15 out. A soccer off the left. Murphy follows.
Oh, that's a great goal.
Mark Murphy playing a blinder. Gets the goal from inside the goal square. And this is just about over, isn't it? 10-12-72. Essendon 3-7-25.
And what they're doing, Stan, they're committing Essendon to down the line. They're turning them over and they're coming back at a rate of knots with Gibbs, Murphy, Judd, Betts. And they're forcing the football forward with momentum, Stan.
Yeah.
And that was just a will goal. They willed it over the line. Fantastic play, Carl.
Yeah, that's 10 in a row. They've kicked the 10 in a row. Absolutely super. 6 in this quarter. They kicked the last 4 of the first quarter. I talked about, if you look at forward pressure, there is non-existent forward pressure up the Essendon end. The Blues just bring it out, but the pressure just illustrated in the weight of numbers, the refusal to just give it in, and Mark Murphy just ripped it out of nowhere and kicked the ball through. Fantastic bit of team play. Centre bounce infringement. Free kick to the Bombers.
The big fellas in the box too will be loving it. The 3-time premiership start as Essendon have marked this at centre half forward in Monfries. Wobbly kick by Paddy Ryder. Talking of 1M McClure, good to have him with us, and Monfries will have a shot to try and break the 10-goal deadlock.
Murphy, 18 possessions, nearly as good as Pendlebury's first half yesterday.
Yeah, amazing. He's a terrific player, Murphy.
Monfries is traditionally a very sound shot at goal. Technique good, stays over the footy.
He's one that's trying his backside off. He's had 11 possessions, taken some good contested marks, and Matthew Knights knows the Essendon players well. Gun barrel straight from 50. Got a couple. 30 for the season, and there it is, Essendon's first goal since the 12-minute mark of the opening term on Grandstand AFL. They trail by 41 points, 4-7-31, Carlton 10-12-72. Earlier today, Australia winning their first match in the Rugby Union World Cup. 4 in the first half, it was 6-all at half-time, but they beat Italy 32-6.
Well, it's just really one against the flow. If there's something in from an Essendon perspective, is that they've kicked it late in the quarter. It gives them just a fraction of momentum. What they've got to do, though, is that they've got to not allow Carlton to come back. If Carlton comes back and kicks another goal, let me tell you, that has just totally destroyed that momentum.
Ryder over Warnock, comes to Melksham, who's bowled over. Didn't have any time at all. Murphy's in there winning the hard ball, as well as kicking a goal. But Lovett Murray emerges with a hurried kick towards half forward for the Bombers. Towed forward by Reimers. First onto it, Scotland, who bounces off Reimers. Does beautifully. Scotland's hand pass to Yaron. His kick up towards centre wing. Essendon have some numbers here. But Murphy in there again to tilt it the Blues' way. To Thornton, to Judd.
It's a throw, I think.
Right out in the open was Carazzo galloping towards goal, and it's got to come all the way back to an Essendon free kick. And a bit lucky that time.
Goes laterally to Melksham, who's in the middle, and he kicks long inside 50. No one can mark. Davies hardly touched it. Scotland retrieves it. Then he handles to a teammate under pressure. Pinched by Jenner. He got tackled. Got it down to Monfries. Kicks smothered just outside the goal square at the city end. Carlton's defence miserly. Hold it up well. Well played. Ball to be bounced.
Super scrambling by Carlton. They held them out when they looked like they were going to score twice. Big Hurley tried to bustle all the way through. Couldn't get through. It's an important hold here for Carlton. Essendon had loved 2 in a row before the half-time break.
Bounce. Both teams working hard again. In the forward pocket, Jettis kicks smothered once more. There's the siren. Carlton supporters will be pretty satisfied as they have a break at half-time. Coaching staff will be pleased as well. What a quarter. What a half after Essendon kicked the first 3 and Carlton missed the first 5 shots of the match. But since then, it's been one-way traffic. Carlton 10-12-72. Essendon 4-7-31. And for the Blues, sharing the goals around, their small forwards playing a role as they so often do. Garlett 3, and 1 each to Walker, Murphy, Gibbs, Robinson, O'Halpin, Betts and Thornton. For the Bombers, 2 to Monfries, 1 apiece through Jake Carlisle and also Carl Reimers. Half time at the MCG. the first elimination final, the last match of the finals, and that makes sense for the first week. Carlton 10-12-72, Essendon 4-7-31.
And Dan, heard he's got hold of the Bombers in a tight group before they left the field. They didn't wait for them to get to the rooms before he had to say what he had to say.
They're under the pump, the Dons, as they try and stay alive. The winner will fly to Perth next week to take on the West Coast Eagles. We already know on Friday night. The other cutthroat semi between Hawthorn and Sydney. Collingwood and Geelong through to preliminary finals. News coming up shortly, but let's get some preliminary views from Matthew Knights and Stan Elves on Carlton's demolition job on the Bombers.
Yeah, the half was most intriguing because the first 2 or 3 minutes it was just like a bombarding of inside 50s for Carlton, and they scored 5 points. And then Essendon got the flow going. They got the rhythm. They hit the scoreboard and they kicked 3 goals. And it was really hard for Carlton to deal with that for, I reckon, 10 minutes. And then they got their game going. And in this second quarter, it was just an absolute demolition job. 34 inside 50s Carlton for 22 scoring shots. Every time they go in, they look dangerous. They either look dangerous in the air or dangerous at the fall of the ball. They got on top in the middle, and Warnock has done a superb job. He has done a marvellous job with Hill and Ryder and has played a big part in this league. He has to keep going, though. It is a journey, this AFL game, and there's still 60 minutes of quality footy to be played. So the big test will be able to keep going. He's getting small chop-outs from O'Halpin, who hasn't played a bad half, although he's just really competed. But the big ticklers for me are Murphy, 18, 1 goal. Bryce Gibbs chimed in with a goal. Andrew Walker has provided good stuff with a midfielder running forward of the ball. And just what Essendon didn't want, they didn't want Garlett and Betts getting warm, because they're the guys that really can cut this game open, and Garlett and Betts did get warm. And Garlett's confidence was born out of his 2 first set shots. One from one pocket, one from the other. He shredded them both, and that sent him on his way. And McVeigh just has not got the artillery to go with him. David Myers from the back is having trouble with his disposal and is hesitant. Robinson's doing a super job on Fletcher. So Carlton have the aces and have the answers at the moment. But it's a big lead, but there's still 60 minutes of footy to be played, and that's what James Hird would have been telling his troops going off at half-time, Stan.
Well, and it's a massive time to regroup, isn't it? I mean, this is cool heads, just get back and refocus. You've got to acknowledge the fact that the Blues have absolutely dominated them. And if it wasn't for some missed shots early, I know that Essendon have kicked the 7, but there were times where they've just gone on a roll and missed a number of ones they should have nailed. This game would have been beyond winning, but I still think there's a chance. I think the critical thing for Essendon is, just like I said in that last one, kick that goal, not allow them to kick another goal. I don't really care if it goes for 10 minutes without a score, but they've got to start kicking back to back. What they can't allow is the 10 unanswered goals. This is just an indictment on an AFL side that would allow the other side in today's age. You know why? Because they played millionaire type footy. They had no feel for the occasion. When they had the control of the footy, things are going well for them. They all ran and it was looking terrific. But when the game went against them, they refused to tighten up. I thought their defence was disgraceful. They just played Russian roulette, allowed players to get out the back. A number of times we saw Garlett, we saw Betts and stuff like that. I didn't see a Carlton bloke within his vicinity, let alone a hand on them trying to stop them. But they were just fantastic. They've opened them up. I love the way that the Blues came back. They won the one-on-ones. You've mentioned about Warnock, won those good marks. At ground level, they've won the one-on-ones. They've just turned the tide. The real bonus for Carlton is Judd hasn't had a touch. I mean, he hasn't had one fraction of influence, but you wouldn't need to, because Murphy's playing like 2 Judds. He's been absolutely tremendous in and under in that way. I've loved their defence. Their defence, the thing to me is it stood out, just their ability to pick the right occasion. Dygan, a couple of lovely spoils from over the back. Laidler just getting in, cutting them off and starting the rebound. And then around the packs, I've just mentioned Simpson. I want to mention Simpson, Gibbs backing him up. The other things up the forward line, and you've mentioned that as well. They've just, everything has gone their way. Robinson cut Fletcher out. We know Garlett was going to be okay. Well, who would have thought Thornton would have the impact that he's had to half a game? This is a big challenge for the Essendon side to come back. I'm sure Hurd that will regroup them. He'll just settle them down, refocus them and come back. Look, the situation is, 7 goals down. What are we talking about? We're talking about half of football to pull back 7 goals. It can be done, but it won't be done just by playing Russian roulette.
No, they've got a long way to go. And Carlton 10-12, 72. Essendon 4-7, 31. The Bombers might be out of mind, out of sight in about an hour as we get some of the great songs of the 80s from some of the wonderful recording artists from Australia from the 1980s in the half-time break. But Carlton by 41 points in this elimination final. More football shortly from the MCG. The time for ABC News now with Gene Edwards.
Thanks, Dan. The Foreign Minister Kevin Rudd says Australia needs to maintain its vigilance against the possibility of terrorist attacks. Mr Rudd has marked the anniversary of the September the 11th attacks in the United States with the French Foreign Minister at a ceremony at the War Memorial in Canberra. Mr Rudd says the attacks could easily have happened in any major capital city and the threat hasn't gone away.
It could still happen, which is why the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. In France, Australia, our common ally, the United States, we continue to maintain our vigilance.
The site of the September the 11th terrorist attacks in New York is being cordoned off and security around the city and Washington tightened as the US prepares to mark their 10th anniversary. A memorial for the almost 3,000 people who died in the attacks on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center will be dedicated during a service there. Virginia Bauer lost her husband in the attack and says the Ground Zero Memorial will give families a place where they can mourn collectively.
It's like anything in life. It's almost impossible to believe that it's been 10 years. In some ways it seems so long, in other ways it seems like yesterday. There's just many mixed emotions, and I think the 10th anniversary is just a little bit more poignant than many others.
The federal government is expected to face stiff opposition from within its own party and from the Greens if it keeps offshore processing at the centre of its revamped asylum seeker policy. George Roberts reports from Parliament House.
The federal government's been sent back to the drawing board on its asylum seeker policy after the High Court ruled the Malaysia swap deal unlawful. Tomorrow, Cabinet will decide on a new policy which could involve amending the Migration Act. While the government says all options are on the table, the Attorney-General Robert McClelland has told Channel 10 the Malaysia deal will be at the centre of debate.
I expect there'll be a Cabinet decision and subsequently a caucus decision.
Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young says her party will oppose any policy which involves offshore processing.
They shouldn't be going ahead with Malaysia. They don't need to go ahead with Nauru or Manus either.
Labor's left faction has also indicated it wants asylum seekers processed in Australia. George Roberts, ABC News, Canberra.
The Tanzanian island of Zanzibar has begun 3 days of official mourning for more than 200 people who were killed when an overloaded ferry sank on Friday night. Authorities say many others are still unaccounted for. The BBC's Will Ross reports from Nairobi.
On this, the first of 3 days of national mourning, the effort to find more survivors will continue. Seeing as the ferry capsized at night, it is somewhat extraordinary that more than 600 people were rescued. Friends and relatives are still identifying the dead. They've been taken to a football ground in the centre of Zanzibar and placed in separate rows of men, women and children. Survivors said it was clear the ferry was extremely overloaded, and realising this, some passengers had even disembarked before it set off.
The National Transitional Council in Libya has been recognised by the International Monetary Fund, paving the way for the country's fledgling new administration to receive financial help. It comes as the leader of the interim government, Mustafa Abdul Jalil, flew to Tripoli for the first time since anti-Gaddafi forces captured the capital. Mr Jalil's arrival is aimed at sending a message about his authority across the country. The Deputy Mayor of Tripoli, Usama El Abed, was among the cheering, flag-waving crowds welcoming the new leadership to the city.
It's a joyful moment. It's a historical moment for the whole country, not only the citizens of Tripoli. Everybody is very happy, and I think a new chapter has just been opened here in the capital of Libya.
A volunteer firefighter says he was running on instinct when he rescued his neighbour's children from a burning house in Point Cook in Melbourne's outer southwest. John Hydes heard screams for help and smashed a bedroom window to save the 5-year-old boy and 7-year-old girl in Brownlow Drive late last night. Mr Hyde says he felt compelled to act.
If you start thinking about things, you'll talk yourself out of it. You just got to do it. Got to live with the consequences. I could not live with myself with the training I've had, knowing that there were children inside and not done a thing. I couldn't live with it, so I just had to do something.
And that's the latest in ABC News.
As seen on ABC2, the world's toughest driving test is now available on DVD.
Get too complacent.
In this 6-part series, actor Will Mello and comedian Kirsten O'Brien take on some of the world's most extreme driving environments. They encounter unusual people, dangerous vehicles and extreme terrain while competing to win the ultimate driving challenge.
Can she drive the tank under pressure?
World's toughest driving tests. Available for immediate delivery from ABC Shop Online or from ABC Shops and Centres.
Grandstand AFL.
Walker in space, marks at half forward, great Southern stand side, kicks to
the handball's on.
Away from Fletcher, he can get away and go, from just outside the goal square. Didn't want a handball standing, wanted to do it himself, and he does, Big Ben. Ben picks it up, kicks through traffic, cleverly and ball to marks. Ben says, he goes from the square, the Blues have another goal of the night.
Taken by Robinson, scrounges to kick forward, Van Mike in, cross his body, for goal, kicks it.
Neds has it around the great Southern stand side, he's at half forward. He'll kick it towards the pocket, Fletcher gets back, clears it, it's a goal! Fletcher to give you that goal! All happening for the Blues!
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
Welcome back to Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio and Grandstand Digital. Halftime at the MCG where Carlton lead Essendon by 41 points, 10-12-72 the Blues to the Bombers 4-7-31. Good afternoon, Matt Clinch updating with the latest sporting news before we return you to the MCG. In tennis, Samantha Stosur is through to the women's final at the US Open where she'll face Serena Williams. Stosur winning in 3 sets, 6-3, 2-6, 6-2. And a short time ago, I caught up with Grandstand and Fox Sports commentator Josh Eagle about the fantastic result for Sam.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's wonderful, isn't it? It's been a long time coming, really, for Sam. Made the final last year at the French Open, but a real breakthrough result here. And look, not without a chance, I believe, against Serena. Obviously, Serena will be the favourite, but today, look, all the pressure really on Sam, playing Angelique Kerber, ranked 92 in the world. So played with in that second set there where she lost, she played a little tight, but finished it off in the end, and she'll be absolutely thrilled to be into another Grand Slam final.
How did you assess her performance today? Her first US Open semi-final. Kerber, a little bit of an unknown given she hadn't made it past the third round before, but Sam was impressive early. Kerber lifted in the second set, probably matched the speed of Stoser's forehand, and then Sam immediately broke to start the third to get the result.
Yeah, look, I think it was one of those days where she just had to do everything she could just to put it out of her mind that she was playing a girl ranked 92 in the world. And I thought it was a couple of times there throughout the course of the match where she was really just winning ugly, just sort of keeping her composure together, where we haven't seen a lot of that. We've seen her probably falter in big matches before, but today she held it together mentally, which was great. She looked calm and certainly composed in the big moments. And look, it's all about just getting there and getting the job done. And today wasn't pretty in terms of how she hit the ball, and she played maybe a little bit nervous and tight at times. But when it mattered, she won the big points, and she's done that really all tournament. She's won a couple of really great matches against Petrova and then against Kirilenko, and then today getting the job done. So yeah, exciting.
She's the first Australian female into the US Open final in 34 years. Her opponent, Serena Williams, she simply smashed the world number one 6-2, 6-4, and her first set was simply clinical. I think it was 15 winners to 0.
Yeah, that's right. That's the stark reality of Serena Williams. She's a 13 times Grand Slam champion up against, Caroline Wozniacki. She's ranked number one in the world, but if you ask the players who's number one, it's certainly not Caroline. It's definitely Serena Williams. So, look, that was always going to be a difficult matchup for Wozniacki. Just outgunned, overpowered, and Serena Williams just in a different class to Caroline Wozniacki, and just too many weapons. So she served well. She's on 17 matches in a row in the last couple of months on the hard court, so a big favourite in that match, and she played like it, and really she was very impressive, I must say.
And just briefly on the men's, which has been outstanding viewing, Rafael Nadal to face Novak Djokovic in the final after Nadal defeated the 4th seed Andy Murray in 4 sets, 6-4, 6-2, 3-6, 6-2. Is Nadal going along well enough?
I don't think so. I certainly think that he's playing very well, but Novak Djokovic has just taken men's tennis to another level, and He got out of jail today, though. He was very fortunate to win against Roger Federer. He certainly won't sleep well, Roger Federer, after having 2 match points and on serve not getting the win there. But I thought Novak Djokovic was very impressive today, and I think he's just got too many weapons against Nadal on the hard courts. He's playing too deep in the court. But look, it's going to be a great final, isn't it? The world number 1 against the world number 2. So I think Nadal needs to get on the front foot, flatten it out, and go for it, play far more aggressive than we've seen him play, and especially at the Wimbledon final where he was just a bit too reluctant to go for it. So I think Djokovic goes in as a firm favourite for me.
Djokovic winning over 5 sets against Federer, 6-7, 9-7, 4-6, 6-3, 6-2, 7-5. Josh Eagle, thank you very much, and we can see you on Fox Sports coverage tomorrow at 6 a.m. as Samantha Stosur faces Serena Williams. In cricket, Australia declared on its overnight score of 7 for 411, our first innings lead of 237. Captain Michael Clarke decided it was time to call an end of Australia's innings after 58 overs were lost on day 3 when rain ended play midway through the second session. A win for Australia in this match will give it an unbeatable 2-0 lead in the 3-test series and lift it above Sri Lanka into the 4th spot on the World Test rankings. Currently, Sri Lanka are none for 80 in the 26th over. At the Rugby World Cup in New Zealand, Australia survived a slow start but prevailed against Italy in their opening game.
That is full time, and the Wallabies have beaten Italy 32 points to 6 to start their Rugby Union World Cup campaign in 2011. They scored 4 tries to 0 in the second half after a 6-all at half-time. So the Wallabies have beaten Italy 32 points to 6.
Excellent second half, very clinical, using the ball well, using width, varying their runners as well from the breakdown. And I guess the recycling of the ball, the speed in recycling the ball obviously put the challenge under a lot of pressure, and they'll be very happy with the second half, because the first half it was just a little bit of an arm wrestle, bit of tit for tat, and they just were able to assert their tactics and get their game going exactly how they wanted to in that second half.
So the try scored for the Wallabies by Alexander, Ashley Cooper, O'Connor and Ioane.
So the final score 32-6, the way of Australia over Italy. Tim Gavel and former All-Back Ant Strawn, and you can catch all the Wallabies games with Tim on Grandstand Digital, on Grandstand Digital 2, and also online. Australia's next game is against Ireland next Saturday. Briefly on our way back to the MCG, Lewis Hamilton was the second fastest in qualifying ahead of McLaren teammate Jenson Button. Australia's Mark Webber was 5th fastest in qualifying, while Wayne Rooney scored his 2nd successive hat-trick as Manchester United stormed back to the top of the Premier League with a 5-0 win. Earlier, City outclassed Wigan 3-0, and Arsenal also bounced back with a 1-0 win over Swansea. In the first week of the NRL finals last night, Brisbane defeated New Zealand 40-10, while the Sea Eagles 42 defeated the Cowboys 8. Very shortly, the Melbourne Storm take on the Knights. We'll keep you updated with that game throughout the afternoon, but let's take you back to the MCG, where Carlton lead Essendon by 41 points, 10-12-72 to the Bombers 4-7-31. Back to Dan Lonigan, Drew Morford, Stan Elves and Matthew Knights.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Both teams out on the ground, and looking forward to the second half as Essendon. They must start well to mount a challenge. A lot of work to be done. Drew, let's check some stats and see if they lie or don't lie. I've got a feeling they won't lie here.
And rain in Sri Lanka. Players off the field. It's going to be ruined, this game, I'm sure. None for 81, Sri Lanka, in their second innings. Some of the stats here to half-time, and it's a 41-point lead to the Blues, 10-12-72 to the Bombers, 4-7-31. Overall, the disposals, 191 to 146, all these in favour of Carlton. Inside 50s, 34 to 26. Contested possessions, 91 to 67. The tackles, 37 to 32. The clearances, 18 to 17. And one little stat in favour of the Bombers, the free kicks have gone 13 to 8. Some of the individuals, Mark Murphy with 18 touches in the first half, sensational. 10 of them contested. Yaron with 16, Carazzo 13, Scotland 12, Walker 11. For the Bombers, Stanton leads the way with Monfries, 12 each. Myers has 11, Joe Watson with 10, Ryder and Fletcher each with 9 possessions. But, boys, Bombers have got to do something big here, otherwise this game will be very quickly over.
And if I just look at Leroy Jetta and Elwyn Davey, they've had 4 disposals between them for the game, compared to, obviously, Garlett and Betts, who have not only won possessions but hit the scoreboard. So, really need a big lift out of those two players in Jetta and Davey, because they've got the leg speed and they've got the tricks and the creativity to cause some problems. So must get into the game, Leroy and Elwyn.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
The benches for the second half, Dan, for the Bombers, Melksham, Reamers and Howlett. For the Blues, Betts, Allard, Joseph. Just repeating the bad news for the Bombers, Tate Pears subbed out of this game with a left hamstring injury.
Bounce to start the second half, and it's worked down by Warnock, but rode by Ryder, his opponent. Little hand pass to Heppel. Left foot kick up towards half forward. Ball close to the boundary line. A fumble by Collier just as he gained possession of the ball, and over the boundary line it goes for a throw-in. Warnock has been absolutely superb in the ruck. He starts behind Ryder, works to the front, and gets some interference from Paddy, who is worried out of it by the massive size of Warnock. And Warnock takes the free from halfback. Kicks over centre wing. Thornton in front. Gee, man, took the mark. Terrific mark by Myers. Just behind the wing. Vital for Essendon to get the first score, or maybe first couple of goals in the second half. Through Hardingham it goes, and Stanton. They've lost ground in possession. A kick, danger. Across the ground, O'Halpin chips in. Gets it away from Carlisle. Centres the ball. Right out in front of goal. A chance for the Blues. Robinson goes to ground. Caught by Fletcher. But the ball's still there for Carlton. Cleared by Stanton for the Bombers. With a kick close to the boundary line. It pitches and bounces back inside the field of play. Thrown by Nathan Love and Murray. Unbelievable. The umpire didn't see that. And now there's going to be a ball up. It was a flick pass. It was a Teddy Whitten flick.
Playing for the Wallabies.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Half forward for the Blues at the city end. Warnock the tap. Stanton gets a hurried boot while being tackled. Picked up by Gibbs. Kept it alive. Scrambles it around the body. Towards the top of the goal square. Walker there. Won by Hardingham. Hand pass Heppel, now Stanton just outside the goal square. Fletcher feeds it to Zaharakis, who's hot. Hand pass run down. Carlton's pressure enormous. Judd lays the tackle 30 metres out. Great forward pressure by the Blues.
Gee, just indecision and uncertainty by the Bombers then. They were just unsure. Nobody really wanted to take it and do something positive. They're just giving it to people in worse positions.
Warnock, nice little punch. Watson attacks it. Lost it. Heppel there lends support but has the hand pass blanketed. Close to the boundary line. Getting out of a tackle, Carazzo. Carazzo now kicks towards the forward pocket on the outer side. Carlton mark. To a dangerous spot. Thornton lunging marks. Well played.
Yeah, where's he going?
Going well.
Well, he's been the surprise packet, hasn't he? He's been the one. We talked about other people might be able to do it, but he's you know, the great thing, he's won the real contested mark. He's won the one-on-one just there. Just too strong, I think it was for David Myers. Just get him out of the way, and in the finish just took a chest mark, but he's been a revelation for them.
So Brett Thornton, slight angle, 25 metres out to the city, and this would hurt the Dogs. It will. It does. It has. 11-12-78 Carlton, Essendon 4-7-31 on Grandstand AFL. A couple of goals to Brett Thornton.
Well, it's a tough day at the office for Myers, isn't it? He won the ball on this side wing. He was not sure. He was nervous. He ended up switching the ball. O'Halpin cut it off. And that time it was a high ball where Thornton just completely manhandled him, which he shouldn't. They're both similar size and shape, but it's just the experience at this level. And he's going to learn a valuable lesson today, David Myers, that he needs to fast track his intensity if he's going to play a really good AFL brand.
And the concern to me was not only him, but when the ball went in there, Essendon players really didn't want to attack it. It's indecision. It's almost a worry about, I don't want to make a mistake, rather than I want to do something positive to win the game.
Thornton has kicked 12 of his 20 career goals this season. Bombers burst out of the middle with a kick by Hocking, deep inside the 50. Paddled across here by Jetta, and he gets it to Stanton, who snaps for goal and bounces it home. Stanton gets his first, and a very quick reply by the Bombers. Much needed. Essendon 5-7 trail the Blues 11 goals 12.
Well, I'm going to tell you, at times he's copped the wrath of everybody, but I felt that in the second term he was one of the blokes who really is trying to do something about it. And I talked about indecision a minute ago down the back half. Well, he was one person who wanted to win the football there, took it on himself to get the footy, win it, kick the ball round his body and kick the goal. What he now needs, though, is he needs a few more players, a few more teammates to jump on board. He's given the lead. Now they've just got to rack together a couple more.
Tim Hodges?
Dan, Tate Pearce has just emerged from the rooms. He's had a full shower, got the tracksuit pants on, and I guess nobody knows the battles he's had with his soft tissue injuries more than you, Matthew.
He's had a lot of injuries. Matthew will comment on that a little bit later as Warnock with the free kick from the middle. Bangs it long on the left, inside 50. O'Halpin up, attacks it hard. Walker can't drive it. O'Halpin can. Left foot step for the Irishman was special, but just misses to the left-hand side of behind. 11-13-79 to 5-7-37. His recovery at ground level was good.
Oh, it was outstanding, but you've got to ask the question, how can he go the mark and then be the only one to recover? Where's the other Essendon blokes? I mean, where's your desperation? It's just non-existent down there at the moment.
He's kicked 1 goal, 3 today. Satanta O'Halpin. Fletcher comes in short. Hardingham in the back pocket. Outside the 50. Hill goes up and takes a mark. He needs to lift David Hill. Half back. Kicks up towards centre wing. Stanton with Armfield. A contest. Comes to ground. Armfield a soccer. Melksham gets in there for the Bombers. He's grabbed. Pion says the umpire is absolutely monstered. And the umpire is going to ball it up. Members wing. Goal each in this third quarter. 79 plays 37. Warnock palms down beautifully. Simpson to Judd. Or Carazzo. Judd's kick up towards 50. McVeigh pinned the minute he got the ball. And his kick marked by Warnock is playing the game of his life. Hand pass to Scotland. Judd had sent half forward. All hands to it. He didn't quite hang on long enough. Grabbed by Stanton. It was very nearly a mark. Stanton's kick marked by Monfries.
Draws the man, feeds over the top to a very quiet Davey on the Great Southern stand side. Kicks down the line towards half forward. Mark not taken by Reimers. He fights hard on the deck. Half forward for Essendon. Cavalry arriving. Henderson there. Davey as well. There'll be a bounce. Bombers trail by 42 points. Warnock, open-handed tap. Judd there, hung on to. Collier sockers from the contest and out of bounds.
Well, he's got away from Sandlands over at Fremantle, and Warnock has come to Carlton as the number 1 ruckman, and he said thank you very much.
Well, he's lifted. I mean, everybody is worried about the cruiser not being there, but he's taken on himself today to be wonderful.
Wanders out the back from the contest to Monfries of Essendon. A hand pass to Watson and on to Howlett, and now to McVeigh on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Hurley there. Jamison just got a hand on that. Good spoil. Collier at the foot. Hand pass no good. Gives it straight up to Murphy. Now to Yarran by hand. Half back Great Southern stand side. Kicks to the wing. Taking it hard Thornton. Not there. Myers. His opponent picks it up at the back. Under pressure. Has to give a defensive hand pass to Hardingham. Then he delivers wide to Collier.
Collier wheels around and left foots the ball towards the 50. Carlton with a few numbers. A little hand pass by Jamison. Over the top it comes to Murphy. Short pass. Marked at boot level by Ellard. He works it up. This is Ellard now at centre wing. He kicks towards half forward. Robinson in front. Oh, beautifully rowed by Garlett. He caresses the ball to Simpson. And Simpson marks about 30 metres from goal. Glorious football. So this will be another nail for the Bombers. If Cade Simpson can put this through. He's goalless today. A lot of his teammates are on the scoreboard, and he's kicked just 1 behind. Watch this shot by Simpson. He steers it home for another one for the Blues. They're 12-13, leading Essendon 5-7. And I think the Blues can start preparing their trip to Perth next week for the semi-final. Tim Hodges, a bit more going on down on the boundary line at interchange.
I tell you what, Drew, there is no love lost between Andrew Carazzo and Jobe Watson. They've been at each other since the first term, and again, Jobe Watson followed Carazzo on this occasion right to the Blues bench. He had 3 Carlton players around him, but he just wanted to finish off a verbal barrage on the Blues. So, absolutely no love lost between those two fellas.
just get a kick.
Well, that's right.
He's just got to play
possession.
He's just got to play footy, Job. I mean, that's what he's there for, to win contests, win stoppages. Garlett's left foot pass at speed was exquisite to find Simpson 35 out. Great play, Jeff Garlett.
He's the lead by example. We get the footy, Joe Watson. Bounce in the middle. Warnock the tap. Lovett Murray attacks it, but he attacked his opponent maybe over the shoulder in Allard. And a big pack forming near him, just outside the centre circles. Getting a bit overcast. Late afternoon in Melbourne.
Judd's gone to full forward, matched up by Hardingham. He's gone deep forward for a bit of a spell. Robinson's still playing central against Fletcher.
Bounce, Ryder, beaten by Warnock once more. Backhand flick to Lovett Murray. Free kick Carlton, Scotland. Threads a hand pass to Murphy, who's been brilliant. Inside 50, Judd. Can't take the mark. Gets it at ground level. Attacked by Fletcher. Handballs now in the direction of Robinson. He's tackled. Handballs to Garlick, close to the boundary. Right foot kick to full forward. Thornton can't hang on to it off hands behind. Carlton 12-14, 86. Essendon 5-7, 37. 49 points the margin on Grandstand AFL.
They're facing a barrage here, the Bombers. Loser goes out and starts to think about next year. Kick in, outside the 50. Warnock works it to the front. Taken by Davey for Essendon to Lovett Murray. Away it goes to Stanton. Across the ground he goes. Hurley's had to come well up the ground. He was prominent early, gone out of it a bit. To Zaharakis. Kicks wide to the wing, but he's given it straight to Dygan, who would have taken the mark had he not been bowled over by Stanton. Free kick to Dygan. Socks down. First year in the AFL from Norwood in Adelaide. Kicks towards half forward. Robertson comes crunching through. Crumbs come to Fletcher. Hurried kick goes up and down and out of bounds into the crowd. Carlton free kick.
Just a panic kick by Fletcher. He didn't need to do that. He just had a minor meltdown there. He should just run that over the boundary line with experience.
Thornton's kicked back into play. Pitches near right. It's tapped on. Wrong way. Betts goal. Danger bad for State Bombers. Another one. Another nail. Party time for the Blues. About to win their first final for 10 years. 13-14-92. The Bombers 5-7, 37.
Well, it's a beautiful bit of play by the Bombers. The only problem is that they hit it to the opposition, the wrong end of the ground. The tap over the back, you could hit it to a worse spot. Betts couldn't believe his luck. He's just run onto the footy and just walked in and just waltzed in and kicked an easiest goal you've ever seen in your life. You cannot believe it. There's nothing going right for Essendon, but everything for Carlton. And I might say Carlton have made it. It's just absolutely superb the way they're playing. They've got winners all over the ground. It's hard to actually even find an Essendon player who's winning his position or having an influence on the game, whereas they're just sharing the load. They're sharing the load everywhere, Carlton, and just running the Bombers off their feet.
Pretty dark here now. It looks as though we might get some rain. Ryder wins in the middle, but it comes to Murphy of Carlton. Watson follows up and soccers the Bombers towards centre half forward, where they win a free kick, and Stanton has this free on the 50 right in front.
Two Bombers behind play, just Melshcombe and Ryder just picking themselves up both. Melshcombe's particularly a pretty tough lad.
Yeah, Melksham shrugs off the trainers and jogs towards the bench, limping, as Stanton goes for goal. Good distance on this kick, and I reckon it gets there. Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's
yes,
a goal.
It did. A goal. It was touched just about a third of a metre over the line. So Stanton's kicked 2 in this third quarter, and the Bombers have gone to 6-7. He's got both their goals for the term. 6-7-43, trailing the Blues 13-14-92.
Well, I said before, he's one of the blokes who's, really just put his hand up and just a long kick and things like that. It's just trying to find, looking around the ground, just trying to find where the spark's going to come. We just said, Watson's getting sucked in. They just lost the fire there, but they're just, I was looking at that centre bounce there. Lovett Murray's just giving them nothing. It's just reactionary. They've just got to get some spark going, the Bombers.
Too late, I think, as O'Helpin goes in. It wasn't a great bounce. Had to do some work to try and make a contest, and holds it up just outside the circles, or on the edge of the circles.
You can say it's too late, but this is so much about pride. I mean, this is so much about your jumper and about the fact you have the opportunity to play for the club.
Tipped out by Carazzo. Murphy, another possession, releases Simpson on the outside. Bowled over as he kicks inside 50. Robinson attacked it hard. Takes a wonderful sprawling mark at centre half forward for the Blues. Hard nut from Tassie. Mitch Robinson. He's only...
When he kicked a goal earlier on, somebody held up a sign saying, "How do you like them apples?"
Yeah, I like that. There's only one player, but Pears went off. Their defence badly out of kilter. Robinson from 51 metres kicks to the square, but through hands and a behind. Walker and Harding can go up. 13-15-93 the Blues. Essendon 6-7-43. 15 gone third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Hurley and Jamison have just come off the bench. They're standing each other, a couple of crocs together, I reckon. This comes to Murphy. Hand pass to Judd. On the turn from 48. A goal to Chris Judd. He hasn't supplied much today, but he gets on the scorecard along with heaps of his teammates, and the Blues are romping away with this. 14-15 to 6-7.
Well, it wasn't the prettiest goal, but it was effective. Beautiful set-up handball by Murphy, through legs, around legs. But again, David Myers' kicking was appalling. Didn't spin right. Laidler had a good look at it and come back with interest. And that's what happens in this competition if you can't kick out of the back half. It hurts you the other way.
Well, why is he kicking out there?
Well, he shouldn't be doing it. Yeah. Fletcher should be kicking in. Fletcher has to take control down there, and that's what Fletcher has to show leadership in this situation. Either him and McVeigh have got to do the kick-ins, because Myers and Carlisle and Hardingham, it's not their responsibility.
56 points, bounce in the middle, taken by Allard, kicks inside 50, missed by Walker, quick hand pass, Robinson, Garland will receive it, Garland should go, but he misses Jeffrey from 25. That was as lightning a hand pass as you're ever likely to see. Brilliant. 100 now, Carlton, 14-16, 100, Essendon 6-7-43.
Kick in straight up the ground, Howlett camp there. Dispossessed by Judd. Short pass. Scarlett short pass. Murphy. Gibbs for goal, and Gibbs kicks another one. Bryce Gibbs gets his second. That is 5 goals to 2 this quarter, and the Blues are 106-43.
Yeah, and they've got 10 individual goal kickers. It's now the ease with which they're now doing it. Just the opposition has disintegrated. I was hoping that we might have seen some of the rest of the perspective a fight back in that third term, but really they've given up without a yelp. The Blues they are on the kill. They've got the sniff. They're now just getting numbers at the footy. They're sharing the workload, just getting back into it. And I got to tell you, this is just a magnificent performance by Carlton, built on some real hard work. They squandered chances early, but boy, oh boy, are they playing super footy at the moment.
Brett Ratton will be very, very happy too, in more ways than one.
The happiest man in the ground.
Hill takes it out of the middle. He drives long to an open goal, and in the end, Henderson gets back and whacks it through for a behind. More decisive from the Bombers, but not enough. 6-8-44 to 15-16, 106.
Jamison straight up the centre of the ground. He's kicked it a mile, but he's turned it over, and Stanton takes the mark inside the centre square. Stanton's kicked 2 this quarter. Bang, back to full forward, but it's all Carlton. And the mark easily taken by Laidler in defence. Laidler's kick over half-back flank. I thought Thornton might have been grabbed by the arm. It spills to Lovett Murray. Short pass to Watson. And there's a Bronx cheer for the Bombers skipper. 55 metres from goal. A low zooming pass. Ryder juggles. Can't complete the mark. Jamison misses a tackle on Hurley. 35 metres from goal. Yarran, a hand pass to Gibbs, to Laidler. And Carlton out of defence again, close to the boundary line. Ball pitches and over the boundary line it goes for a throw-in. It's half forward for the Bombers. We played 19 minutes in the third quarter. Carlton 15-16, 106 to Essendon 6-8, 44.
Boundary throw in half forward, Great Southern stand side for the Bombers, heading to the punt road end. Back near Hill, who lays it, tackles, spills out to Howlett, shows some candy, then handballs to Collier, kicks inside 50. Jeddah makes a good contest, but Yarran's at ground level. Ryder works him out of it, goes after it again, Yarran dumped. There's Watson, great little hand pass to Collier. Collier a shot at the goals. Collier kicks it. Watson's hand pass exquisite. 7-8-50 the Dons. They just can't kick any in a row. That's the problem. Carlton 15-16, 106, 20 gone, third quarter. Elimination final day on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, and it was a wonderful setup by Watson. Carlton looked like they were away. They had the extra number, but Yarran just fumbled. It was a good forward tackle by Davey, which made the ball spill. Watson done a beautiful 15-metre handball to Collier in the spare, or in the free, and he ran in and kicked a nice goal. Good one for the Bombers.
106-50. 20-minute mark, third quarter. Warnock absolutely superb in the ruck. This time he's going up against Hill. Umpire bounces right on the head of David Hill. Warnock wins again to Murphy. Hand pass to Judd. They get another clearance. Kick by Judd off the left towards the 50. Mark juggled in defence, but Myers good enough to recover and wins the kick for the Bombers. Half back to half forward. Armfield first there. Delightful kick off the left down the line. Marked by Simpson as a bounce. Kicks towards the 50. Oh! What a mark by Hardingham. Mark of the day.
He has the kick smothered by Garlett, but Garlett was too close to the man on the mark, so 50 metres to Hardingham. So some luck there for the Bombers. Great mark by Kyle Harding, and we know he can do that. He did that when he was playing forward a bit last year. But he's found a role at halfback. He's in the middle of the ground now. A high drop punt inside 50. Henderson crashes the pack at the front. Rode by Armfield for the Blues. Kicks in the direction of Robinson, two-handing it away with a vicious spoil. Big Fletcher out of bounds between wing and half forward for the Dons in front of an Essendon pocket on the Great Southern stand side.
It might be worth a look, Dan, Hardingham forward. He can take a mark on the lead and he can jump from behind. It might be worth just as a change-up.
Hill tapping to the back, goes again. Howlett wrestling with his teammate Melcham. Talk, boys. And then he's dumped to the ground and a tackle will be a bounce at half forward.
That's Warnock again. You know, he's laying tackles as well as winning hit-outs. Terrific performance. Bounce at half forward for the Bombers. Warnock wins another hit-out towards the boundary line. Hocking taken over the line, and it'll be thrown in. Crowd of over 90,000 here today for the elimination final. Bombers being dumped out in the first week. Warnock wins another one. Comes to Murphy. Tapped time and time again. Hand pass to Simpson. His kick over centre wing. Hardingham wins it at ground level this time. He won it a mile in the air a minute ago. Oh, Howlett a hand pass. He put it too far out in front of Hill and it sailed straight over the boundary line. We get a throw in. Just nothing going right for the Bombers.
Hill was standing still, though, right on the edge of the boundary. Didn't really want it. Boundary throw in. He taps it down. Rode by Murphy for another possession. Squeezes Carlton towards half forward. Thornton there. Fletcher gets it. Handballs to Myers. And to get rid of it, he's well tackled. Had the hand pass run down, but he's penalised. Too slow, David Myers. Free kick to Betts in short now to Scotland. Marking it left half forward. Not far from centre half forward.
He could become their 11th goal kicker.
Be a chance for his first All-Australian. He's in the squad. Getting a new contract. And he's been a wonderful servant for Carlton. Lead 56 points for the Blues. 24 gone third quarter. Scotland approaches the 50, goes past the 50, 48 out. He misses to the left-hand side at the city end. 15-17, 107. Essendon 7-8, 50. Sri Lanka 1 for 83 in the cricket.
Don't you love that interchange? Ben Howlett's run from the other side of the ground to run off to have an interchange. 150 metres, gets there to be told, no, don't come off, go back. Terrific idea.
Fletcher's kick outside the 50. O'Halpin in the ruck with Warnock having a rest. And he might have given away a free kick in this marking contest. And he has to Hill. Little hand pass to Watson, who's strolling. As a bounce. He's going to be caught. Gets a hand pass to Heppel under pressure in the circles in the middle of the ground. It's tidied up by Collier to Zaharakis. And now forward towards half forward. Hurley shrugs a tackle, throws it on the left boot. A high ball to full forward, all Carlton. And the mark taken by Henderson. Henderson in the last line for the Blues. Kicks outside the 50. Howlett comes over the top of Armfield to take a mark. Too far out to score. He kicks his boot away.
Doing a Shane Mumford of last night.
Short pass, chopped off by Scotland. He did actually kick it with the booted foot, but it was no good.
No, he kicked it with his sock.
Did he?
Yeah, because he's got white boots on.
Scotland kicks to no man's land, taken by Harding, and then he goes without it. Gets it back on the outer side. A hand pass to Heppel. Been a bit quieter today. Little kick on the bounce to McVeigh's had a disappointing day. Now Lovett Murray kicks into the circles to Ryder. Didn't go the required distance. Plays on and bangs indiscriminately. Inside 50. Melksham on the second grab takes a good mark. He'll play on. He's got Zaharakis in short. Well, that hasn't gone 15. He's got to play on. He does. Kicks to full forward. Hills the target. Bounces for him. Goals. There's their 8. 8-8, 56. Carlton 15, 17, 107. Margin 51 points at the 26-minute mark.
Thank you, Henry.
Well, they've kicked back to back. And the good thing about that was that there was a bit of system, there was a bit of control. I thought earlier on they just are so rattled. Time and again they just bombed the ball in. Blues blokes were just sitting back. But that time they actually went short. They went short, found some people in. Finally the kick was to the goal square and the big fella was able to outbody on the ground and kick the goal. So there's a bonus for them. Back to back, but more importantly, was done with a bit of clear thinking rather than just some really rash, undisciplined footy.
They've only kicked 8 goals, but they continue to share them around. They've had 6 individual goal kickers. They've done it all year, Matthew.
Yeah, they have. They haven't had a central P target, but they've managed to share them around. They've got another centre clearance here.
Ryder over the top, palms it beautifully, and they've come out of the middle. Hurley takes the mark at half forward. He's got a dud foot, but he gives it everything he's got. It's away to the right. He gets the distance from about 52 and kicks a behind. Michael Hurley today, he's on 49 goals for his career, and he hasn't got his 50 up, so he can't raise the bat. He's kicked 3 behinds today.
Yarrett pops it in very short. And Scotland, very reliable with his disposal on the back pocket on the outer side. In short now on that great southern side to Henderson, the former line, and he hits up Judd. And they all love it, Carlton.
He's getting a couple of touches this quarter. Not having a big effect on the game, but just started to work his way into it.
Kicks to the wing. O'Halpin works his way to the front, opposed to Ryder. Spills to the back. Carlisle puts the body on the line, allows Myers. He just hurries a left footer inside, attacking 50. Taken by Henderson. Hill lays a good tackle. And Melksham wins the footy. Chips in short, looking for Reimers, but well read by Scotland. Should have nearly had a shot there, Melksham. Plays on quickly, a hand pass, O'Halpin to Murphy. And he pops up a half distance out to Joseph.
Scotland's been a gun at marking the opposition's kicks. Oh, this ball is very high from Joseph, close to the boundary line. Heppel over the top.
Murphy's copping a bit, I'll tell you. He's copping a fair bit, Murphy. And I think he's been caught. Reimers.
And the umpire runs in to have a word with him. I don't think there was a report. It was going to be a free.
No, it was one of those ones where they're pushing and shoving. As Murphy ran away, came in and just sort of shouldered him from behind. Knocked him to ground.
So it's relayed up the ground, and Murphy with the free, closer to right centre wing. 107 plays 57. The Blues for Brett Ratton, winning their first final for 10 years.
Carrazzo's got to take the kick.
Yes.
It's a bit tedious,
Not as tedious as the interchange infringement where... Kaczynski.
Judd has climbed a mile and taken a magnificent mark.
Marking isn't the highlight of his game. That's one of his best in his career. He kicks towards full forward and another mark taken by Eddie Betts overhead. Wow.
That's ignited him.
Has Juddy ever taken a better mark than that?
No, I haven't seen one. That's spectacular. And then Eddie's taken a contested one, muscling out Hardingham. It's all happening here for the Blues.
Well, Eddie kicked 8 goals against Essendon earlier in the season. Today, lining up for his third. Distance only about 25 metres. Tight enough angle. He steers it home. 2 this quarter, 3 for the game. Hugs all round. And Judd jogs back to the centre. You'd have to look at the scoreboard to check the replay out, wouldn't you? It's 16-17 to 8 goals 9.
Well, I think you need to just put that into perspective. Bombers are working awfully hard. They kick 2 goals, and then an undisciplined bit of play causes a down the free field free kick. He just balls the ball up. Judd, who's worked his way back, then takes a specky. He kicks it down. Eddie Betts out, that little bloke on the ground, out marks somebody, then goes back from around and kicks it. And all of a sudden, the good work that you've done, totally undone. And I'm going to say it just comes back, just unfortunately, to a silly bit of play by Kyle Reimers, really on their half-forward line.
Those 3 small forwards for Essendon today non-existent as Lovett Murray takes the clearance for the Bombers in short, finger-tipper. Mark taken by Sandon, tried hard. Front edge centre square. Kicks long to the punt road end. Hill out of position as Laidler marked that. Oh, that's a great one-hander by Laidler. Jostling hard with Hill in the back pocket.
Bit of party time now.
Laidler on the left. Kicks towards the wing. Warnock there. Ryder has given away a free kick. Warnock in front.
He's been undisciplined, Ryder, today. That's the 3rd free kick he's given in the back, basically, because he's been caught out of position. Warnock keeps backing into him, so Ryder can't get a jump at the footy. It's smart football by Warnock.
Helped it onto Yarran. Short pass to Thornton on the great southern stand side. Kicks the half forward. Oh, nearly a big mark done again. It is party time, Drew. On hands and knees. Hand pass out to Gibbs. Finish for Bryce. Bryce Gibbs kicks another one. He's got 3. They're on their way to Perth next week, the Blues. 17-17, 119, Essendon 8-9, 57-32
I think Chris Judd's caught an early flight. He's got an appetite for it now, all of a sudden, isn't he? He's going for everything.
And there was a question mark in the last few weeks about his health.
Yeah.
Now he's not sore. When
He's got altitude training.
if you're sore, you don't fly for them marks, Drew. You don't sit up on top.
Oh, wow.
He's in 1A.
Who said party time? You boys down the front said party time, and it's exactly what started to happen.
Has he got a sore shoulder because you've been holding Oscar too much? I don't know.
Oh, gee, I thought he thinks his name's Andrew Walker. He's just going, is it too late to win Mark of the Year?
In the middle, this ball doesn't come out of the circles and the umpire will bounce again.
He might have decided, well, I can't get the ball on the ground against Hocking. I'll get it in the air, so I'll start jumping for a few.
Yeah. Hocking can't get up here. I'll give it a burl. Warnock palms it down to Walker in the middle. First back there is the aforementioned Hocking. Over the top he goes to Lovett Murray. Not too sure. Into Ryder he goes. Little hand pass to Zaharakis. His pass. Jetta dives in. Can't take the mark. Stanton a chance. Socket away by Armfield towards the boundary. And Jetta Stanton's claiming a free kick for deliberate. Mate, get after the ball.
That's exactly because
the
Armfield nearly got it.
Dead set out of bounds.
Yeah.
He's claiming the free kick. Just play the game.
Good call, Drew.
Boundary throw in. Ryder, Warnock, 2 hands it down again. Murphy has been brilliant, was under pressure. Produced a U-turn, handballs to Walker, back to Murphy. Tucked in the back pocket on the great southern stand side, a hand pass to Carrazzo. Kicks high towards the wing, and Thornton lost his opponent, Carlisle, this time. took an easy mark. Young Carlisle just learning the game though. His 10th game today. Kicks to the wing. Hardingham couldn't mark it. Judd's at the drop. Does well to squeeze it through traffic mark taken by Betts, but Essendon free kick.
It was a shame. Did you see what Judd did then?
Going brilliantly in this quarter.
Deflected it from his hand to his boot. Didn't even really take possession.
Miles has got cramp as Hardingham kicks to half forward. Punched on by the Bombers. Collected at the back by Laidler, who's played a fine game today. A hand pass to Dygan close to the boundary. Coughs it up with a poor hand pass to Melksham. In short now to Hocking. Bowled over by Gibbs, but he takes the mark at half forward. Looking to play on. Got himself into trouble. Tucks it around the corner. And Henderson's in the way and he marks. Their disposal inside 50 today, Essendon, has left a lot to be desired. Carlton by 62, 34 gone, a long third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
See, Hocking was trying to umpire the game as well, saying that the bloke had come over the mark and he's pointing and
he definitely played on.
He should have just kicked the ball. He was too busy trying to umpire the game and he kicked at the opposition.
They've totally lost focus, Drew, and it's not on footy.
That is three-quarter time, and Carlton in that quarter added 7 goals to 4, and after leading by 41 at half-time, they now lead by 62 points. The Blues 17-17, 119 to Essendon, 8 goals 9, 57. What a rout it's been. Easily the most one-sided of the 4 finals played this weekend. 10 different goal kickers for the Blues. Betts and Garlett have kicked 3 each, and Gibbs has kicked 3 as well after 2 in that quarter. And Thornton's got 2, rare for him. Singles for Walker, Murphy, Judd, Simpson, Robinson and O'Halpin. And for Essendon, just 8 goals in 3 quarters of football. They kicked 3 in the first, 1 in the second, and they did get 4 in that third quarter. 2 for Stanton, 2 for Monfries, and singles for Hill, Carlisle, Collier and Remus. At three-quarter time in the elimination final, it's Tatar the Bombers. Carlton 17-17, 119, lead Essendon 8-9, 57.
And this is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio and Digital Radio.
G'day, I'm Stella Young, the editor of the ABC's Ramp Up website. I also happen to live with a disability, so I reckon I'm in a pretty good position to bring you Ramp Up, which is a website for everyone in Australia's disability community. It's a place for news, debate, humour, and general info about what's happening. If you've got something to say about disability, Ramp Up is the place for you. So get on board at abc.net.au/rampup.
Grandstand AFL.
Carazzo now kicks towards the forward pocket on the outer side. Carlton mark. To a dangerous spot. Thornton lunging marks. Well played. Slide angle. 25 metres out to the city, and this would hurt the Dogs. It will. It does. It has.
Robinson in front. Oh, beautifully rowed by Garland. He caresses the ball to Simpson, and Simpson marks about 30 metres from goal. Glorious football. Watch this shot by Simpson. He steers it home for another one for the Blues. Kicking straight up the ground. Powell and Camp there. Dispossessed by Judd. Short pass. Garland short pass. Murphy. Gibbs for goal, and Gibbs kicks another one. Kaczynski. Oh, Judd. Judd has climbed the mile and taken a magnificent mark.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
It's had it all as far as Carlton's concerned. They're going to go into a semi-final. Win their first final for 10 years. They're led by 62 points. 17-17, 119. Essendon 8-9, 57. Before Matthew Knights and Stan Elves. Drew's got another score for us.
Yeah, in the NRL, Dan, across the road from the MCG, the Melbourne Storm in their first final of the season. After 34 minutes, are leading Newcastle 10 points to 0. Storm the minor premiers.
And Newcastle lose. They'll be out like the Bombers will be out. Matthew Knights and Stan Elves will tell us all about it.
Well, if there was any doubt at half-time, the result of this game, it's certainly not now. Bombers kicked 4 goals too, but the Blues 7-5. Just have all the answers. They were fantastic. They really are on top in every area. I might say against little opposition. My concern really has been the fact that the Bombers, in many instances, have just lost focus. They're taking their eye off the ball. They're worrying about stuff, the umpires, and even their great skipper Watson, who's a great player. he's just got sucked in by Carazzo's closeness to him. But it hasn't stopped the Blues. Warnock just superb, controlling the ruck at ground level. Murphy, boy, she having a ripper of a game. Simpson's into it, Gibbs and Scotland. But I think the highlight was when Judd started to get back into it, and I think Matthew Knight's made a really good call. If I can't win the ball at ground level, I'm going to start winning the air. And he took a specky and he started going for everything, all and sundry, and that's how just much they're on top. Fantastic. The defence is working well. They're just working great. But to me, I reckon the biggest bonus for them today, the thing that I didn't expect, was how good Thornton would be at centre-half forward and down the ground. He's just taken the one-on marks. He's just opened them up, made it good for the little blokes. But they've just been fantastic. For Essendon, unfortunately, I really find it difficult to find many players in there to say who really have responded to the challenge. Perhaps Stanton got a bit in that quarter, and a few other people have tried. And even the ones who've tried, just unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for them. There's no coming back from here. There's no coming back from a situation. Carlton totally dominating, and 17-17, 34 shots to 17. That's 17 more shots, and I think that is a clear indication of their superiority in this game.
Well, Nida won't say it, but the much vaunted coaching panel of Essendon have come massively unstuck in their first final. I mean, what advice is James Hird getting from Bomber Thompson? I don't know. They're probably short of a few players, and I reckon there's probably a few out there who aren't 100% fit. I reckon Michael Hurley would be one of those, but this is pretty embarrassing for Essendon today. Okay, I said it. Nida.
Yeah, it's a tough day for them. It really is, and you know they would have expected more out of a number of players here today, and there hasn't been too many changes or shift up. Watson's gone forward again. That's probably the main move they've done today. Jake Carlisle's now gone back into the forward line again with David Hill. Michael Hurley remains in the forward line, and their defence stays pretty similar, albeit Melstrom's moved to a half-back flank onto Betts, and Mitch Robinson continues to go to Dustin Fletcher and cause him headaches.
Here's the bounce, and Warnock has a quick look at his opponent, Ryder. Ryder actually wins it, though, and works it out to Hocking. A high ball towards centre-half forward. Hurley, ball gets past him. Hill, a hand pass, and it's gathered there by Watson. Might have been thrown. It's going to be a Carlton free kick. And comes back to Henderson. A little hand pass to Scotland. Round the back to Yaron. Has another bounce. Got time to have another one if you like. Kick by Chris Yaron to Walker. Not this time. Hardingham gets it away from him. Comes to Simpson. 20-metre hand pass to Murphy. Murphy centres the ball. Beautiful. Robinson drops what he might have taken just inside the 50. They're still working hard, Carlton, as though the scores are level. The umpire comes in to bounce. Scores are far from level. 62 points the margin. Carlton finishing off in this last quarter, running towards the punt road end. We've got a crowd of over 90,000 here.
At centre-half forward, Ryder an open-handed tap. Down to Murphy, kick half smothered. Rebounds to Gibbs, a hand pass to Murphy, just keeps getting it. A quick defensive give to Carazzo, centering kick. Armfield marking it centre-half forward. 32 now for Murphy.
Tidy.
He's had an outstanding game, letting possession get her by some 11 possessions. It's unbelievable. Lateral kick to Dygan, switching to the outer side. Kicks inside 50 from Thornton, who's been wonderful today, marking in front of Myers at right half forward. Great Southern stand side.
Thornton's certainly been the one that's added a different dynamic to the last game against the Saints, where they only had our helping. And what it's allowed Henderson and Laidler to play at the back in their normal roles. But he has provided a good target, either out the back or on the up.
His third goal, 52 out to the punt road end. He really does give that a ride. Just touched on the line. Right on the line. 17-18, 120 Carlton. Cricket score this. Essendon 8-9, 57 opening couple last quarter.
Fletcher kicks in, straight up the ground. Dygan with the punch. Ball comes to the front to Hocking. Little hand pass away. Zaharakis kicks to open country. Hill drops a mark at shin height. And now the Carlton players come in and lay a two-man tackle. And the umpire will ball this up just forward of the wing, slightly Essendon's way. Hasn't been a crowning day for David Hill. Here's the bounce. It's Ryder against Warnock. Warnock another one. The ball finishes up rolling down his back, taken by Zaharakis. Off to Watson. His kick inside the 50. Gathered by Scotland for Carlton. Gets the hand pass away to Henderson. Henderson's hand pass chopped off by Jetta, who flings out a hand pass to Zaharakis. Kicks to the City end goal.
Sums it up, doesn't it?
And he blazes and misses everything.
Of their players in their first final today, maybe a bit of stage fright for the Bombers, but they were up early. Although Carlton of course, knocked up the first 5 shots at goal. Laidler has been very solid on the left in short to Scotland. He's a good person to have the football. She uses it so well at half-back on the MCC members' side. Defending at the City end. Kicks towards the wing. Ryder up, attacks it. No mark. Spillage, O'Helpman. Good underground hand pass, Walker. Inside, give to Murphy. Just destroying them. Kicks now to Thornton. Myers out of position. Got a late spoil. Slips the back to Betts. Betts a snap around the body and just missed. 17-19, 1-2-1, 8-9, 57. Some problems for Fletcher Tip.
Fletcher needs to be helped up by 2 trainers. I think he's coming off very groggy, got collected with his head over the ball, and he's got jelly legs and being helped off the ground by the 2 physios from the Bombers. He's in enormous trouble.
Well, let's hope that's nothing untoward from any Carlton players as he comes to the bench. Kick in, O'Halpin clean bowled, comes to Armfield who gathers, hand pass to Robinson. Oh, what a beautiful pass. And who better to give it to than Murphy, just outside the 50. He goes the short pass to Walker, who marks about 40 metres from goal.
Has Murphy got a magnet on him or something? What he keeps just going to him.
He's going to the bench, he might get a kick there as well. And listen to the cheers for Mark Murphy.
I think there's sub-rule, is it?
Down here, guys, just before Andrew Walker has his shot, Michael Jamieson has been subbed out of the game. An early shower for him, and Marcus Davies has come into the game.
Gee, they'd be happy with what they got out of Jamieson if he's come through okay.
So Andrew Walker for goal from wide out, 40 out. Oh, beautiful
snag.
Gee, that's a good goal. His second. And after 5 minutes of the last quarter, the Blues go to 18-19 to Essendon, 8 goals, 9. The margin 70.
And Murphy was getting a round of applause coming off at the 4-minute mark of the last quarter with 34 disposals. We've still got 26, 27 minutes to play. He might add another 10 to that. Walker's been terrific. He's just done what he's done all year. He's presented, he's worked, he's got on the ground, he's moved up and back. And I've really liked his game. He's played wonderfully well in this final here today with his other fellow forwards.
They haven't really put a tag on Murphy, have they?
No, they haven't. No. And like I said earlier, Hocking is the Judd one, but Essendon of all year have only gone 1 tag, so they've been happy to go the other way and just go head-to-head with Murphy, but he's just too good.
Bounce in the middle. Hill beaten again by Warnock. It's sockered by Hocking towards half forward. Reamers out nudged by Joseph. He's at the clamps on him all day. Taken by Joseph again. Good tackling Davey. Spills to Reamers. Hooks it inside 50. Pitches away from Hurley. And Laidler and Arfield wins it for Carlton. Swings it to the outer side to Henderson. Runs away from Ryder. Now at half-back, Henderson for Carlton kicks down the line, and Myers has been outmarked too often by Thornton today. Plays on quickly, kicks now to Scotland. Between wing and half-forward, great southern stand side. Scotland now kicks to a running Davies. We mentioned the super sub. Gathers now, hard on the boundary. Kicks inside 50, no mark taken. At the spillage, Carlisle for Essendon. Hand pass McVeigh. Threading it is Melksham. Now Heppel over the top, Monfries. Hand pass to Myers, running at half-back. Delivers into the middle, not a good kick. Davey under the puff. Out worried by Joseph. Then he lays a tackle. Sockered by Reamers. Now it's a loose ball on the members' wing. Carlton to collect, and Simpson will grab it now.
Goes with the hand pass back to Laidler, who kicks out towards the wing. Gibbs and the other number 4, Watson. Watson gets a hand of the ball.
Oh, he's hurt.
Oh, there's a head-high bump here to a Carlton player who's down
Simpson.
and out for the count. Simpson comes to Laidler. Now to Gibbs.
He's got up
from half-back. Simpson's a chance to get this, Bill. After he recovered, he runs onto it.
When it's your day, it's your day.
He's back from the dead. He runs to half-forward, hooks the ball in towards centre-half forward. Judd gets hand pass to Robinson. His hand passes astray. Taken by Monfries, but it's going to be a Robinson free kick.
No, No 50.
He was collected high or in the back by Hocking. And Mitch Robinson got a mouthful of grass. He's kicked a goal today, right in front, 50 metres out. Bombers scoreless in this last quarter. The Blues have added 1 goal to. Robinson from 52 launches a monster. Doesn't quite make a big leap in the square. O'Halpin rose. Hand pass to Eddie. 12 metres out. Ducks a high tackle. Heppel's got him. How do you rule that, umpire?
A great decision.
Yep.
He ducked into it and was caught holding the ball.
Advantage taken by Myers.
Myers with a hand pass. Howlett at half-back. Has Davey on his own marking in the middle. Been a very quiet day for Davey. Wants to take them on. Runs into trouble in the form of Davies. Does what? A hooker kick around the body to Collier. Back to Hocking. Fends off a tackle and then gets run down. Cornered everywhere. Davies wins for Carlton. Hand pass to Carazzo. Carazzo kicks Carlton back inside 50 and chipping into Marcus Scotland. Looks to play on. Runs around in an arc. Feeds it wide by foot to Thornton. Essendon's turnovers have absolutely killed them today. And Thornton at right half forward, about a 20-degree angle heading to the punt road end. Tim?
Dan, the Bombers are now just 2 men on the bench. Dustin Fletcher, I don't think there's any coming back for him. His 2011 is done. Doc Reed sitting beside him, just working on his jaw. So no doubt he'll have some scans on that because they've been looking at it for about the last 4 minutes. Hopefully it's not broken.
So Brett Thornton, 48 out, and he misses to the right-hand side. Without making too light of the situation, as Mark Riley said so eloquently earlier in the day, Dustin Fletcher might have to have his drink through a straw. 18-20, 1-2-8 the Blues, 8-9, 57 the Bombers, 71 points the lead on Grandstand AFL.
Well, dark old day for the Bombers. Nearly run down the kick in by Eddie Betts, who fought really hard for it. Hardingham, you're in heaps of bothersome near the defensive goal square. His kick's gone up and down the mine shaft. Robinson nearly takes a mark. And it's going to be an Essendon free kick. Well, Robinson and his opponent came in opposite directions. Melksham was collected and will take the free kick. Very fortunate to get out of it, Essendon. And he's got the cramp as Melksham takes that kick. And the mark's taken by Carlisle. Short pass, Heppel.
I don't know what David Myers is still doing the kick-ins for Essendon. It's disgraceful. Someone needs to take the responsibility and relieve him of that duty.
Talking of stage fright, he really has had it today, hasn't he, in his first final?
Can't be Fletcher because he's off the ground. Ball up near the wing. A soccer away by Judd towards the boundary line, and out it goes right at the interchange gate, and we get a throw in. This is an awkward time of the game. We've just got to play it out and finish it off, but if there was a mercy rule, they'd blow the whistle and all walk off.
It's a good time for your coach in Carlton.
Carlton supporters wouldn't want this. They just want to see them buried into the turf. Allard, a hand pass to Simpson, hooks around the body, but in the way young Carlisle. Nice feeding hand pass to Lovett Murray. Hand pass to Zaharakis. Back to Lovett Murray. Had to fend off a Murphy tackle. They're in trouble again. This time Melksham arches the back. Avoids the tackle. Good give by hand to Howlett. Looking to try and kick to someone. Issuing instructions. Again, how many times has the ball just pitched to no man's land? And Carlton are there to collect once more. There was nothing to kick to, and he kicked to nothing, Howlett. And Laidler relieves the pressure and finds Simpson at half back on the MCC members' side.
Essendon have got him pinned down the line. He'll need to change direction. He's gunning to Dygan in the corridor.
And Dygan takes a running mark at the back edge of the centre square. Just shrugs off Hurley. His hand pass to Henderson, not good. Hendo goes back, has a bit of a fumble. They might turn it over here and cost themselves a goal. Just outside the 50, but Essendon can't emerge with the ball. The Blues good enough to block them up, and we get a ball. 128 plays 57. Carlton well in charge. But they would hate to get an injury in this last 20 minutes of the game, with a final in Perth coming up next week. It'll be a night game Saturday. Scotland has it. Defensive 50. Hand pass to Carazzo. Hand pass looking for Scotland again, but taken by Zaharakis. Into Lovett Murray. Short pass to full forward. Hill caught behind. The ball punched away, out of bounds, in the forward pocket. Tim?
Drew, you said you hope there's no injuries for Carlton. Michael Jamieson, maybe this is just precautionary ice on his left knee, but he's actually laying along the back of the bench with his left knee up, and it's being iced, so hopefully it's still okay and just a precaution for next week.
Here's a soccer off the ground, which goes through for a goal, does it, for Essendon? A consolation, a lucky one for David Hill. Greeted by silence. Bombers 9-9-63. Carlton 18 goals 20, 128.
Yeah, small consolation for David. He hasn't had a big day, David, but what he did, he palmed it down and actually roved it himself and actually flung a left foot at the ball, and it just rolled through from about 12 out. Warnock just leaving the ground. Monstrous effort by Warnock, replaced by Eddie Betts. Michael Hurley leaves the ground. Heath Hocking on.
If they had a winner, maybe Hocking on Judd. Is that about it?
Well, I think that's probably a break even. But I think Judd probably got on top in the second half. He's had 18, kicked 1 goal, 1. Hocking's had 16 disposals. So probably that duel's even.
Yeah, well beaten today, the Dons. Down by 65 points. Ryder, nice tap. Carazzo there. Swings out of a tackler, hand pass Walker. Fumble by our help, and Essendon have numbers around the contest at half-back. Inside the centre square, Ryder's hand pass to Stanton. He had the kick run there. Now Garland emerges. Swings a right footer. Inside 50. Eddie Betts is there in the goal square. Gibbs as well. He tumbles and he tries to goal. Betts. Did he get boots the ball or did Betts? Betts did. Oh, Eddie, you're dangerous.
I might have been Gibbs.
I'm going Betts.
Are you? We all need to look at the goal. Need to look, don't we? Here.
We're not sure, but Eddie was right next to him when Gibbs stumbled a metre out.
I think you got it right, Drewy.
Eddie's claiming it.
I think you got it right.
I saw a little jig after the goal, so I'm thinking it was Eddie.
Gibbs is flexing his shoulders too because he seemed to land on one of them.
I think he's got a bit of grass burn.
Well, it's a goal anyway.
Yeah, Eddie.
19-20, 1-3-4 to 9-9-63. And Eddie Betts kicks his 49th of the season. Giving it to Eddie.
Gibbs was bowled over pretty hard then, and he's come to the bench with a sore shoulder or something. He's gone straight down below. Blues come forward from the restart in the middle. Ball lands on its point. Favours Lovett Murray.
Free kick to Garlett for around the shoulder on McVeigh.
Jim McVeigh's had a bad, isn't he? Nothing's gone right for him.
7.
So Garlett has kicked 3. He's looking to join Eddie with 4. Right in front. Have to kick this from about 51 metres. Helicopter. Comes up well. Standing his ground in the mark of Walker.
She doesn't that sum the day up.
I reckon Hardigan was told, leave it.
Right. Third man back. Just standing there minding his own business. Straight through 2 Bombers, and Walker's marked the footy.
Well, Andrew Walker took nearly the mark of the year against the Bombers earlier on. He stood on his heels to mark that one and kicks his 3rd goal. Boy, this is embarrassing. 20-20, 140 to 9-9-63.
And it was probably the question mark coming in, Stan. Could the Essendon medium defenders handle Carlton's medium forwards? And they couldn't against Port Adelaide a few weeks ago with Robbie Gray and the like and Ebert. And they've had the same problem today.
That's 10. 3 to him, 3 to Garlett, and 4 to Betts.
Yeah. They've come in with pretty bad form because they were belted by West Coast in the second half a few weeks ago, and then really were lucky to get over the line against Port Adelaide.
And they're singing the We Are the Navy Blues. You don't hear that going around the MCG too often.
In the NRL, Storm look like they might be home, leading Newcastle 16-0 across the road here in the Melbourne Sporting Precinct. It's like an English soccer crowd. Standard tried to prize it out of the middle. Watson on hands and knees, gets a hand pass free, did okay. Hocking may have been shoved unceremoniously by Judd, with a free kick given, and there'll be a bounce.
Dan, crowd, 90,161.
We got there.
Well done, Melburnians.
Oh, phenomenal.
Ryder, open-handed slap. Monfries a hand pass back into congestion. Stanton can't control it. Hotly pressed by Allard, who wins it and then goes to ground in the middle. There'll be a bounce. What a crowd that is.
Unbelievable, that, isn't it? What a ground this is to accommodate a crowd like that. Ryder in ruck. Knocked back by Robinson for the Blues. Judd goes through and puts a shoulder on Melksham. Hocking taken to ground in good tackle by O'Halpin. Gee, they're working tight here. Judd's got it. Tunnels it out to Robinson. He goes to ground, but flips it out, or he threw it to the umpire. It came to Simpson out in the open. Robinson peels himself off the deck. Howlett takes the free. Across the ground. It's okay. Hardingham takes the mark. Very high ball. Gee whiz, that wasn't good for the forwards, but it was good enough for Zaharakis, who marks and has given it straight up to Henderson in the last line of defence for the Blues. Haven't they? Sprayed at the Bombers. The kick up towards centre wing. Garlett interfered with before the ball arrived, but the mark has been paid to Zaharakis.
Zaharakis on the outer wing. Early. He's really labouring now with that foot injury. Tried to ignite them early. Wonderful breakaway speed, but only lasted the first quarter. Kicks the footy like it's flat at the bootlaces of Jeddah, who volleys it away, but Laidler wins it. Hand pass to Dyken, half-back, Great Southern stand side. Kick to the wing, pitching in front of Thornton, who cleverly taps it away while being tackled by Carlisle. To that man Murphy, who's cruising on his own around the Great Southern stand side. Handballs to Yarran, has a bounce, 40 out, he wants a goal, but he misses it by a long, long way. It goes through just from behind, and he gives a wry smile to a teammate and says, sorry about that, Chief. 20-21, 1-4-1 to 9-9-63.
Yeah, that's all very well, but that was a shocking miss. Kick straight up the ground. Judd puts the spoil on from behind. Rowed by Robinson. He wheels around and thumps it back to the goal square. Eddie waits for a crumb. Is it going to come his way? It might yet. Oh, deliberate out of bounds, surely. Straight over the boundary line. It was knocked over by Myers. And he gets a boundary throw in for it. Alongside the behind post. Here comes the throw in. O'Halpin in ruck. Wins it too, coming from behind. Works it towards the front. Watson gets a hand pass out of trouble. Collier gathers. The sub who was on at quarter time. Up to Davey. Been a passenger today. Kick by Davey to half forward. Awful. Scotland takes the mark for the Blues.
How well does he read it, Scotland? Half back. On the MCC member side. So resolute, as has the whole defence been today for Carlton. And Murphy with another possession. Well, Murphy watched to see if he can get the 40. He's had 36 so far. Swan got there yesterday. Pendlebury wasn't far behind him for Collingwood.
Gone to the bench for a minute.
Simpson, well, he's short to Judd.
It's the only time they've had anybody near him when he goes to the bench.
Left half forward. Judd steers inside 50 at the punt road end. Oh, Hardingham nearly a screamer. Rowed by Garlett, squeezing it, just missing. Left hand side behind. 2022, 142. Should nearly be at well over 100. Essendon 9-9-63, and they've been so efficient when they've gone inside 50. 59 times they've been inside 50, scored on 42 occasions.
I see Judd's come off. Well, he would not come back on. I believe he should not come back on.
McVeigh's kick in. Scotland from behind, but there was a push there. It's going to be an Essendon free kick. Scotto actually picks him up. And Ryder to take the free. Well delivered. Mark taken by Howlett. On to Hocking on the run. He gets the 49. Hocking for goal. Kicks it. His first goal for the day. His first score for the day. And Essendon's second goal for this last quarter. The Bombers at 10-9-69, trailing the Blues 20 goals, 22, 142.
Well, I suggest that's the only time he hasn't followed Judd to the bench. Judd's come off and he stayed on, and look, he stuck manfully to his task. There's no doubt when the whips were cracking, he was one bloke who was able to keep his opponent in check, and the great Judd. Judd's worked his way back into the game, but he certainly, I think, has given his all, Hocking, and had a chance to run on the ball then, and a nice long kick.
Judd wasn't off long. He's back on now on the wing, playing on Zaharakis. Massive
margin here for the Blues, 73 points. Tap down. Allard bumped off it. Hocking again. Good hand pass to Lovett Murray to Watson. Feeding hand pass to Davey. Hand passes to Zaharakis running behind the edge of the centre square. Got cornered. Indecisive. Kick well smothered by Joseph of the Blues. Spins to Davey. Judd's in pursuit. Davey paddles in front. Hill a good hand pass now to Zaharakis on the MCC members side. Zaharakis kicks inside 50. Mark taken by Monfree's goal. He did shove his opponent out of that, but it's still a goal to Angus Monfrees. 3 to him. Might have been a bit lucky. 11-9-75. Carlton 20-22. 1-4-2.
Got away with it. Then he had a silencer on the gun.
Yeah, no, he looked like he got into Dygan's back, but he may have used his shoulder and forearm early. There was a nudge there, but whether it was the double hand or the shoulder, yeah, no, there was probably something in that, but he got away with it, and he's had a tough day, Monfrees.
Crowd's just seen the replay, and they're squealing.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a feeling that Monfrees held his ground. I reckon that Bailey was actually running back into him. I reckon that's fair enough. You're allowed to hold your ground.
He hasn't been there worse though, Monfrees. 18 possessions, 3 goals.
Warnock wins another hit out and lays a tackle on Lovett Murray. So a couple of stats there for Warnock, who's had a big day. Another bounce, 142 to 75. We played 23 and a half minutes. So some more pain coming from the Bombers. Simpson has recovered from a knock. Sockers up towards half forward. Davey is back there. Caught in a great tackle by Judd. Comes Carlton's way. Eddie's on 49 goals for the season. He's 65 from goal. He steers it and, mark dropped by O'Halpin. Comes to the front. O'Halpin gouges it out. It was taken by Heppel for the Bombers. Howlett, a hand pass to Watson. Watson kicks across the half-back line. And the mark taken by Stanton, who's in about 30 metres in the clear. Up to Monfrees, just behind the wing. Hand pass to Davey, who's had more in the last 10 minutes than he's had all day. Stanton.
Yeah, they haven't meant much though, have they?
Nope. Stanton over the top to Monfrees. Here's Davey for another one. Short pass in. Hocking takes the mark. Gets around Dygan. Hand pass to Hurley on the 50. Hurley's kick. Jetta a chance. Oh, he put his arms up and didn't take the ball and beaten him out of bounds.
There's a lot of socks down now, as you'd expect. A lot of tired players, especially the Essendon guys, when you know that it's totally out of reach. It's just so hard.
Boundary throw in. Deep into attack for the Bombers at the city end of the ground. Warnock can't take it cleanly. And there'll be a ball up. Secondary bounce, basically. 25 gone in the last quarter. We'll be dissecting this match closely. Tim will be down in the rooms, taking your calls as well. Lots of happy Carlton supporters and disappointed Essendon supporters. Reamers swings a kick which went about 1 metre, didn't really connect. Heppel, a hand pass to Howlett, who's also wrapped up in a tackle. Ball dislodged in the forward pocket on the Great Southern stand side. Boundary throw it. 35 around. Bombers into attack at the city end. Simpson gets a round of applause as he comes off. Toss back into play. Watson, Heppel, paddles hard. He got charged down on a tackle. He threw it out. Free kick to the Blues.
I wonder if all the talk about Brett Ratton was media talk, or whether there was any absolute pressure on Brett Ratton to win a final or lose his job. And if there were people on the board who maybe are looking at somebody else, they might be embarrassed by the performance of the side here, because Brett Ratton's had his first finals win as a coach, and it's an emphatic thumping of a crosstown rival. This rivalry's been going more than 100 years. So well done to Rats and the Blues today. Throw in. Warnock wins another hit out. Shark by Watson. Hand pass to Lovett Murray, who cruises, gets the hand pass on to Zaharakis, who pings from 40 and kicks a goal. Well, they've actually kicked 4 goals in this quarter and 8 goals after half-time. Hasn't made much difference. The margin is still 61 points. The Blues 20-22, the Bombers 12 goals 9.
Yeah, the 4 goals have come pretty easily. Watson's starting to get his hands on the ball. I don't know whether Carazzo has tightened the rain, although Carrazzo's in the centre square and Watson's moved forward. So I dare say what's happening. He's starting half forward, Watson, and moving up the ground, but he's still winning balls around the stoppages, and he's at least got his team 2 or 3 goals in this last quarter, Joe Watson.
Yes, forced them to rearrange their side. Thornton's had to come from full forward to actually go down now. Centre half forward to go down and pick up Watson in the back line.
Little stat for the Blues, their biggest ever win in a final over the Bombers, their 10th win from 20 outings. Fresh airy by Melksham. Lovett, Murray, Howlett. Hand pass now to Heppel in the direction of Hocking. Throws it on the boot, kicks inside 50. Good mark, Henderson. Backing back into oncoming traffic. Did well and delivers wide. He's found a spot down there at half-back. It's been a master stroke by Brett Ratton. Scotland receives and on the left hits the chest of Thornton at half-back. Kicks down the Great Southern stand side. Underneath it, Betts. He was nudged out of it by Melksham and takes it over the boundary. Throw it back into play. Margin 61 points. Melbourne Storm leading Newcastle 16-0 at half-time in their NRL qualifying final. A win will get the Storm into the preliminary final in a fortnight, joining Manly there. Tapped down by O'Halpin. Charging out at Robinson for the Blues. Releases Walker at half forward. Round the Great Southern stand side, he has a bounce. Shares the footy by hand with Carrazzo. 50 metres out on the fly. That's a great way to finish it by Andrew Carrazzo. 29 gone. He produces their 21st goal of the afternoon. 21-22, 148 at 67 points. Essendon 12-9-81. And he is their latest goal kicker this afternoon. What a performance.
Yeah, what a performance. Yeah, it's their 11th goal kicker. The interesting thing for me, though, is it's funny before that we had the situation where Hocking kicked the goal when Judd had gone off. Well, guess what? Carrazzo's followed Watson all day, driven him crazy. Watson's gone forward. Carrazzo stayed in the centre and he's gone forward and kicked the goal while Watson's not in. It's just, look, everybody's had a great day. Walker just won the footy, run and bounce, and players just running alongside of each other. Walker probably could have got a bit tired, said, I'll give it off to you, Andrew, and you can be our 11th goal kicker.
Ryder wins a hit out in the middle, but it comes forward for the Blues. Chopped off by Heppel, an exciting youngster. Might even go close to winning the BNF. Kicks to half forward, takes a great bounce for the Bombers, but the first back there is Yarran for the Blues. Hand pass to Scotland. Hand pass into Thornton. He's played just about the best game I've ever seen him play today, Thornton. Kick bounces.
There's a bloke they tried to get rid of, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovett Murray. Long kick to full forward. Hill pushing. Can't take the mark, but it spills to the back, and Melksham, Remus kicks the goal. Remus gets his second. He's just at the back there in the goal square, basically getting a freebie. The Bombers 13-9-87, Carlton 21-22, 148.
Well, there's a couple of ways to look at it, isn't it? I mean, it's junk time, and sides are just going through the motion. The intensity's gone off it, but at least from an Essendon's perspective, they're able to kick 5 goals in this quarter. They've at least just given something back to their jumper. But unfortunately, this will not be remembered as one of their finest games. From a Carlton perspective, this has just been a super victory. Coming to this game, a little bit unsure about who was going to win, but they've emphatically stamped their superiority over the Bombers today.
The number of times they've scored when they've gone inside 50 has been the biggest concern for Essendon today. It's just been a very easy passage for Carlton to put pressure on the scoreboard. Bounce. O'Halpin the tap. Simpson a quick give to Walker. Stand start kick inside 50. Betts on the end of it.
Okay.
Can he get the half century? No, he's going to share it. He's got a player on his own. Essendon were asleep. Simpson was 30 metres clear in the forward pocket at the punt road end.
I think he was entitled to have a go, don't you?
Yeah. No, they just become all very benevolent and mates and just share the love around. I reckon it's one of those ones, Drew, that if you'd only kick one, or hadn't kicked one, you wouldn't give it off. But when you've kicked, 4, and he's kicked 4, he's happy with his day, he's prepared to share.
40 out for Simpson, who misses. Eddie would have kicked that. 21-23, 149, Carlton, Essendon 13-9-87. In the cricket, Sri Lanka 1 for 88.
It's got to be a worry. The Bombers have had 1 win from 9 games at the MCG this year. They prefer it across town at Docklands. They'll help it in the middle of the ground to Thornton to Simpson. Here come the Blues again. Armfield goes to ground. Cleonce is the umpire, gathered by Monfries. Chain of hand passes with Stanton. Siren. The Blues advance. They go to a semi-final in Perth next week, and the Bombers bow out in the first final for new coach James Hird. That Carlton fans have had the chance to sing that song after a Blues victory in a final in Melbourne. In between time, they got a couple of wooden spoons. They paid a severe penalty for salary cap breaches, but they bounced back and had their first finals victory after 3 attempts for coach Brett Ratton. A magnificent win by 62 points. The final quarter was dead level. The Blues 21-23, 149. Essendon 13-9, 87. Tough one next week, a 6-day turnaround to a Saturday night game against the Eagles in Perth. So they've got to recover quickly from this, the Blues, and make the trip across the country. But what a win it's been. Kicked 21 goals, 23 against the arch rivals Essendon, who managed just 13 goals, 9. A terrific victory. And a crowd of 90,161 made it a great day at the MCG for pretty much all except anyone associated with Essendon.
Yeah, magnificent performance today by the Blues. Just too strong after the Bombers kicked the first 3. Mind you, Carlton did kick those 5 behinds. They were on song in regard to their intensity, but they just couldn't find a major. But once they found their way home, Essendon were never a chance. So a 62-point win to the Blues. And they'd be delighted about this as they've gone to the outer side of the ground. Large portion of Carlton supporters are over on the great southern stand side. They certainly put together a wonderful team effort. Eddie Betts led the goal kicking with 4 today, 3 each to Garlett, Gibbs and Walker, 2 to Thornton, and a host of singles for the Bombers. Well, they shared it around a bit, but they didn't kick enough, of course. Remus a couple, Hill a couple, along with Stanton. And Angus Monfries kicked 3 to be their leading goal kicker. But disappointing day for the Dons, bowing out in James Hird's first final after finishing 8th at the end of the home and away season.
Dan, I'm looking at Nick Duigan, first year with the Blues. Played last year for Norwood. Never seen a crowd like this in his life, 90,000. He's waving to the crowd. He is at his best day on the footy field, I reckon. Not his personal game, but he's playing with this mighty club, Carlton, and a finals win at the MCG.
Lockie Henderson's another one. High fives for him. Involved in this final today. He'd be delighted about that. Coming from Brisbane as part of the Brendan Favola swap. We know he's done better out of that.
What about Robbo? He's got the Tassie strut going. Oh, they are pumped. They've had some hardships. They've come through it really well.
Just all those early draft picks you mentioned before about the salary cap breaches. But they also got a lot of number 1 draft picks in a row, and one of them today, Mark Murphy. We'll talk more about the stats later on, but 37 possessions. An absolute star he was today. And Matthew Knights and Stan Ells about to go down to the Carlton room shortly, but a bit of a thumb sketch on why Carlton were able to demolish a pretty disappointing opponent.
Yeah, and for the second time this year, Carlton have done a number on the Bombers, and by both times it was really sizable margins, and both times the small forwards for Carlton caused Essendon all sorts of headaches. And it was just, the defence was just so brittle today from Essendon, and probably really bigger picture is it exposes when Fletcher leaves or when he retires, and it might be another 2 years yet, but when Robinson did the job on him today, the other defenders weren't able to stand up, and it just made it too much pressure on the midfield also. And Jobe Watson, when he was curtailed early in the game, and you saw late in the game when he had an influence, some of those handballs really set him on their path. But yeah, it's just a really disappointing day for Essendon and a fabulous one for Carlton.
In the NRL, Melbourne Storm doing all the damage in the second half against Newcastle. They're leading 18 points to 0.
Yeah, Matt, it's not often statistics, and I'm sure we'll get there in the individual side of it, but have a look at this. I think this tells you a little bit. Today, the contested possessions were won by Carlton, 167 to 138. They've won in the one-on-ones that we talked about time and again. The uncontested, though, 201 to 168. They chopped them up outside, and when they got the run going. But the inside 50s, it was 62 to 57. But if you break that down, the 62 for Carlton, they had 44 scoring shots. They almost scored every time they went in there, whereas 57 for only 22. So we're talking somewhere around nearly every time you've got in, where the other side 3. It just gives you a feeling for the dominance. The dominance went down one end where they just couldn't score, but they couldn't keep the ball in. The other end, absolutely superb.
Well, Tim Hodges is down in the Carlton rooms. Hodgie, they must be pretty happy down there.
Unbelievably so, Dan, and we've got a lot of time to dissect this game. We'll talk more about Bryce Gibbs' shoulder injury. Saw him before in a sling, so that will be a big story during the week. We'll catch Robbie Warnock, who's probably had his best game for the Blues, but they're just going arm in arm, and they will belt this song out, boys. The first win in a final for a decade. Here we go. Noticeably, guys, no Bryce Gibbs in this song, so that shoulder injury from the moment in the goal square clearly worse than first thought. I'll try and grab Robbie Warnock for you guys and come back with you very shortly.
You might need a step ladder, Tim. Good on you, mate. We look forward to hearing from you. Bryce Gibbs has had a remarkable run with injury. Missed one game in, 5 years almost of senior footy, so he will be a bad loss. Matthew, that Conshman outside player, if he's not on the plane next week.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about development and players getting better, when they're durable, I think they actually get better. And I think Murphy and Gibbs and Simpson have been real great examples of that. The three of them hardly missed any footy in the last 3 or 4 years, and it's benefiting their football.
No doubt, and their club. Robbie Warnock's with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
What was the final margin in the end? He just asked me, boys.
62,
what was it?
62.
62.
Yep.
Congratulations, big fella. That was an awesome game.
Yeah, it was. It's great to come away with a win like that and prepare for next week.
Talk about the pressure going in for everyone at this club, especially your coach. Did you feel it, and was it wearing on the club?
I don't think so. That's external influences that we can't control. So we just have to worry about what we can do and play our brand of footy, and that's shone through today. So, I mean, that's all media hype, and you just got to worry about what you can control.
What about the coach? He obviously means a lot to everyone. Everyone gathered around him before the song and afterwards. Terrific for him just to be able to tick the box and say he's won a final.
It is. That's exactly right. We came in this year wanting to, win a final, get a home final and win that, and we've done that today, and hopefully we can just keep progressing and, get another win next week and so on and so forth.
What about your own form against Ryder and Hill. It was an awesome challenge, and you did a super job.
Yeah, they're obviously two great ruckmen, and obviously you had to be on my game today. No Cruz. Santana was good when he was in there. So again, we just had to work on what we can control, and that's hopefully shone through today.
Don't talk it down, mate. You're magnificent.
No. The boys are good.
We've got Stan Elves and Matthew Knights upstairs. Boys, far away.
Robbie, Matthew Knights up here. A lot of the great ruckmen around the league